Chapter 83 of the Virginians. This recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 83. Troubles and Consolations. In our early days at home, when Harry and I used to be so undutiful to our tutor, who would have thought that Mr. Esmond Warrington of Virginia would turn bear leader himself? My mother, when we came together again, never could be got to speak directly of this period of my life, but would allude to it as "that terrible time, my love, which I can't bear to think of," those dreadful years when there was difference between us, and so forth. And though my pupil, a worthy and grateful man, sent me out to Jamestown several barrels of that liquor by which his great fortune was made, Madam Esmond spoke of him as "your friend in England," "your wealthy Lambeth friend," etc., but never by his name. Nor did she ever taste a drop of his beer. We brew our own, too, at Warrington Manor, but our good Mr. Foker never fails to ship to Ipswich every year a couple of butts of his entire. His son is a young sprig of fashion, and has married an earl's daughter. The father is a very worthy and kind gentleman, and it is to the luck of making his acquaintance that I owe the receipt of some of the most welcome guineas that ever I received in my life. It was not so much the sum as the occupation and hope given me by the office of governor, which I took on myself, which were then so precious to me. Mr. F.'s brewery (the site has since been changed) then stood near to Pedlar's Acre in Lambeth, and the surgeon who attended my wife in her confinement likewise took care of the wealthy brewer's family. He was a Bavarian, originally named Volker. Mr. Lance, the surgeon, I suppose, made him acquainted with my name and history. The worthy doctor would smoke many a pipe of Virginia in my garden, and had conceived an attachment for me and my family. He brought his patron to my house, and when Mr. F. found that I had a smattering of his language, and could sing Prinz Eugen the Noble Ritter, a song that my grandfather had brought home from the Marlborough Wars, the German conceived a great friendship for me. His lady put her chair and her chariot at Mrs. Warrington's service. His little daughter took a prodigious fancy to our baby. And, to do him justice, the captain, who is as ugly a fellow now as ever wore a queue, was beautiful as an infant. The very image of the Squire at 30, everybody says so. M.W. Note in the MS. And his son and heir, Master Foker, being much maltreated at Westminster School because of his father's profession of brewer, the parents asked if I would take charge of him, and paid me a not insufficient sum for superintending his education. Mr. F. was a shrewd man of business, and as he and his family really interested themselves in me and mine, I laid all my pecuniary affairs pretty unreservedly before him, and my statement, he was pleased to say, augmented the respect and regard which he felt for me. He laughed at our stories of the aid which my noble relatives had given me, my aunt's coverlid, my Lady Castlewood's mouldy jelly, Lady Warrington's contemptuous treatment of us. But he wept many tears over the story of little Miles Moidor. And as for Sampson and Hagan, "I vow," says he, "they shall have so much beer as ever they can drink." He sent his wife to call upon Lady Maria, and treated her with the utmost respect and obsequiousness whenever she came to visit him. It was with Mr. Foker that Lady Maria stayed when Hagan went to Dublin to complete his college terms, and the good brewer's purse also ministered to our friend's wants and supplied his outfit. When Mr. Foker came fully to know my own affairs and position, he was pleased to speak of me with terms of enthusiasm, and as if my conduct shows some extraordinary virtue. I have said how my mother saved money for Harry, and how the two were in my debt. But when Harry spent money, he spent it fancying it to be his. Madam Esmond never could be made to understand she was dealing hardly with me. The money was paid and gone, and there was an end to it. Now, at the end of '62, I remember Harry sent over a considerable remittance for the purchase of his promotion, begging me at the same time to remember that he was in my debt, and to draw on his agents if I had any need. He did not know how great the need was, or how my little capital had been swallowed. Well, to take my brother's money would delay his promotion, and I naturally did not draw on him, though I own I was tempted. Nor, knowing my dear General Lambert's small means, did I care to impoverish him by asking for supplies. These simple acts of forbearance my worthy brewer must choose to consider as instances of exalted virtue. And what does my gentleman do but write privately to my brother in America, lauding me and my wife as the most admirable of human beings, and call upon Madame de Bernstein, who never told me of his visit, indeed, but who, I perceived, about this time treated us with singular respect and gentleness, that surprised me in one whom I could not but consider as selfish and worldly. In after days, I remember asking him how he had gained admission to the Baroness. He laughed. "The Baroness," says he. "I knew the Baron when he was a valet at Munich, and I was a brewer apprentice." I think our family had best not be too curious about our uncle the Baron. Thus, the part of my life which ought to have been most melancholy was in truth made pleasant by many friends, happy circumstances, and strokes of lucky fortune. The bear I led was a docile little cub, and danced to my piping very readily. Better to lead him about than to hang round booksellers' doors, or wait the pleasure or caprice of managers. My wife and I, during our exile, as we may call it, spent very many pleasant evenings with these kind friends and benefactors. Nor were we without intellectual enjoyments. Mrs. Foker and Mrs. Warrington sang finely together, and sometimes, when I was in the mood, I read my own play of Pocahontas to this friendly audience, in a manner better than Hagan's own, Mr. Foker was pleased to say. After that little escapade of Miles Warrington, Jr., I saw nothing of him, and heard of my paternal relatives but rarely. Sir Miles was assiduous at court, as I believe he would have been at Nero's, and I laughed one day when Mr. Foker told me that he had heard on 'Change that they were going to make my uncle a beer. "A beer?" says I in wonder. "Can't you understand the word when I say it?" says the testy old gentleman. "Well, a lord!" Sir Miles, indeed, was the obedient humble servant of the minister, whoever he might be. I am surprised he did not speak English with a Scotch accent during the first favourite's brief reign. I saw him and his wife coming from court when Mrs. Claypool was presented to Her Majesty on her marriage. I had my little boy on my shoulder. My uncle and aunt stared resolutely at me from their gilt coach window. The footmen looked blank over their nosegays. Had I worn the fairy's cap and been invisible, my father's brother could not have passed me with less notice. We did not avail ourselves much or often of that queer invitation of Lady Castlewood to go and drink tea and sup with her ladyship when there was no other company. Old Van den Bosch, however shrewd his intellect and great his skill in making a fortune, was not amusing in conversation, except to his daughter, who talked household and city matters, bulling and bearing, raising and selling farming stocks, and so forth, quite as keenly and shrewdly as her father. Nor was my Lord Castlewood often at home, or much missed by his wife when absent, or very much at ease in the old father's company. The Countess told all this to my wife in her simple way. "Guess," says she, "my lord and father don't pull well together nohow. Guess my lord is always wanting money, and father keeps the key of the box, and quite right, too. If he could have the fingering of all our money, my lord would soon make away with it, And then what's to become of our noble family? We pay everything, my dear, except play debts, and them we won't have, nohow. We pay cooks, horses, wine merchants, tailors, and everybody, and lucky for them, too. Reckon my lord wouldn't pay 'em. And we always take care that he has a guinea in his pocket, and goes out like a real nobleman. What that man do owe to us! What he did before we came, gracious goodness only knows. Me and father does our best to make 'em respectable, but it's no easy job, my dear. Law! He'd melt the plate, only father keeps the key of the strong room. And when we go to Castlewood, my father travels with me, and papa is armed too, as well as the people." "Gracious heavens!" cries my wife. "Your ladyship does not mean to say you suspect your own husband of a desire to what? Oh, no, nothing, of course. And I would trust our brother Will with untold money, wouldn't I? As much as I'd trust the cat with the cream pan. I tell you, my dear, it's not all pleasure being a woman of rank and fashion, and if I have bought a countess's coronet, I have paid a good price for it, that I have." And so had my Lord Castlewood paid a large price for having his estate freed from encumbrances, his houses and stables furnished, and his debts discharged. He was the slave of the little wife and her father. No wonder the old man's society was not pleasant to the poor victim, and that he gladly slunk away from his own fine house to feast at the club when he had money, or at least to any society save that which he found at home. To lead a bear, as I did, was no very pleasant business, to be sure. To wait in a bookseller's anteroom until it should please his honour to finish his dinner and give me audience was sometimes a hard task for a man of my name and with my pride. But would I have exchanged my poverty against Castlewood's ignominy, or preferred his miserable dependence to my own? At least I earned my wage, such as it was, and no man can say that I ever flattered my patrons or was servile to them, or indeed in my dealings with them was otherwise than sulky, overbearing, and, in a word, intolerable. Now there was a certain person with whom fate had thrown me into a life partnership, who bore her poverty with such a smiling sweetness and easy grace, that niggard Fortune relented before her, and, like some savage ogre in the fairy tales, melted at the constant goodness and cheerfulness of that uncomplaining, artless, innocent creature. However poor she was, all who knew her saw that here was a fine lady, and the little tradesmen and humble folks round about us treated her with as much respect as the richest of our neighbours. "I think, my dear," says good-natured Mrs. Foker, when they rode out in the latter's chariot, "you look like the mistress of the carriage, and I only as your maid." Our landladies adored her, the tradesfolk executed her little orders as eagerly as if a duchess gave them, or they were to make a fortune by waiting on her. I have often thought of the lady in Camus, and how through all the rout and rabble she moves, entirely serene and pure. Several times, as often as we chose indeed, the good-natured parents of my young bear lent us their chariot to drive abroad or to call on the few friends we had. If I must tell the truth, we drove once to the Protestant hero, and had a syllabub in the garden there, and the hostess would insist upon calling my wife her ladyship during the whole afternoon. We also visited Mr. Johnson, and took tea with him. The ingenious Mr. Goldsmith was of the company. The doctor waited upon my wife to her coach. But our most frequent visits were to Aunt Bernstein, and I promise you I was not at all jealous because my aunt presently professed to have a wonderful liking for Theo. This liking grew so that she would have her most days in the week, or to stay altogether with her, and thought that Theo's child and husband were the only plagues, to be sure, and hated us in the most amusing way for keeping her favourite from her. Not that my wife was unworthy of anybody's favour. But her many forced absences, and the constant difficulty of intercourse with her, raised my aunt's liking for a while to a sort of passion. She poured in notes like love letters, and her people were ever about our kitchen. If my wife did not go to her, she wrote heart-rending appeals, and scolded me severely when I saw her. And, the child being ill once, it hath pleased fate to spare our captain to be a prodigious trouble to us, and a wholesome trial for our tempers. Madame Bernstein came 3 days running to Lambeth, vowed there was nothing the matter with the baby, nothing at all, and that we only pretended his illness in order to vex her. The reigning Countess of Castlewood was just as easy and affable with her old aunt as with other folks great and small. "What air you all about, scraping and bowing to that old woman? I can't tell nowadays," her ladyship would say. "She a fine lady? Nonsense! She ain't no more fine than any other lady. And I guess I'm as good as any of 'em with their high heels and their grand airs. She a beauty once? Take away her wig and her rouge and her teeth, and what becomes of your beauty, I'd like to know? Guess you'd put it all in a bandbox, and there would be nothing left but a shrivelled old woman." And indeed the little homilist only spoke too truly. All beauty must at last come to this complexion, and decay either underground or on the tree. Here was old age, I fear, without reverence. Here were grey hairs, that were hidden or painted. The world was still there, and she tottering on it, and clinging to it with her crutch. For 80 years she had moved on it, and eaten of the tree forbidden and permitted. She had had beauty, pleasure, flattery. But what secret rages, disappointments, defeats, humiliations! What thorns under the roses! What stinging bees in the fruit! "You are not a beauty, my dear," she would say to my wife, "and may thank your stars that you are not." If she contradicted herself in her talk, I suppose the rest of us occasionally do the like. "Don't tell me that your husband is pleased with your face, and you want no one else's admiration. We all do. Every woman would rather be beautiful than be anything else in the world. Ever so rich, or ever so good, or have all the gifts of the fairies. Look at that picture, though I know 'tis a bad one, and that stupid vapouring Kneller could not paint my eyes, nor my hair, nor my complexion. What a shape I had then! And look at me now, and this wrinkled old neck. Why have we such a short time of our beauty? I remember Mademoiselle d'Alencon, at a much greater age than mine, quite fresh and well conserved. We can't hide our ages. They are wrote in Mr. Collins's books for us. I was born in the last year of King James's reign. I am not old yet. I am but 76. But what a wreck, my dear! And isn't it cruel that our time should be so short?" Here my wife has to state the incontrovertible proposition that the time of all of us is short here below. "Ha!" cries the Baroness. "Did not Adam live near 1,000 years? And was not Eve beautiful all the time? I used to perplex Mr. Tusher with that, poor creature. What have we done since that our lives are so much lessened, I say?" "Has your life been so happy that you would prolong it ever so much more?" asks the Baroness's auditor. "Have you, who love wit, never read Dean Swift's famous description of the deathless people in Gulliver? My papa and my husband say 'tis one of the finest and most awful sermons ever wrote. It were better not to live at all than to live without love. And I'm sure," says my wife, putting her handkerchief to her eyes, "should anything happen to my dearest George, I would wish to go to heaven that moment." "Who loves me in heaven? I am quite alone, child. That is why I had rather stay here," says the Baroness, in a frightened and rather piteous tone. "You are kind to me, God bless your sweet face. Though I scold and have a frightful temper, my servants will do anything to make me comfortable, and get up any hour of the night and never say a cross word in answer. I like my cards still,
Indeed, life would be a blank without 'em. Almost everything is gone except that. I can't eat my dinner now, since I lost those last 2 teeth. Everything goes away from us in old age. But I still have my cards, thank Heaven! I still have my cards." And here she would begin to doze, waking up, however, if my wife stirred or rose, and imagining that Theo was about to leave her. "Don't go away. I can't bear to be alone. I don't want you to talk, but I like to see your face, my dear. It is much pleasanter than that horrid old Brett's that I have had scowling about my bedroom these ever so long years." "Well, Baroness, still at your cribbage?" We may fancy a noble countess interrupting a game at cards between Theo and Aunt Bernstein. "Me and my Lord Esmond have come to see you. Go and shake hands with Grand Aunt, Esmond, and tell your ladyship that your lordship's a good boy." "My lordship's a good boy?" says the child. Madam Theo used to act these scenes for me in a very lively way. "And if he is, I guess he don't take after his father!" shrieks out Lady Castlewood. She chose to fancy that Aunt Bernstein was deaf, and always bawled at the old lady. "Your ladyship chose my nephew for better or for worse," says Aunt Bernstein, who was now always very much flurried in the presence of the young Countess. "But he is a precious deal worse than ever I thought he was. I am speaking of your pa, Ezzy. If it wasn't for your mother, my son, Lord knows what would become of you. We are going to see his little Royal Highness. Sorry to see your ladyship not looking quite so well to-day. We can't always remain young, and law, how we do change as we grow old. Go up and kiss that lady, Ezzy. She has got a little boy, too. Why, bless us, have you got the child downstairs?" Indeed, Master Miles was down below, for special reasons, accompanying his mother on her visits to Aunt Bernstein sometimes; and our aunt desired the mother's company so much that she was actually fain to put up with the child. "So you have got the child here? Oh, you sly boots!" says the Countess. "Guess you come after the old lady's money. Law bless you, don't look so frightened. She can't hear a single word I say. Come, Ezzy. Good-bye, aunt." And my Lady Countess rustles out of the room. Did Aunt Bernstein hear her, or not? Where was the wit for which the old lady had been long famous? And was that fire put out, as well as the brilliancy of her eyes? With other people she was still ready enough, and unsparing of her sarcasms. When the Dowager of Castlewood and Lady Fanny visited her, these exalted ladies treated my wife with perfect indifference and charming good breeding. The Baroness, in their society, was stately, easy, and even commanding. She would mischievously caress Mrs. Warrington before them; in her absence, vaunt my wife's good breeding, saying that her nephew had made a foolish match, perhaps, but that I certainly had taken a charming wife. "In a word, I praise you so to them, my dear," says she, "that I think they would like to tear your eyes out." But before the little American, 'tis certain that she was uneasy and trembled. She was so afraid that she actually did not dare to deny her door, and the Countess's back turned, did not even abuse her. However much they might dislike her, my ladies did not tear out Theo's eyes. Once they drove to our cottage at Lambeth, where my wife happened to be sitting at the open window, holding her child on her knee, and in full view of her visitors. A gigantic footman strutted through our little garden, and delivered their ladyships' visiting tickets at our door. Their hatred hurt us no more than their visit pleased us. When next we had the loan of our friend the brewer's carriage, Mrs. Warrington drove to Kensington, and Gumbo handed over to the giant our cards in return for those which his noble mistresses had bestowed on us. The Baroness had a coach, but seldom thought of giving it to us, and would let Theo and her maid and baby start from Clarges Street in the rain, with a faint excuse that she was afraid to ask her coachman to take his horses out. But twice on her return home my wife was frightened by rude fellows on the other side of Westminster Bridge,
and I fairly told my aunt that I should forbid Mrs. Warrington to go to her unless she could be brought home in safety. So grumbling Jehu had to drive his horses through the darkness. He grumbled at my shillings. He did not know how few I had. Our poverty wore a pretty decent face. My relatives never thought of relieving it, nor I of complaining before them. I don't know how Sampson got a windfall of guineas, but I remember he brought me 6 once, and they were more welcome than any money I ever had in my life. He had been looking into Mr. Miles's crib, as the child lay asleep, and when the parson went away, I found the money in the baby's little rosy hand. Yes, love is best of all. I have many such benefactions registered in my heart. Precious welcome fountains springing up in desert places, kind friendly lights cheering our despondency and gloom. This worldly divine was willing enough to give as much of his company as she chose to Madame de Bernstein, whether for cards or theology. Having known her ladyship for many years now, Sampson could see, and averred to us, that she was breaking fast; and as he spoke of her evidently increasing infirmities, and of the probability of their fatal termination, Mr. S. would discourse to us in a very feeling manner of the necessity for preparing for a future world, of the vanities of this, and of the hope that in another there might be happiness for all repentant sinners. "I have been a sinner for one," says the chaplain, bowing his head. "God knoweth, and I pray him to pardon me. I fear, sir, your aunt, the Lady Baroness, is not in such a state of mind as will fit her very well for the change which is imminent. I am but a poor, weak wretch, and no prisoner in Newgate could confess that more humbly and heartily. Once or twice of late I have sought to speak on this matter with her ladyship, but she has received me very roughly. 'Parson,' says she, 'if you come for cards, 'tis mighty well, but I will thank you to spare me your sermons.' What can I do, sir? I have called more than once of late, and Mr. Case hath told me his lady was unable to see me. In fact, Madame Bernstein told my wife, whom she never refused, as I said, that the poor chaplain's tongue was unendurable, and as for his theology, 'Haven't I been a bishop's wife?' says she, 'and do I want this creature to teach me?' The old lady was as impatient of doctors as of divines, pretending that my wife was ailing, and that it was more convenient for our good Dr. Heberden to visit her in Clarges Street than to travel all the way to our Lambeth lodgings. We got Dr. H. to see Theo at our aunt's house, and prayed him, if possible, to offer his advice to the Baroness. We made Mrs. Brett, her woman, describe her ailments, and the doctor confirmed our opinion that they were most serious, and might speedily end. She would rally briskly enough of some evenings, and entertain a little company; but of late she scarcely went abroad at all. A somnolence which we had remarked in her was attributable in part to opiates which she was in the habit of taking, and she used these narcotics to smother habitual pain. One night, as we two sat with her, Mr. Miles was weaned by this time, and his mother could leave him to the charge of our faithful Molly, she fell asleep over her cards. We hushed the servants who came to lay out the supper table. She would always have this luxurious, nor could any injunction of ours or the doctor's teach her abstinence. And we sat a while as we had often done before, waiting in silence till she should arouse from her doze. When she awoke, she looked fixedly at me for a while, fumbled with the cards, and dropped them again in her lap, and said, "Henry, have I been long asleep? I thought at first that it was for my brother she mistook me." But she went on quickly, and with eyes fixed as upon some very far distant object, and said, "My dear, 'tis of no use. I am not good enough for you. I love cards, and play, and court; and oh, Harry, you don't know all." Here her voice changed, and she flung her head up. "His father married Anne Hyde, and sure the Esmond blood is as good as any that's not royal.
Mamma, you must please to treat me with more respect. Vos sommes mon fauteuil, entendez-vous? Faites place à mon Altesse Royale. Madame, me connaissez-vous? Je suis là.
Here she broke out into frightful hysterical shrieks and laughter, and as we ran up to her, alarmed, "Oui, Henri!" she says,
Il est jour de me poser et le prince tient parole, n'est-ce pas? Ah oui, il tient parole. Sinon, tu ne t'auras causant. Tu la... Ah, que je suis folle!
and the pitiful shrieks and laughter recommenced. Ere her frightened people had come up to her summons, the poor thing had passed out of this mood into another, but always labouring under the same delusion, that I was the Henry of past times, who had loved her and had been forsaken by her, whose bones were lying far away by the banks of the Potomac. My wife and the women put the poor lady to bed, as I ran myself for medical aid. She rambled, still talking wildly, through the night, with her nurses and her surgeon sitting by her. Then she fell into a sleep brought on by more opiate. When she awoke, her mind did not actually wander, but her speech was changed, and one arm and side were paralysed. 'Tis needless to relate the progress and termination of her malady, or watch the expiring flame of life as it gasps and flickers. Her senses would remain with her for a while, and then she was never satisfied unless Theo was by her bedside. Or again her mind would wander, and the poor decrepit creature, lying upon her bed, would imagine herself young again, and speak incoherently of the scenes and incidents of her early days. Then she would address me as Henry again, and call upon me to revenge some insult or slight, of which, whatever my suspicions might be, the only record lay in her insane memory. "They have always been so," she would murmur. "They never loved man or woman, but they forsook them. Je me vengerai. Oh oui, je me vengerai. I know them all. I know them all. And I will go to my Lord Stair with the list. Don't tell me. His religion can't be the right one. I will go back to my mother's, though she does not love me. She never did. Why don't you, mother? Is it because I am too wicked? Ah, pity, pity! Oh, mon père, I will make my confession." And here the unhappy paralysed lady made as if she would move in her bed. Let us draw the curtain round it. I think with awe still of those rapid words, uttered in the shadow of the canopy, as my pallid wife sits by her, her prayer book on her knee, as the attendants move to and fro noiselessly, as the clock ticks without, and strikes the fleeting hours, as the sun falls upon the Kneller picture of Beatrix in her beauty, with the blushing cheeks, the smiling lips, the waving auburn tresses, and the eyes which seem to look towards the dim figure moaning in the bed. I could not for a while understand why our aunt's attendants were so anxious that we should quit it. But towards evening a servant stole in, and whispered her woman; and then Brett, looking rather disturbed, begged us to go downstairs, as the doctor was come to visit the Baroness. I did not tell my wife at the time who the doctor was; but as the gentleman slid by us, and passed upstairs, I saw at once that he was a Catholic ecclesiastic. When Theo next saw our poor lady, she was speechless. She never recognised any one about her, and so passed unconsciously out of life. During her illness her relatives had called assiduously enough, though she would see none of them save us. But when she was gone, and we descended to the lower rooms after all was over, we found Castlewood with his white face, and my lady from Kensington, and Mr. Will already assembled in the parlour. They looked greedily at us as we appeared. They were hungry for the prey. When our aunt's will was opened, we found it dated 5 years back, and everything she had was left to her dear nephew, Henry Esmond Warrington, of Castlewood, in Virginia, in affectionate love and remembrance of the name which he bore. The property was not great. Her revenue had been derived from pensions from the Crown, as it appeared, for what services I cannot say. But the pension, of course, died with her, and there were only a few £100, besides jewels, trinkets, and the furniture of the house in Clarges Street, of which all London came to the sale. Mr. Walpole bid for her portrait, but I made free with Harry's money so far as to buy the picture in, and it now hangs over the mantelpiece of the chamber in which I write. What with jewels, laces, trinkets, and old china which she had gathered, Harry became possessed of more than £4,000 by his aunt's legacy. I made so free as to lay my hand upon 100, which came just as my stock was reduced to £20, and I procured bills for the remainder, which I forwarded to Captain Henry Esmond in Virginia. Nor should I have scrupled to take more, for my brother was indebted to me in a much greater sum, but he wrote me there was another wonderful opportunity for buying an estate and negroes in our neighbourhood at home, and Theo and I were only too glad to forego our little claim, so as to establish our brother's fortune. As to mine, poor Harry at this time did not know the state of it. My mother had never informed him that she had ceased remitting to me. She helped him with a considerable sum, the result of her savings, for the purchase of his new estate, and Theo and I were most heartily thankful at his prosperity. And how strange ours was! By what curious good fortune, as our purse was emptied, was it filled again? I had actually come to the end of our stock when poor Sampson brought me his 6 pieces, and with these I was enabled to carry on until my half-year's salary as young Mr. Foker's governor was due. Then Harry's 100, on which I laid mon bas, helped us over 3 months. We were behindhand with our rent, or the money would have lasted 6 good weeks longer. And when this was pretty near expended, what should arrive but a bill of exchange for a couple of £100 from Jamaica, with 10,000 blessings from the dear friends there, and fond scolding from the General that we had not sooner told him of our necessity, of which he had only heard through our friend Mr. Foker, who spoke in such terms of Theo and myself as to make our parents more than ever proud of their children. Was my quarrel with my mother irreparable? Let me go to Jamaica. There was plenty there for all, and employment which his Excellency as Governor would immediately procure for me. "Come to us," writes Hetty. "Come to us," writes Aunt Lambert. Have my children been suffering poverty, and we rolling in our Excellency's coach, with guards to turn out whenever we pass? Has Charley been home to you for ever so many holidays from the Chartreux? And had ever so many of my poor George's half-crowns in his pocket, I dare say?" This was indeed the truth, for where was he to go for holidays but to his sister? And was there any use in telling the child how scarce half-crowns were with us? And you always treating him with such goodness, as his letters tell me, which are brimful of love for George and little Miles. Oh, how we long to see Miles!" wrote Hetty and her mother. "And as for his godfather," writes Het, "who has been good to my dearest and her child, I promise him a kiss whenever I see him." Our young benefactor was never to hear of our family's love and gratitude to him. That glimpse of his bright face over the railings before our house at Lambeth, as he rode away on his little horse, was the last we ever were to have of him. At Christmas a basket comes to us, containing a great turkey and 3 brace of partridges, with a card, and "Shot by M.W." wrote on one of them. And on receipt of this present we wrote to thank the child, and gave him our sister's message. To this letter there came a reply from Lady Warrington, who said she was bound to inform me that in visiting me her child had been guilty of disobedience, and that she learned his visit to me now for the first time. Knowing my views regarding duty to my parents, which I had exemplified in my marriage, she could not wish her son to adopt them; and fervently hoping that I might be brought to see the errors of my present course, she took leave of this most unpleasant subject, subscribing herself, etc., etc. And we got this pretty missive as sauce for poor Miles's turkey, which was our family feast for New Year's Day. My Lady Warrington's letter choked our meal, though Sampson and Charley rejoiced over it. Ah me! Ere the month was over, our little friend was gone from amongst us. Going out shooting, and dragging his gun through a hedge after him, the trigger caught in a bush, and the poor little man was brought home to his father's house, only to live a few days and expire in pain and torture. Under the yew trees yonder, I can see the vault which covers him, and where my bones one day, no doubt, will be laid. And over our pew at church, my children have often wistfully spelt the touching epitaph in which Miles's heartbroken father has inscribed his grief and love for his only son. End of chapter 83. Chapter 84 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 84, in which Harry submits to the common lot. Hard times were now over with me, and I had to battle with poverty no more. My little kinsman's death made a vast difference in my worldly prospects. I became next heir to a good estate. My uncle and his wife were not likely to have more children. "The woman is capable of committing any crime to disappoint you," Sampson vowed. But, in truth, my Lady Warrington was guilty of no such treachery. Cruelly smitten by the stroke which fell upon them, Lady Warrington was taught by her religious advisers to consider it as a chastisement of heaven, and submit to the divine will. "Whilst your son lived, your heart was turned away from the better world," her clergyman told her, "and your ladyship thought too much of this. For your son's advantage you desired rank and title. You asked, and might have obtained, an earthly coronet. Of what avail is it now, to one who has but a few years to pass upon earth? Of what importance compared to the heavenly crown, for which you are an assured candidate?" The accident caused no little sensation in the chapels of that enthusiastic sect, towards which, after her son's death, she now more than ever inclined. Many sermons were preached bearing reference to the event. Far be it from me to question the course which the bereaved mother pursued, or to regard with other than respect and sympathy any unhappy soul seeking that refuge whither sin and grief and disappointment fly for consolation. Lady Warrington even tried a reconciliation with myself. A year after her loss, being in London, she signified that she would see me, and I waited on her, and she gave me, in her usual didactic way, a homily upon my position and her own. She marvelled at the decree of Heaven, which had permitted, and how dreadfully punished, her poor child's disobedience to her, a disobedience by which I was to profit. It appeared my poor little man had disobeyed orders, and gone out with his gun, unknown to his mother. She hoped that, should I ever succeed to the property, though the Warringtons were, thank Heaven, a long-lived family, except in my own father's case, whose life had been curtailed by the excesses of a very ill-regulated youth, but should I ever succeed to the family estate and honours, she hoped, she prayed, that my present course of life might be altered, that I should part from my unworthy associates, that I should discontinue all connection with the horrid theatre and its licentious frequenters. that I should turn to that quarter where only peace was to be had, and to those sacred duties which she very much feared, that I had neglected. She filled her exhortation with Scripture language, which I do not care to imitate. When I took my leave, she gave me a packet of sermons for Mrs. Warrington, and a little book of hymns by Miss Dora, who has been eminent in that society of which she and her mother became avowed professors subsequently, and who, after the Dowager's death, at Bath 3 years since, married young Mr. Juffles, a celebrated preacher. The poor lady forgave me then, but she could not bear the sight of our boy. We lost our second child, and then my aunt and her daughter came eagerly enough to the poor suffering mother, and even invited us hither. But my uncle was now almost every day in our house. He would sit for hours looking at our boy. He brought him endless toys and sweetmeats. He begged that the child might call him godpapa. When we felt our own grief, which at times still, and after the lapse of 25 years, strikes me as keenly as on the day when we first lost our little one, when I felt my own grief, I knew how to commiserate his. But my wife could pity him before she knew what it was to lose a child of her own. The mother's anxious heart had already divined the pang which was felt by the sorrow-stricken father. Mine, more selfish, has only learned pity from experience, and I was reconciled to my uncle by my little baby's coffin. The poor man sent his coach to follow the humble funeral, and afterwards took out little Miles, who prattled to him unceasingly, and forgot any grief he might have felt in the delights of his new black clothes and the pleasures of the airing. How the innocent talk of the child stabbed the mother's heart! Would we ever wish that it should heal of that wound? I know her face so well, that to this day I can tell when sometimes she is thinking of the loss of that little one. It is not a grief for a parting so long ago. It is a communion with a soul we love in heaven. We came back to our bright lodgings in Bloomsbury soon afterwards, and my young bear, whom I could no longer lead, and who had taken a prodigious friendship for Charley, went to the Chartreux school, where his friend took care that he had no more beating than was good for him, and where, in consequence of the excellence of his private tutor, no doubt, he took and kept a good place. And he liked the school so much that he says if ever he has a son, he shall be sent to that seminary. Now, I could no longer lead my bear for this reason, that I had other business to follow. Being fully reconciled to us, I do believe, for Mr. Miles's sake, my uncle, who was such an obsequious supporter of government that I wonder the minister ever gave him anything, being perfectly sure of his vote, used his influence in behalf of his nephew and heir, and I had the honour to be gazetted as one of his Majesty's commissioners for licensing hackney coaches, a post I filled, I trust, with credit, until a quarrel with the minister, to be mentioned in its proper place, deprived me of that one. I took my degree also at the Temple, and appeared in Westminster Hall in my gown and wig. And this year, my good friend Mr. Foker having business at Paris, I had the pleasure of accompanying him thither, where I was received a bras ouvert by my dear American preserver, Monsieur de Florac, who introduced me to his noble family, and to even more of the polite society of the capital than I had leisure to frequent. For I had too much spirit to desert my kind patron Foker, whose acquaintance lay chiefly amongst the bourgeois, especially with Monsieur Santerre, a great brewer of Paris, a scoundrel who hath since distinguished himself in blood and not beer. Mr. F. had need of my services as interpreter, and I was too glad that he should command them, and to be able to pay back some of the kindness which he had rendered to me. Our ladies, meanwhile, were residing at Mr. Foker's new village at Wimbledon, and were pleased to say that they were amused with the Parisian letters which I sent to them, through my distinguished friend Mr. Hume, then of the Embassy, and which subsequently have been published in a neat volume. Whilst I was tranquilly discharging my small official duties in London, those troubles were commencing which were to end in the great separation between our colonies and the mother country. When Mr. Grenville proposed his stamp duties, I said to my wife that the bill would create a mighty discontent at home, for we were ever anxious to get as much as we could from England, and pay back as little. But assuredly I never anticipated the prodigious anger which the scheme created. It was with us, as families or individuals. A pretext is given for a quarrel. The real cause lies in long bickerings and previous animosities. Many foolish exactions and petty tyrannies, the habitual insolence of Englishmen towards all foreigners, all colonists, all folk who dare to think their rivers as good as our Abana and Pharpar, the natural spirit of men outraged by our imperious domineering spirit, set Britain and her colonies to quarrel; and the astonishing blunders of the system adopted in England brought the quarrel to an issue which I, for one, am not going to deplore. Had I been in Virginia instead of London, 'tis very possible I should have taken the provincial side, if out of mere opposition to that resolute mistress of Castlewood, who might have driven me into revolt as England did the colonies. Was the Stamp Act the cause of the Revolution? A tax no greater than that cheerfully paid in England? 10 years earlier, when the French were within our territory, and we were imploring succour from home, would the colonies have rebelled at the payment of this tax? Do not most people consider the tax-gatherer the natural enemy? Against the British in America there were arrayed thousands and thousands of the high-spirited and brave, but there were thousands more who found their profit in the quarrel, or had their private reasons for engaging in it. I protest I don't know now whether mine were selfish or patriotic, or which side was in the right, or whether both were not. I am sure we in England had nothing to do but to fight the battle out, and, having lost the game, I do vow and believe that, after the first natural soreness, the loser felt no rancour. What made brother Hal write home from Virginia, which he seemed exceedingly loath to quit, such flaming patriotic letters? My kind best brother was always led by somebody. By me, when we were together. He had such an idea of my wit and wisdom, that if I said the day was fine, he would ponder over the observation as though it was one of the sayings of the 7 sages. By some other wiseacre when I was away. Who inspired these flaming letters, this boisterous patriotism, which he sent to us in London? He is rebelling against Madam Esmond, said I. He is led by some colonial person. By that lady, perhaps, hinted my wife. Who that lady was, Hal never had told us, and indeed besought me never to allude to the delicate subject in my letters to him. For Madam wishes to see 'em all, and I wish to say nothing about you know what until the proper moment, he wrote. No affection could be greater than that which his letters showed. When he heard, from the informant whom I have mentioned, that in the midst of my own extreme straits I had retained no more than £100 out of his aunt's legacy, he was for mortgaging the estate which he had just bought, and had more than one quarrel with his mother in my behalf, and spoke his mind with a great deal more frankness than I should have ever ventured to show. Until her angry recriminations, when she charged him with ingratitude after having toiled and saved so much and so long for him, the poor fellow did not know that our mother had cut off my supplies to advance his interests, and by the time this news came to him, his bargains were made, and I was fortunately quite out of want. Every scrap of paper which we ever wrote, our thrifty parent at Castlewood taped and docketed and put away. We boys were more careless about our letters to one another. I especially, who, perhaps, chose rather to look down upon my younger brother's literary performances.
But my wife is not so supercilious, and hath kept no small number of Harry's letters, as well as those of the angelic being whom we were presently to call sister. To think whom he has chosen, and whom he might have had! Oh, 'tis cruel!" cries my wife, when we got that notable letter in which Harry first made us acquainted with the name of his charmer. "She was a very pretty little maid when I left home. She may be a perfect beauty now," I remarked, as I read over the longest letter Harry ever wrote on private affairs. "But is she to compare to my Hetty?" says Mrs. Warrington. "We agreed that Hetty and Harry were not to be happy together, my love," says I. Theo gives her husband a kiss. "My dear, I wish they had tried," she says with a sigh. "I was afraid lest Hetty should have led him, you see. And I think she hath the better head. But from reading this, it appears that the new lady has taken command of poor Harry." And she hands me the letter. My dearest George hath been prepared by previous letters to understand how a certain lady has made a conquest of my heart, which I have given away in exchange for something infinitely more valuable, namely, her own. She is at my side as I write this letter, and if there is no bad spelling, such as you often used to laugh at, 'tis because I have my pretty dictionary at hand, which makes no faults in the longest word, nor in anything else I know of, being of opinion that she is perfection. As Madam Esmond saw all your letters, I writ you not to give any hint of a certain delicate matter. But now 'tis no secret, and is known to all the country. Mr. George is not the only one of our family who has made a secret marriage, and been scolded by his mother. As a dutiful younger brother, I have followed his example, and now I may tell you how this mighty event came about. I had not been at home long before I saw my fate was accomplished. I will not tell you how beautiful Miss Fanny Mountain had grown since I had been away in Europe. She saith, you never will think so. And I am glad, as she is the only thing in life I would grudge to my dearest brother. That neither Madam Esmond nor my other mother, as Mountain is now, should have seen our mutual attachment, is a wonder, only to be accounted for by supposing that love makes other folks blind. Mine, for my Fanny, was increased by seeing what the treatment was she had from Madam Esmond, who indeed was very rough and haughty with her, which my love bore with a sweetness perfectly angelic. This I will say, though she will order me not to write any such nonsense. She was scarce better treated than a servant of the house. Indeed, our negroes can talk much more free before Madam Esmond than ever my Fanny could. And yet my Fanny says she doth not regret Madam's unkindness, as without it I possibly never should have been what I am to her. Oh, dear brother, when I remember how great your goodness hath been, how, in my own want, you paid my debts, and rescued me out of prison, how you have been living in poverty which never need have occurred but for my fault, how you might have paid yourself back my just debt to you, and would not, preferring my advantage to your own comfort. Indeed, I am lost at the thought of such goodness. And ought I not to be thankful to Heaven that hath given me such a wife and such a brother? When I writ to you requesting you to send me my aunt's legacy money, for which indeed I had the most profitable and urgent occasion, I had no idea that you were yourself suffering poverty, that you, the head of our family, should condescend to be governor to a brewer's son, that you should have to write for booksellers, except in so far as your own genius might prompt you, never once entered my mind, until Mr. Foker's letter came to us, and this would never have been shown, for Madam kept it secret, had it not been for the difference which sprang up between us. Poor Tom Diggle's estate and negroes being for sale, owing to Tom's losses and extravagance at play, and his father's debts before him, Madam Esmond saw here was a great opportunity of making a provision for me, and that with £6,000 for the farm and stock,
I should be put in possession of as pretty a property as falls to most younger sons in this country. It lies handy enough to Richmond, between Kent and Hanover Court House. The mansion nothing for elegance compared to ours at Castlewood, but the land excellent and the people extraordinarily healthy. Here was a second opportunity, Madam Esmond said, such as never might again befall. By the sale of my commissions and her own savings, I might pay more than half of the price of the property, and get the rest of the money on mortgage, though here, where money is scarce to procure, it would have been difficult and dear. At this juncture, with our new relative, Mr. Van den Bosch, bidding against us (his agent is wild that we should have bought the property over him), my aunt's legacy most opportunely fell in. And now I am owner of a good house and negroes in my native country, shall be called, no doubt, to our House of Burgesses, and hope to see my dearest brother and family under my own roof tree. To sit at my own fireside, to ride my own horses to my own hounds, is better than going a-soldiering, now war is over and there are no French to fight. Indeed, Madam Esmond made a condition that I should leave the army and live at home, when she brought me her £750 of savings. She had lost one son, she said, who chose to write play books and live in England. Let the other stay with her at home. But after the purchase of the estate was made, and my papers for selling out were sent home, my mother would have had me marry a person of her choosing, but by no means of mine. You remember Miss Betsy Pitts at Williamsburg? She is in no wise improved by having had her face dreadfully scarred with smallpox, and though Madam Esmond saith the young lady hath every virtue, I own her virtues did not suit me. Her eyes do not look straight. She hath one leg shorter than another. And, oh, brother, didst thou ever remark Fanny's ankles when we were boys? Neater I never saw at the opera. Now, when 'twas agreed that I should leave the army, a certain dear girl, canst thou guess her name? One day, when we were private, burst into tears of such happiness that I could not but feel immensely touched by her sympathy. "Ah!" says she, "do you think, sir, that the idea of the son of my revered benefactress going to battle doth not inspire me with terror? Ah, Mr. Henry, do you imagine I have no heart? When Mr. George was with Braddock, do you fancy we did not pray for him? And when you were with Mr. Wolfe, oh!" Here the dear creature hid her eyes in her handkerchief, and had hard work to prevent her mamma, who came in, from seeing that she was crying. But my dear Mountain declares that, though she might have prayed in secret for such a thing, she owns to that now. She never imagined it for one moment. Nor, indeed, did my good mother, who supposed that Sam Lintot, the apothecary's lad at Richmond, was Fanny's flame, an absurd fellow that I nearly kicked into James River. But when the commission was sold and the estate bought, what does Fanny do but fall into a deep melancholy? I found her crying one day in her mother's room, where the two ladies had been at work trimming hats for my negroes. "What, crying, miss?" says I. "Has my mother been scolding you?" "No," says the dear creature. "Madam Esmond has been kind to-day." And her tears dropped down on a cockade which she is sewing on to a hat for Sadie, who is to be head groom. "Then why, miss, are those dear eyes so red?" say I. "Because I have the toothache," she says, "or because I am a fool." Here she fairly bursts out, "Oh, Mr. Harry! Oh, Mr. Warrington! You are going to leave us, and 'tis as well. You will take your place in your country, as becomes you. You will leave us poor women in our solitude and dependence. You will come to visit us from time to time. And when you are happy and honoured, and among your gay companions, you will remember your—" Here she could say no more, and hid her face with one hand, as I confess, seized the other. "Dearest, sweetest Miss Mountain!" says I. "Oh, could I think that the parting from me has brought tears to those lovely eyes! Indeed, I fear
I should be almost happy. Let me look upon your... Oh, sir!" cries my charmer. "Oh, Mr. Warrington, consider who I am, sir, and who you are. Remember the difference between us. Release my hand, sir. What would Madam Esmond say if...
If what, I don't know, for here our mother was in the room.
"What would Madam Esmond say?" she cries out. "She would say that you are an ungrateful, artful, false little..."
"Madam!" says I.
"Yes, an ungrateful, artful, false little wretch!" cries out my mother. "For shame, miss! What would Mr. Lintot say if he saw you making eyes at the captain? And for you, Harry, I will have you bring none of your garrison manners hither. This is a Christian family, sir, and you will please to know that my house is not intended for captains and their misses." "Misses, mother!" says I. "Gracious powers! Do you ever venture for to call Miss Mountain by such a name? Miss Mountain, the purest of her sex?" "The purest of her sex! Can I trust my own ears?" asks Madam, turning very pale.
"I mean that if a man would question her honour, I would fling him out of window," says I.
"You mean that you, your mother's son, are actually paying honourable attention to this young person?" "He would never dare to offer any other," cries my Fanny, "nor any woman but you, madam, to think so." "Oh, I don't know, miss," says mother, dropping her a fine curtsey. "I didn't know the honour you were doing our family. You propose to marry with us, do you? Do I understand Captain Warrington aright, that he intends to offer me Miss Mountain as a daughter-in-law?" "'Tis to be seen, madam, that I have no protector, or you would not insult me so," cries my poor victim. "I should think the apothecary protection sufficient," says our mother.
"I don't, mother!" I bawl out, for I was very angry. "And if Lintot offers her any liberty, I'll brain him with his own pestle."
"Oh, if Lintot has withdrawn, sir, I suppose I must be silent. But I did not know of the circumstance. He came hither, as I supposed, to pay court to Miss, and we all thought the match equal, and I encouraged it." "He came because I had the toothache!" cries my darling, and indeed she had a dreadful bad tooth. And he took it out for her, and there is no end to the suspicions and calumnies of women. "What more natural than that he should marry my housekeeper's daughter? 'Twas a very suitable match," continues Madam, taking snuff. "But I confess," she adds, going on, "I was not aware that you intended to jilt the apothecary for my son." "Peace! For heaven's sake, peace, Mr. Warrington!" cries my angel. "Pray, sir, before you fully make up your mind, had you not better look round the rest of the family?" says Madam. "Dinah is a fine tall girl, and not very black. Cleopatra is promised to Ajax the blacksmith, to be sure. But then we could break the marriage, you know. If with an apothecary, why not with a blacksmith? Martha's husband has run away, and..." Here, dear brother, I own I broke out a swearing. I can't help it. But at times, when a man is angry, it do relieve him immensely. I'm blessed, but I should have gone wild if it hadn't been for them oaths. "Curses, blasphemy, ingratitude, disobedience!" says mother, leaning now on her tortoise-shell stick, and then waving it, something like a queen in a play. "These are my rewards," says she. "Oh, heaven, what have I done that I should merit this awful punishment? And does it please you to visit the sins of my fathers upon me? Where do my children inherit their pride? When I was young, had I any? When my papa bade me marry, did I refuse? Did I ever think of disobeying? No, sir. My fault has been, and I own it, that my love was centred upon you, perhaps to the neglect of your elder brother." Indeed, brother, there was some truth in what Madam said. "I turned from Esau, and I clung to Jacob, and now I have my reward. I have my reward. I fixed my vain thoughts on this world and its distinctions. To see my son advanced in worldly rank was my ambition. I toiled and spared, that I might bring him worldly wealth. I took unjustly from my eldest son's portion, that my younger might profit. And oh, that I should see him seducing the daughter of my housekeeper under my own roof, and replying to my just anger with oaths and blasphemies!" "I try to seduce no one, madam," I cried out. "If I utter oaths and blasphemies, I beg your pardon, but you are enough to provoke a saint to speak 'em. I won't have this young lady's character assailed. No, not by my own mother, nor any mortal alive. No, dear Miss Mountain, if Madam Esmond chooses to say that my designs on you are dishonourable, let this undeceive her." And as I spoke, I went down on my knees, seizing my adorable Fanny's hand. "And if you will accept this heart and hand, miss," says I, "they are yours for ever." "You at least I knew, sir," says Fanny, with a noble curtsey, "never said a word that was disrespectful to me, or entertained any doubt of my honour. And I trust it is only Madam Esmond in the world who can have such an opinion of me. After what your ladyship hath said of me, of course I can stay no longer in your house." "Of course, madam, I never intended you should, and the sooner you leave it the better," cries our mother. "If you are driven from my mother's house, mine, miss, is at your service," says I, making a low bow. "It is nearly ready now. If you will take it and stay in it for ever, it is yours. And as Madam Esmond insulted your honour, at least let me do all in my power to make her reparation." I don't know what more I exactly said, for you may fancy I was not a little flustered and excited by the scene. But here Mountain came in, and my dearest Fanny, flinging herself into her mother's arms, wept upon her shoulder, whilst Madam Esmond, sitting down in her chair, looked at us as pale as a stone. Whilst I was telling my story to Mountain, who, poor thing, had not the least idea, not she, that Miss Fanny and I had the slightest inclination for one another, I could hear our mother once or twice still saying, "I am punished for my crime." Now, what our mother meant by her crime I did not know at first, or indeed take much heed of what she said, for you know her way, and how, when she is angry, she always talks sermons. But Mountain told me afterwards, when we had some talk together, as we did at the tavern, whither the ladies presently removed their bag and baggage, for not only would they not stay at Madam's house after the language she used, but my mother determined to go away likewise. She called her servants together, and announced her intention of going home instantly to Castlewood. And I own to you, 'twas with a horrible pain I saw the family coach roll by, with 6 horses, and ever so many of the servants on mules and on horseback, as I and Fanny looked through the blinds of the tavern. After the words Madam used to my spotless Fanny, 'twas impossible that the poor child or her mother should remain in our house. And, indeed, M. said she would go back to her relations in England. And a ship bound homewards lying in James River, she went and bargained with the captain about a passage, so bent was she upon quitting the country, and so little did she think of making a match between me and my angel. But the cabin was mercifully engaged by a North Carolina gentleman and his family, and before the next ship sailed, which bears this letter to my dearest George, they have agreed to stop with me. Almost all the ladies in this neighbourhood have waited on them. When the marriage takes place, I hope Madam Esmond will be reconciled. My Fanny's father was a British officer, and sure ours was no more. Some day, please Heaven, we shall visit Europe, and the places where my wild oats were sown, and where I committed so many extravagances from which my dear brother rescued me. The ladies send you their affection and duty, and to my sister. We hear his Excellency General Lambert is much beloved in Jamaica, and I shall write to our dear friends there, announcing my happiness. My dearest brother will participate in it, and I am ever his grateful and affectionate H. E. W. P.S. Till Mountain told me, I had no more notion than the dead that Madam E. had actually stopped your allowances.
Besides making you pay for ever so much, near upon £1,000, Mountain says, for goods, etc., provided for the Virginian property. Then there was all the charges of me out of prison, which I owe you with all my heart. Draw upon me, please, dearest brother, to any amount, addressing me to care of Messrs. Horn and Sandon, Williamsburg, private, who remit by present occasion a bill for £225, payable by their London agents on demand. Please don't acknowledge this in answering, as there's no good in bothering women with accounts. And with the extra £5, buy a cap or what she likes for my dear sister, and a toy for my nephew from Uncle Hal. The conclusion to which we came on the perusal of this document was that the ladies had superintended the style and spelling of my poor Hal's letter, but that the postscript was added without their knowledge, and I am afraid we argued that the Virginian squire was under female domination, as Hercules, Samson, and Fortes Multi had been before him. End of chapter 84.
Chapter 85 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 85. In Veni Portum. When my mother heard of my acceptance of a place at home, I think she was scarcely well pleased. She may have withdrawn her supplies in order to starve me into a surrender, and force me to return with my family to Virginia and to dependence under her. We never, up to her dying day, had any explanation on the pecuniary dispute between us. She cut off my allowances. I uttered not a word, but managed to live without her aid. I never heard that she repented of her injustice, or acknowledged it, except from Harry's private communication to me. In after days, when we met, by a great gentleness in her behaviour, and an uncommon respect and affection shown to my wife, Madam Esmond may have intended I should understand her tacit admission that she had been wrong, but she made no apology, nor did I ask one. Harry being provided for, whose welfare I could not grudge, all my mother's savings and economical schemes went to my advantage, who was her heir. Time was when a few guineas would have been more useful to me than hundreds which might come to me when I had no need. But when Madam Esmond and I met, the period of necessity was long passed away. I had no need to scheme in noble savings, or to grudge the doctor his fee. I had plenty, and she could but bring me more. No doubt she suffered in her own mind to think that my children had been hungry, and she had offered them no food, and that strangers had relieved the necessity from which her proud heart had caused her to turn aside. Proud? Was she prouder than I? A soft word of explanation between us might have brought about a reconciliation years before it came, but I would never speak, nor did she. When I commit a wrong, and know it subsequently, I love to ask pardon, but 'tis as a satisfaction to my own pride, and to myself I am apologizing for having been wanting to myself. And hence, I think, out of regard to that personage of ego, I scarce ever could degrade myself to do a meanness. How do men feel whose whole lives, and many men's lives are lies, schemes, and subterfuges? What sort of company do they keep when they are alone? Daily in life I watch men whose every smile is an artifice, and every wink is an hypocrisy. Doth such a fellow wear a mask in his own privacy, and to his own conscience? If I choose to pass over an injury, I fear 'tis not from a Christian and forgiving spirit. 'Tis because I can afford to remit the debt, and disdain to ask the settlement of it. One or two sweet souls I have known in my life, and perhaps tried, to whom forgiveness is no trouble, a plant that grows naturally, as it were, in the soil.
I know how to remit, I say, not forgive. I wonder, are we proud men proud of being proud? So I showed not the least sign of submission towards my parent in Virginia yonder, and we continued for years to live in estrangement, with occasionally a brief word or two, such as the announcement of the birth of a child, or what not, passing between my wife and her. After our first troubles in America about the Stamp Act, troubles fell on me in London likewise. Though I have been on the Tory side in our quarrel, as indeed upon the losing side in most controversies, having no doubt that the Imperial Government had a full right to levy taxes in the colonies, yet at the time of the dispute I must publish a pert letter to a member of the House of Burgesses in Virginia, in which the question of the habitual insolence of the mother country to the colonies was so freely handled, and sentiments were uttered so disagreeable to persons in power, that I was deprived of my place as hackney coach licenser, to the terror and horror of my uncle, who never could be brought to love people in disgrace. He had grown to have an extreme affection for my wife as well as my little boy, but towards myself, personally, entertained a kind of pitying contempt which always infinitely amused me. He had a natural scorn and dislike for poverty, and a corresponding love for success and good fortune. Any opinion departing at all from the regular track shocked and frightened him, and all truth-telling made him turn pale. He must have had originally some warmth of heart and genuine love of kindred, for, spite of the dreadful shocks I gave him, he continued to see Theo and the child, and me too, giving me a mournful recognition when we met. And though broken-hearted by my free-spokenness, he did not refuse to speak to me as he had done at the time of our first differences, but looked upon me as a melancholy lost creature, who was past all worldly help or hope. Never mind, I must cast about for some new scheme of life, and the repayment of Harry's debt to me at this juncture enabled me to live at least for some months even, or years to come. O strange fatuity of youth, I often say! How was it that we dared to be so poor, and so little cast down? At this time his Majesty's royal uncle of Cumberland fell down and perished in a fit, and, strange to say, his death occasioned a remarkable change in my fortune. My poor Sir Miles Warrington never missed any court ceremony to which he could introduce himself. He was at all the drawing-rooms, christenings, balls, funerals of the court. If ever a prince or princess was ailing, his coach was at their door. Leicester Fields, Carlton House, Gunnersbury, were all the same to him, and nothing must satisfy him now but going to the stout Duke's funeral. He caught a great cold and an inflammation of the throat from standing bareheaded at this funeral in the rain, and one morning, before almost I had heard of his illness, a lawyer waits upon me at my lodgings in Bloomsbury, and salutes me by the name of Sir George Warrington. Party and fear of the future were over now. We laid the poor gentleman by the side of his little son in the family churchyard where so many of his race repose. Little Miles and I were the chief mourners. An obsequious tenantry bowed and curtsied before us, and did their utmost to conciliate my honour and my worship. The dowager and her daughter withdrew to Bath presently, and I and my family took possession of the house of which I have been master for 30 years. Be not too eager, O my son. Have but a little patience, and I too shall sleep under yonder yew trees, and the people will be tossing up their caps for Sir Miles. The records of a prosperous country life are easily and briefly told. The steward's books show what rents were paid and forgiven, what crops were raised, and in what rotation; what visitors came to us, and how long they stayed; what pensioners my wife had, and how they were doctored and relieved, and how they died; what year I was sheriff, and how often the hounds met near us. All these are narrated in our house journals, which any of my heirs may read who choose to take the trouble. We could not afford the fine mansion in Hill Street, which my predecessor had occupied, but we took a smaller house, in which, however, we spent more money. We made not half the show, with liveries, equipages, and plate, for which my uncle had been famous. But our beer was stronger, and my wife's charities were perhaps more costly than those of the Dowager Lady Warrington. No doubt she thought there was no harm in spoiling the Philistines, for she made us pay unconscionably for the goods she left behind her in our country house, and I submitted to most of her extortions with unutterable good humour.
What a value she imagined the potted plants in her greenhouses bore! What a price she set upon that horrible old spinet she left in her drawing-room! And the framed pieces of worsted work performed by the accomplished Dora and the lovely Flora, had they been masterpieces of Titian or Van Dyck, to be sure my Lady Dowager could hardly have valued them at a higher price.
But though we paid so generously, though we were, I may say, without boast, far kinder to our poor than ever she had been, for a while we had the very worst reputation in the county, where all sorts of stories had been told to my discredit. I thought I might perhaps succeed to my uncle's seat in Parliament as well as to his landed property. But I found, I knew not how, that I was voted to be a person of very dangerous opinions. I would not bribe. I would not coerce my own tenants to vote for me in the election of '68. A gentleman came down from Whitehall with a pocket-book full of bank notes, and I found that I had no chance against my competitor. Bon Dieu! Now that we were at ease in respect of worldly means, now that obedient tenants bowed and curtsied as we went to church, that we drove to visit our friends or to neighbouring towns in the great family coach with the 4 fat horses, did we not often regret poverty, and the little cottage at Lambeth, where want was ever prowling at the door? Did I not long to be bear-leading again, and vow that translating for booksellers was not such very hard drudgery? When we went to London, we made sentimental pilgrimages to all our old haunts. I dare say my wife embraced all her landladies. You may be sure we asked all the friends of those old times to share the comforts of our new home with us. The Reverend Mr. Hagan and his lady visited us more than once. His appearance in the pulpit at B, where he preached very finely, as we thought, caused an awful scandal there. Sampson came too, another unlucky Levite, and was welcome as long as he would stay among us. Mr. Johnson talked of coming, but he put us off once or twice. I suppose our house was dull. I know that I myself would be silent for days, and fear that my moodiness must often have tried the sweetest-tempered woman in the world who lived with me. I did not care for field sports. But killing one partridge was so like killing another that I wondered how men could pass days after days in the pursuit of that kind of slaughter. Their fox-hunting stories would begin at 4 o'clock, when the tablecloth was removed, and last till supper-time. I sat silent and listened. Day after day I fell asleep. No wonder I was not popular with my company. What admission is this I am making? Here was the storm over, the rocks avoided, the ship in port, and the sailor not over contented. Was Susan I had been sighing for during the voyage not the beauty I expected to find her? In the first place, Susan and all the family can look in her William's logbook, and so, madam, I am not going to put my secrets down there. No, Susan, I never had secrets from thee. I never cared for another woman. I have seen more beautiful, but none that suited me as well as your ladyship. I have met Mrs. Carter and Miss Mulso, and Mrs. Thrale and Madam Kaufmann, and the angelical Gunnings, and her Grace of Devonshire, and a host of beauties who were not angelic by any means, and I was not dazzled by them. Nay, young folks, I may have led your mother a weary life, and been a very Bluebeard over her, but then I had no other heads in the closet. Only, The first pleasure of taking possession of our kingdom over, I own I began to be quickly tired of the crown. When the Captain wears it, his Majesty will be a very different prince. He can ride a hunting 5 days in the week, and find the sport amusing. I believe he would hear the same sermon at church 50 times, and not yawn more than I do at the first delivery. But, sweet Joan, beloved Baucis, being thy faithful servant and true lover always, thy Darby is rather ashamed of having been testy so often. And, being arrived at the consummation of happiness, Philemon asks pardon for falling asleep so frequently after dinner. There came a period of my life when, having reached the summit of felicity, I was quite tired of the prospect I had there. I yawned in Eden, and said, "Is this all? What, no lions to bite, no rain to fall, no thorns to prick you in the rose bush when you sit down? Only Eve, for ever sweet and tender, and figs for breakfast, dinner, supper, from week's end to week's end? Shall I make my confessions? Hearken well, then, if I must make a clean breast of it." Here 3 pages are torn out of Sir George Warrington's MS book, for which the editor is sincerely sorry. I know the theory and practice of the Roman Church, but being bred of another persuasion, and sceptical and heterodox regarding that, I can't help doubting the other 2, and wondering whether Catholics in their confessions confess all. Do we Protestants ever do so? And has education rendered those other fellow men so different from us? At least, amongst us, we are not accustomed to suppose Catholic priests or laymen more frank and open than ourselves. Which brings me back to my question. Does any man confess all? Does yonder dear creature know all my life, who has been the partner of it for 30 years? Who, whenever I have told her a sorrow, has been ready with the best of her gentle power to soothe it? Who has watched when I did not speak, and when I was silent, has been silent herself, or with the charming hypocrisy of woman, has worn smiles and an easy appearance, so as to make me imagine she felt no care, or would not even ask to disturb her lord's secret when he seemed to indicate a desire to keep it private? Oh, the dear hypocrite! Have I not watched her hiding the boys' peccadilloes from papa's anger? Have I not known her cheat out of her housekeeping to pay off their little extravagances, and talk to me with an artless face as if she did not know that our revered captain had had dealings with the gentlemen of Duke's Place, and our learned collegian, at the end of his terms, had very pressing reasons for sporting his oak, as the phrase is, against some of the university tradesmen? Why, from the very earliest days, thou wise woman, thou wert for ever concealing something from me. This one stealing jam from the cupboard, that one getting into disgrace at school, that naughty rebel, put on the caps, young folks, according to the fit, flinging an inkstand at mamma in a rage, whilst I was told the gown and the carpet were spoiled by accident. We all hide from one another. We have all secrets. We are all alone. We sin by ourselves, and, let us trust, repent too. Yonder dear woman would give her foot to spare mine a twinge of the gout, but when I have the fit, the pain is in my slipper.
At the end of the novel or the play, the hero and heroine marry or die, and so there is an end of them as far as the poet is concerned, who huzzas for his young couple till the post-chaise turns the corner, or fetches the hearse and plumes, and shovels them underground.
But when Mr. Random and Mr. Thomas Jones are married, is all over? Are there no quarrels at home? Are there no Lady Bellastons abroad? Are there no constables to be outrun? No temptations to conquer us, or be conquered by us? The sirens sang after Ulysses long after his marriage, and the suitors whispered in Penelope's ear, and he and she had many a weary day of doubt and care, and so have we all. As regards money, I was put out of troubles by the inheritance I made. But does not atra cura sit beside baronets as well as equites? My friends in London used to congratulate me on my happiness. Who would not like to be master of a good house and a good estate? But can Gumbo shut the hall door upon blue devils, or lay them always in a red sea of claret? Does a man sleep the better who has 24 hours to doze in? Do his intellects brighten after a sermon from the dull old vicar, a 10 minutes' cackle and flattery from the village apothecary, or the conversation of Sir John and Sir Thomas with their ladies, who come 10 moonlight muddy miles to eat a haunch and play a rubber? 'Tis all very well to have tradesmen bowing to your carriage door, room made for you at quarter sessions, and my lady wife taken down the second or the third to dinner. But these pleasures fade, nay, have their inconveniences.
In our part of the country, for 7 years after we came to Warrington Manor, our two what they called best neighbours were my Lord Tutbury and Sir John Mudbrook. We are of an older date than the Mudbrooks, consequently my Lady Tutbury always fell to my lot, when we dined together, who was deaf and fell asleep after dinner; or, if I had Lady Mudbrook, she chattered with a folly so incessant and intense that even my wife could hardly keep her complacency, consummate hypocrite as her ladyship is, knowing the rage with which I was fuming at the other's clatter.
I come to London. I show my tongue to Dr. Heberden. I pour out my catalogue of complaints. "Psha, my dear George," says the unfeeling physician, "headaches, languor, bad sleep, bad temper." "Not bad temper. Sir George has the sweetest temper in the world, only he is sometimes a little melancholy," says my wife. "Bad sleep, bad temper," continues the implacable doctor. "My dear lady, his inheritance has been his ruin, and a little poverty and a great deal of occupation would do him all the good in life. No, my brother Harry ought to have been the squire, with remainder to my son Miles, of course." Harry's letters were full of gaiety and good spirits. His estate prospered. His negroes multiplied. His crops were large. He was a member of the House of Burgesses. He adored his wife. Could he but have a child, his happiness would be complete. Had Hal been master of Warrington Manor House in my place, he would have been beloved through the whole country. He would have been steward at all the races, the gayest of all the jolly huntsmen, the bienvenu at all the mansions round about, where people scarce cared to perform the ceremony of welcome at the sight of my glum face. As for my wife, all the world liked her, and agreed in pitying her. I don't know how the report got abroad, but 'twas generally agreed that I treated her with awful cruelty, and that for jealousy I was a perfect Bluebeard. Ah me! And so it is true that I have had many dark hours, that I passed days in long silence, that the conversation of fools and whipper-snappers makes me rebellious and peevish, and that, when I feel contempt, I sometimes don't know how to conceal it, or, I should say, did not. I hope as I grow older I grow more charitable, because I do not love bawling and galloping after a fox like the captain yonder. I am not his superior, but in this respect humbly own that he is mine. He has perceptions which are denied me, enjoyments which I cannot understand. Because I am blind, the world is not dark. I try now and listen with respect when Squire Codgers talks of the day's run. I do my best to laugh when Captain Rattleton tells his garrison stories. I step up to the harpsichord with old Miss Humby, our neighbour from Beckley's, and try and listen as she warbles her ancient ditties. I play whilst laboriously. Am I not trying to do the duties of life? and I have a right to be garrulous and egotistical, because I have been reading Montaigne all the morning. I was not surprised, knowing by what influence my brother was led, to find his name in the list of Virginia burgesses who declare that the sole right of imposing taxes on the inhabitants of this colony is now, and ever hath been, legally and constitutionally vested in the House of Burgesses, and called upon the other colonies to pray for the royal interposition in favour of the violated rights of America. And it was now, after we had been some 3 years settled in our English home, that a correspondence between us and Madam Esmond began to take place. It was my wife who, upon some pretext such as women always know how to find, re-established the relations between us. Mr. Miles must need have the smallpox, from which he miraculously recovered without losing any portion of his beauty, and on his recovery the mother writes her prettiest little wheedling letter to the grandmother of the fortunate babe. She coaxes her with all sorts of modest phrases and humble offerings of respect and goodwill. She narrates anecdotes of the precocious genius of the lad. What hath subsequently happened, I wonder, to stop the growth of that gallant young officer's brains? And she must have sent over to his grandmother a lock of the darling boy's hair, for the old lady in her reply acknowledged the receipt of some such present. I wonder, as it came from England, they allowed it to pass our custom house at Williamsburg. In return for these peace offerings and smuggled tokens of submission, comes a tolerably gracious letter from my Lady of Castlewood. She inveighs against the dangerous spirit pervading the colony. She laments to think that her unhappy son is consorting with people who, she fears, will be no better than rebels and traitors. She does not wonder, considering who his friends and advisers are. How can a wife taken from an almost menial situation be expected to sympathise with persons of rank and dignity who have the honour of the crown at heart? If evil times were coming for the monarchy, for the folks in America appeared to be disinclined to pay taxes, and required that everything should be done for them without cost, she remembered how, to monarchs in misfortune, the Esmonds, her father, the Marquis especially, had ever been faithful.
She knew not what opinions, though she might judge from my newfangled Lord Chatham, were in fashion in England. She prayed at least she might hear that one of her sons was not on the side of rebellion. When we came, in after days, to look over old family papers in Virginia, we found letters from my daughter, Lady Warrington, neatly tied up with a ribbon. My Lady Theo insisted I should not open them, and the truth, I believe, is that they were so full of praises of her husband that she thought my vanity would suffer from reading them. When Madam began to write, she gave us brief notices of Harry and his wife. "The two women," she wrote, "still govern everything with my poor boy at Fannystown, as he chooses to call his house. They must save money there, for I hear but a shabby account of their manner of entertaining. The Mount Vernon gentleman continues to be his great friend, and he votes in the House of Burgesses very much as his guide advises him. Why he should be so sparing of his money I cannot understand. I heard of 5 negroes who went with his equipages to my Lord Bodetort's, only 2 had shoes to their feet. I had reasons to save, having sons for whom I wished to provide. But he hath no children, wherein he certainly is spared from much grief, though, no doubt, Heaven in its wisdom means our good by the trials which through our children it causes us to endure. His mother-in-law," she added in one of her letters, "has been ailing. Ever since his marriage, my poor Henry has been the creature of these 2 artful women, and they rule him entirely. Nothing, my dear daughter, is more contrary to common sense and to Holy Scripture than this. Are we not told, wives, be obedient to your husbands? Had Mr. Warrington lived, I should have endeavoured to follow up that sacred precept, holding that nothing so becomes a woman as humility and obedience." Presently we had a letter sealed with black, and announcing the death of our dear good Mountain, for whom I had a hearty regret and affection, remembering her sincere love for us as children. Harry deplored the event in his honest way, and with tears which actually blotted his paper. And Madam Esmond, alluding to the circumstance, said, "My late housekeeper, Mrs. Mountain, as soon as she found her illness was fatal, sent to me requesting a last interview on her deathbed, intending doubtless to pray my forgiveness for her treachery towards me. I sent her word that I could forgive her as a Christian, and heartily hope, though I confess I doubt it, that she had a due sense of her crime towards me. But our meeting, I considered, was of no use, and could only occasion unpleasantness between us. If she repented, though at the 11th hour, it was not too late, and I sincerely trusted that she was now doing so. And would you believe her lamentable and hardened condition? She sent me word through Dinah, my woman, whom I dispatched to her with medicines for her soul's and her body's health, that she had nothing to repent of as far as regarded her conduct to me, and she wanted to be left alone. Poor Dinah distributed the medicine to my negroes, and our people took it eagerly, whilst Mrs. Mountain, left to herself, succumbed to the fever. Oh, the perversity of humankind! This poor creature was too proud to take my remedies, and is now beyond the reach of cure and physicians. You tell me your little Miles is subject to fits of colic. My remedy, and I will beg you to let me know if effectual, is, etc., etc. And here followed the prescription, which thou didst not take, O my son, my heir, and my pride, because thy fond mother had her mother's favourite powder, on which in his infantine troubles our firstborn was dutifully nurtured. Did words not exactly consonant with truth pass between the ladies in their correspondence? I fear my Lady Theo was not altogether candid. Else how to account for a phrase in one of Madam Esmond's letters, who said, "I am glad to hear the powders have done the dear child good. They are, if not on a first, on a second or third application, almost infallible, and have been the blessed means of relieving many persons round me, both infants and adults, white and coloured. I send my grandson an Indian bow and arrows. Shall these eyes never behold him at Castlewood, I wonder? And is Sir George so busy with his books and his politics that he can't afford a few months to his mother in Virginia? I am much alone now. My son's chamber is just as he left it. The same books are in the presses, his little hanger and fowling piece over the bed, and my father's picture over the mantelpiece. I never allow anything to be altered in his room or his brother's. I fancy the children playing near me sometimes, and that I can see my dear father's head as he dozes in his chair. Mine is growing almost as white as my father's. Am I never to behold my children ere I go hence? The Lord's will be done." End of chapter 85. Chapter 86 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 86. At Home. Such an appeal as this of our mother would have softened hearts much less obdurate than ours, and we talked of a speedy visit to Virginia, and of hiring all the young Rachels' cabin accommodation. But our child must fall ill, for whom the voyage would be dangerous, and from whom the mother of course could not part, and the young Rachel made her voyage without us that year. Another year there was another difficulty, in my worship's first attack of the gout, which occupied me a good deal, and afterwards certainly cleared my wits and enlivened my spirits. And now came another much sadder cause for delay in the sad news we received from Jamaica. Some 2 years after our establishment at the Manor, our dear General returned from his government a little richer in the world's goods than when he went away, but having undergone a loss for which no wealth could console him, and after which, indeed, he did not care to remain in the West Indies. My Theo's poor mother, the most tender and affectionate friend, save one, I have ever had, died abroad of the fever. Her last regret was that she should not be allowed to live to see our children and ourselves in prosperity. She sees us, though we do not see her, and she thanks you, George, for having been good to her children, her husband said. He, we thought, would not be long ere he joined her. His love for her had been the happiness and business of his whole life. To be away from her seemed living no more. It was pitiable to watch the good man as he sat with us. My wife, in her air and in many tones and gestures, constantly recalled her mother to the bereaved widower's heart. What cheer we could give him in his calamity we offered, but especially little Hetty was now, under heaven, his chief support and consolation. She had refused more than one advantageous match in the island, the General told us, and on her return to England my Lord Wrotham's heir laid himself at her feet, but she loved best to stay with her father, Hetty said. As long as he was not tired of her, she cared for no husband. Nay, said we, when this last great match was proposed, let the General stay 6 months with us at the manor here, and you can have him at Oakhurst for the other 6. But Hetty declared her father never could bear Oakhurst again now that her mother was gone, and she would marry no man for his coronet and money, not she. The General, when we talked this matter over, said gravely that the child had no desire for marrying, owing possibly to some disappointment in early life, of which she never spoke. And we, respecting her feelings, were for our parts equally silent. My brother Lambert had by this time a college living near to Winchester, and a wife of course to adorn his parsonage. We professed but a moderate degree of liking for this lady, though we made her welcome when she came to us. Her idea regarding our poor Hetty's determined celibacy was different to that which I had. This Mrs. Jack was a chatterbox of a woman, in the habit of speaking her mind very freely, and of priding herself excessively on her skill in giving pain to her friends. "My dear Sir George," she was pleased to say, "I have often and often told our dear Theo that I wouldn't have a pretty sister in my house to make tea for Jack when I was upstairs, and always to be at hand when I was wanted in the kitchen or nursery, and always to be dressed neat and in her best when I was very likely making pies or puddings, or looking to the children. I have every confidence in Jack, of course. I should like to see him look at another woman, indeed. And so I have in Jemima, but they don't come together in my house when I'm upstairs, that I promise you. And so I told my sister Warrington." "Am I to understand," says the General, "that you have done my Lady Warrington the favour to warn her against her sister, my daughter, Miss Hester?" "Yes, Pa, of course I have. A duty is a duty, and a woman is a woman, and a man's a man, as I know very well. Don't tell me he is a man. Every man is a man, with all his sanctified airs. You yourself have a married sister, with whom you were staying when my son Jack first had the happiness of making your acquaintance," remarks the General. "Yes, of course I have a married sister. Every one knows that, and I've been as good as a mother to her children, that I have." "And am I to gather from your conversation that your attractions proved a powerful temptation for your sister's husband?" "Law, General, I don't know how you can go for to say I ever said any such a thing," cries Mrs. Jack, red and voluble. "Don't you perceive, my dear madam, that it is you who have insinuated as much, not only regarding yourself, but regarding my own 2 daughters?" "Never, never, never! I'm a Christian woman, and it's most cruel of you to say so, sir, and I do say a sister is best out of the house, that I do, and as Theo's time is coming, I warn her, that's all. Have you discovered, my good madam, whether my poor Hetty has stolen any of the spoons? When I came to breakfast this morning, my daughter was alone, and there must have been a score of pieces of silver on the table." "Law, sir, who ever said a word about spoons? Did I ever accuse the poor dear? If I did, may I drop down dead at this moment on this hearth-rug. And I ain't used to be spoke to in this way. And me and Jack have both remarked it, and I've done my duty, that I have." And here Mrs. Jack flounces out of the room in tears. "And has the woman had the impudence to tell you this, my child?" asks the General, when Theo, who is a little delicate, comes to the tea-table. "She has told me every day since she has been here. She comes into my dressing-room to tell me. She comes to my nursery, and says, 'Ah, I wouldn't have a sister prowling about my nursery, that I wouldn't.' Ah, how pleasant it is to have amiable and well-bred relatives, say I." "Thy poor mother has been spared this woman," groans the General. "Our mother would have made her better, papa," says Theo, kissing him. "Yes, dear, and I see that both of them are at their prayers. But this must be owned, that to love one's relatives is not always an easy task. To live with one's neighbours is sometimes not amusing. From Jack Lambert's demeanour next day, I could see that his wife had given him her version of the conversation. Jack was sulky, but not dignified. He was angry, but his anger did not prevent his appetite. He preached a sermon for us which was entirely stupid, and little Miles, once more in sables, sat at his grandfather's side, his little hand placed in that of the kind old man. Would he stay and keep house for us during our Virginian trip? The housekeeper should be put under the full domination of Hetty. The butler's keys should be handed over to him, for Gumbo, not I thought with an over good grace, was to come with us to Virginia, having, it must be premised, united himself with Mrs. Molly in the bonds of matrimony, and peopled a cottage in my park with sundry tawny Gumbos. Under the care of our good General and his daughter we left our house then. We travelled to London, and thence to Bristol, and our obsequious agent there had the opportunity of declaring that he should offer up prayers for our prosperity, and of vowing that children so beautiful as ours (we had an infant by this time to accompany Miles) were never seen on any ship before. We made a voyage without accident. How strange the feeling was as we landed from our boat at Richmond! A coach and a host of negroes were there in waiting to receive us, and hard by a gentleman on horseback, with negroes in our livery too, who sprang from his horse and rushed up to embrace us. Not a little charmed were both of us to see our dearest Hal. He rode with us to our mother's door. Yonder she stood on the steps to welcome us, and Theo knelt down to ask her blessing. Harry rode in the coach with us as far as our mother's house, but would not, as he said, spoil sport by entering with us. She sees me, he owned, and we are pretty good friends, but Fanny and she are best apart, and there is no love lost between 'em, I can promise you. Come over to me at the tavern, George, when thou art free, and to-morrow I shall have the honour to present her sister to Theo. 'Twas only from happening to be in town yesterday that I heard the ship was signalled, and waited to see you. I have sent the negro boy home to my wife, and she'll be here to pay her respects to my Lady Warrington." And Harry, after this brief greeting, jumped out of the carriage, and left us to meet our mother alone. Since I parted from her I had seen a great deal of fine company, and Theo and I had paid our respects to the King and Queen at St. James's, but we had seen no more stately person than this who welcomed us, and raising my wife from her knee, embraced her, and led her into the house. 'Twas a plain wood-built place, with a gallery round, as our Virginian houses are; but if it had been a palace, with a little empress inside, our reception could not have been more courteous. There was old Nathan, still the major domo, a score of kind black faces of blacks grinning welcome. Some whose names I remembered as children were grown out of remembrance, to be sure, to be buxom lads and lasses, and some I had left with black pates, were grizzling now with snowy poles, and some who were born since my time were peering at doorways with their great eyes and little naked feet. It was, "I'm little Sip, Master George," and "I'm Dinah, Sir George," and "I'm Master Miles's boy," says a little chap in a new livery and boots of nature's blacking. Ere the day was over, the whole household had found a pretext for passing before us, and grinning and bowing and making us welcome. I don't know how many repasts were served to us. In the evening my Lady Warrington had to receive all the gentry of the little town, which she did with perfect grace and good humour, and I had to shake hands with a few old acquaintances old enemies, I was going to say, but I had come into a fortune, and was no longer a naughty prodigal. Why, a drove of fatted calves was killed in my honour. My poor Hal was of the entertainment, but gloomy and crestfallen. His mother spoke to him, but it was as a queen to a rebellious prince, her son who was not yet forgiven. We two slipped away from the company, and went up to the rooms assigned to me; but there, as we began a free conversation, our mother, taper in hand, appeared with her pale face. Did I want anything? Was everything quite as I wished it? She had peeped in at the dearest children, who were sleeping like cherubs. How she did caress them, and delight over them! How she was charmed with Miles's dominating airs, and the little Theo's smiles and dimples! "Supper is just coming on the table, Sir George." "If you like our cookery better than the tavern, Henry, I beg you to stay." What a different welcome there was in the words and tone addressed to each of us! Hal hung down his head, and followed to the lower room. A clergyman begged a blessing on the meal. He touched, with not a little art and eloquence, upon our arrival at home, upon our safe passage across the stormy waters, upon the love and forgiveness which awaited us in the mansions of the Heavenly Parent when the storms of life were over. Here was a new clergyman, quite unlike some whom I remembered about us in earlier days, and I praised him; but Madam Esmond shook her head. She was afraid his principles were very dangerous. She was afraid others had adopted those dangerous principles. Had I not seen the papers signed by the burgesses and merchants at Williamsburg the year before? The Lees, Randolphs, Bassets, Washingtons, and the like, and, oh, my dear, that I should have to say it, our name, that is, your brother's, by what influence I do not like to say, and this unhappy Mr. Belman's, who begged a blessing last night. If there had been quarrels in our little colonial society when I left home, what were these to the feuds I found raging on my return? We had sent the Stamp Act to America, and been forced to repeal it. Then we must try a new set of duties on glass, paper, and what not, and repeal that act too, with the exception of a duty on tea. From Boston to Charleston the tea was confiscated. Even my mother, loyal as she was, gave up her favourite drink, and my poor wife would have had to forego hers; but we had brought a quantity for our private drinking on board ship, which had paid 4 times as much duty at home. Not that I, for my part, would have hesitated about paying duty. The home government must have some means of revenue, or its pretensions to authority were idle. They say the colonies were tried and tyrannized over. I say the home government was tried and tyrannized over. 'Tis but an affair of argument in history now. We tried the question, and were beat, and the matter is settled as completely as the conquest of Britain by the Normans. And all along, from conviction I trust, I own to have taken the British side of the quarrel. In that brief and unfortunate experience of war which I had had in my early life, the universal cry of the army and well affected persons was that Mr. Braddock's expedition had failed, and defeat and disaster had fallen upon us in consequence of the remissness, the selfishness, and the rapacity of many of the very people for whom defence against the French arms had been taken up. The colonists were for having all done for them, and for doing nothing. They made extortionate bargains with champions who came to defend them. They failed in contracts. They furnished niggardly supplies. They multiplied delays until the hour for beneficial action was past, and until a catastrophe came which never need have occurred but for their ill will. What shouts of joy were there, and what ovations for the great British minister who had devised and effected the conquest of Canada! Monsieur de Vaudreuil said justly that the conquest was a signal for the defection of the North American colonies from their allegiance to Great Britain, and my Lord Chatham, having done his best to achieve the first part of the scheme, contributed more than any man in England towards the completion of it. The colonies were insurgent, and he applauded their rebellion. What scores of thousands of waverers must he have encouraged into resistance! It was a general who says to an army in revolt, "God save the king, my men! You have a right to mutiny." No wonder they set up his statue in this town, and his picture in the other; whilst here and there they hanged ministers and governors in effigy. To our Virginian town of Williamsburg, some wiseacres must subscribe to bring over a portrait of my lord in the habit of a Roman orator speaking in the Forum, to be sure, and pointing to the palace of Whitehall, and the special window out of which Charles the First was beheaded. Here was a neat allegory, and a pretty compliment to a British statesman. I hear, however, that my lord's head was painted from a bust, and so was taken off without his knowledge. Now, my country is England, not America or Virginia, and I take, or rather took, the English side of the dispute. My sympathies had always been with home, where I was now a squire and a citizen. But had my lot been to plant tobacco and live on the banks of James River or Potomac, no doubt my opinions had been altered. When, for instance, I visited my brother at his new house and plantation, I found him and his wife as staunch Americans as we were British. We had some words upon the matter in dispute. Who had not in those troublesome times? But our argument was carried on without rancour. Even my new sister could not bring us to that, though she did her best when we were together, and in the curtain lectures which I have no doubt she inflicted on her spouse, like a notable housewife as she was. But we trusted in each other so entirely that even Harry's duty towards his wife would not make him quarrel with his brother. He loved me from old times, when my word was law with him. He still protested that he and every Virginian gentleman of his side was loyal to the Crown. War was not declared as yet, and gentlemen of different opinions were courteous enough to one another. Nay, at our public dinners and festivals, the health of the king was still ostentatiously drunk, and the assembly of every colony, though preparing for Congress, though resisting all attempts at taxation on the part of the home authorities, was loud in its expressions of regard for the king our father, and pathetic in its appeals to that paternal sovereign to put away evil counsellors from him, and listen to the voice of moderation and reason. Up to the last, our Virginian gentry were a brave, orderly, aristocratic folk, with the strongest sense of their own dignity and station. In later days, and nearer home, we have heard of fraternization and equality. Among the great folks of our old world, I have never seen a gentleman standing more on his dignity and maintaining it better than Mr. Washington. No, not the king against whom he took arms. In the eyes of all the gentry of the French court, who gaily joined in the crusade against us, and so took their revenge for Canada, the great American chief always appeared as Annex Andron, and they allowed that his better could not be seen in Versailles itself. Though they were quarrelling with the governor, the gentlemen of the House of Burgesses still maintained amicable relations with him, and exchanged dignified courtesies. When my Lord Bottetourt arrived, and held his court at Williamsburg in no small splendour and state, all the gentry waited upon him, Madam Esmond included; and at his death, Lord Dunmore, who succeeded him and brought a fine family with him, was treated with the utmost respect by our gentry privately, though publicly the House of Assembly and the Governor were at war. Their quarrels are a matter of history, and concern me personally only so far as this, that our Burgesses, being convened for the 1st of March, in the year after my arrival in Virginia,
it was agreed that we should all pay a visit to our capital, and our duty to the Governor. Since Harry's unfortunate marriage, Madam Esmond had not performed this duty, though always previously accustomed to pay it. But now that her eldest son was arrived in the colony, my mother opined that we must certainly wait upon his Excellency the Governor, nor were we sorry, perhaps, to get away from our little Richmond to enjoy the gaieties of the provincial capital. Madam engaged, and at a great price, the best house to be had at Richmond for herself and her family. Now I was rich, her generosity was curious. I had more than once to interpose, her old servants likewise wondering at her new way of life, and beg her not to be so lavish. But she gently said, in former days she had occasion to save, which now existed no more. Harry had enough, sure, with such a wife as he had taken out of the housekeeper's room. If she chose to be a little extravagant now, why should she hesitate? She had not her dearest daughter and grandchildren with her every day. She fell in love with all three of them, and spoiled them as much as they were capable of being spoiled. Besides, in former days I could not accuse her of too much extravagance, and this I think was almost the only allusion she made to the pecuniary differences between us. So she had her people dressed in their best, and her best wines, plate, and furniture from Castlewood by sea at no small charge, and her dress in which she had been married in George II.'s reign, and we all flattered ourselves that our coach made the greatest figure of any except his Excellency's. And we engaged Signor Formicalo, his Excellency's major domo, to superintend the series of feasts that were given in my honour. And more flesh pots were set a-stewing in our kitchens in 1 month, our servants said, than had been known in the family since the young gentleman went away. So great was Theo's influence over my mother, that she actually persuaded her that year to receive our sister Fanny, Hal's wife, who would have stayed upon the plantation rather than face Madam Esmond. But, trusting to Theo's promise of amnesty, Fanny, to whose house we had paid more than one visit, came up to town and made her curtsey to Madam Esmond, and was forgiven. And rather than be forgiven in that way, I own, for my part, that I would prefer perdition or utter persecution.
"You know these, my dear?" says Madam Esmond, pointing to her fine silver sconces. "Fanny hath often cleaned them when she was with me at Castlewood. And this dress, too, Fanny knows, I dare say. Her poor mother had the care of it. I always had the greatest confidence in her." Here there is wrath flashing from Fanny's eyes, which our mother, who has forgiven her, does not perceive. Not she. "Oh, she was a treasure to me," Madam resumes. "I never should have nursed my boys through their illnesses but for your mother's admirable care of them. Colonel Lee, permit me to present you to my daughter, my Lady Warrington. Her ladyship is a neighbour of your relatives, the Bunburys, at home. Here comes his Excellency. Welcome, my lord." And our princess performs before his lordship one of those curtseys of which she was not a little proud, and I fancy I see some of the company venturing to smile. "By George, madam," says Mr. Lee, "since Count Borulawski I have not seen a bow so elegant as your ladyship's." "And pray, sir, who was Count Borulawski?" asks madam.
"He was a nobleman high in favour with his Polish Majesty," replies Mr. Lee.
"May I ask you, madam, to present me to your distinguished son? This is Sir George Warrington," says my mother, pointing to me. "Pardon me, madam, I meant Captain Warrington, who was by Mr. Wolfe's side when he died. I had been contented to share his fate, so I had been near him." And the ardent Lee swaggers up to Harry, and takes his hand with respect, and pays him a compliment or two, which makes me, at least, pardon him for his late impertinence, for my dearest Hal walks gloomily through his mother's rooms in his old uniform of the famous corps which he has quitted. We had had many meetings which the stern mother could not interrupt, and in which that instinctive love which bound us to one another, and which nothing could destroy, had opportunity to speak. entirely unlike each other in our pursuits, our tastes, our opinions, his life being one of eager exercise, active sport, and all the amusements of the field, while mine is to dawdle over books and spend my time in languid self-contemplation. We have, nevertheless, had such a sympathy as almost passes the love of women. My poor Hal confessed as much to me for his part, in his artless manner, when we went away without wives or womankind, except a few negroes left in the place, and passed a week at Castlewood together. The ladies did not love each other. I know enough of my Lady Theo to see after a very few glances whether or not she takes a liking to another of her amiable sex. All my powers of persuasion or command fail to change the stubborn creature's opinion. Had she ever said a word against Mrs. This or Miss That? Not she. Has she been otherwise than civil? No, assuredly. My Lady Theo is polite to a beggar woman, treats her kitchen maids like duchesses, and murmurs a compliment to the dentist for his elegant manner of pulling her tooth out. She would black my boots or clean the grate, if I ordained it, always looking like a duchess the while. But as soon as I say to her, "My dear creature, be fond of this lady or the other," all obedience ceases. She executes the most refined curtseys, smiles and kisses even to order, but performs that mysterious, undefinable Freemasonic signal which passes between women, by which each knows that the other hates her. So, with regard to Fanny, we had met at her house, and at others. I remembered her affectionately from old days. I fully credited poor Hal's violent protests and tearful oaths that, by George, it was our mother's persecution which made him marry her. He couldn't stand by and see a poor thing tortured as she was, without coming to her rescue. No, by heavens, he couldn't. I say I believed all this, and I had for my sister-in-law a genuine compassion, as well as an early regard. And yet I had no love to give her, and in reply to Hal's passionate outbreaks in praise of her beauty and worth, and eager queries to me whether I did not think her a perfect paragon, I could only answer with faint compliments or vague approval, feeling all the while that I was disappointing my poor ardent fellow, and cursing inwardly that revolt against flattery and falsehood into which I sometimes frantically rush. Why should I not say, "Yes, dear Hal, thy wife is a paragon. Her singing is delightful, her hair and shape are beautiful," as I might have said by a little common stretch of politeness? Why could I not cajole this or that stupid neighbour or relative, as I had heard Theo do 1,000 times, finding all sorts of lively prattle to amuse them, whilst I sit before them dumb and gloomy? I say it was a sin not to have more words to say in praise of Fanny. We ought to have praised her. We ought to have liked her. My Lady Warrington certainly ought to have liked her, for she can play the hypocrite, and I cannot. And there was this young creature, pretty, graceful, shaped like a nymph, with beautiful black eyes, and we cared for them no more than for 2 gooseberries. At Warrington, my wife and I, when we pretended to compare notes, elaborately complimented each other on our new sister's beauty. What lovely eyes! Oh, yes! What a sweet little dimple on her chin! Ah, oui! What wonderful little feet! Perfectly Chinese! Where should we in London get slippers small enough for her? And these compliments exhausted, we knew that we did not like Fanny the value of 1 penny piece. We knew that we disliked her. We knew that we well, what hypocrites women are! We had heard from many quarters how eagerly my brother had taken up the new anti-English opinion, and what a champion he was of so-called American rights and freedom. "It is her doing, my dear," says I to my wife. "If I had said so much, I am sure you would have scolded me," says my Lady Warrington, laughing. And I did straightway begin to scold her, and say it was most cruel of her to suspect our new sister, and what earthly right had we to do so? But I say again, I know Madame Theo so well, that when once she has got a prejudice against a person in her little head, not all the king's horses, nor all the king's men will get it out again. I vow nothing would induce her to believe that Harry was not henpecked. Nothing. Well, we went to Castlewood together without the women, and stayed at the dreary, dear old place where we had been so happy, and I, at least, so gloomy. It was winter and duck time, and Harry went away to the river, and shot dozens and scores and bushels of canvas backs, whilst I remained in my grandfather's library amongst the old mouldering books which I loved in my childhood, which I see in a dim vision still resting on a little boy's lap, as he sits by an old white-headed gentleman's knee. I read my books. I slept in my own bed and room, religiously kept, as my mother told me, and left as on the day when I went to Europe. Hal's cheery voice would wake me, as of old. Like all men who love to go afield, he was an early riser. He would come and wake me, and sit on the foot of the bed and perfume the air with his morning pipe, as the house negroes laid great logs on the fire. It was a happy time. Old Nathan had told me of cunning crypts, where ancestral rum and claret were deposited. We had had cares, struggles, battles, bitter griefs and disappointments. We were boys again as we sat there together. I am a boy now, even as I think of the time. That unlucky tea tax, which alone of the taxes lately imposed upon the colonies the home government was determined to retain, was met with defiance throughout America. 'Tis true we paid a shilling in the pound at home, and asked only threepence from Boston or Charleston, but as a question of principle, the impost was refused by the provinces, which indeed ever showed a most spirited determination to pay as little as they could help. In Charleston the tea ships were unloaded, and the cargoes stored in cellars. From New York and Philadelphia the vessels were turned back to London. In Boston, where there was an armed force, whom the inhabitants were perpetually mobbing, certain patriots, painted and disguised as Indians, boarded the ships, and flung the obnoxious cargoes into the water. The wrath of our white father was kindled against the city of Mohawks in masquerade. The notable Boston Port Bill was brought forward in the British House of Commons. The port was closed, and the Custom House removed to Salem. The Massachusetts charter was annulled, and, in just apprehension that riots might ensue, in dealing with the perpetrators of which the colonial courts might be led to act partially, Parliament decreed that persons indicted for acts of violence and armed resistance might be sent home or to another colony for trial. If such acts set all America in a flame, they certainly drove all well-wishers of our country into a fury. I might have sentenced Master Miles Warrington at 5 years old to a whipping, and he would have cried, taken down his little small clothes, and submitted. But suppose I offered, and he richly deserving it, to chastise Captain Miles of the Prince's Dragoons. He would whirl my paternal cane out of my hand, box my hair powder out of my ears. Lord a mercy, I tremble at the very idea of the controversy. He would assert his independence, in a word. And if I say I think the Home Parliament has a right to levy taxes in the colonies, I own that we took means most captious, most insolent, most irritating, and, above all, most impotent to assert our claim. My Lord Dunmore, our Governor of Virginia, upon Lord Bottetourt's death, received me into some intimacy soon after my arrival in the colony, being willing to live on good terms with all our gentry. My mother's severe loyalty was no secret to him. Indeed, she waved the King's banner in all companies, and talked so loudly and resolutely that Randolph and Patrick Henry himself were struck dumb before her. It was Madam Esmond's celebrated reputation for loyalty, his Excellency laughingly told me, which induced him to receive her eldest son to grace. "I have had the worst character of you from home," his lordship said. "Little birds whisper to me, Sir George, that you are a man of the most dangerous principles. You are a friend of Mr. Wilkes and Alderman Beckford. I am not sure you have not been at Medmenham Abbey. You have lived with players, poets, and all sorts of wild people. I have been warned against you, sir, and I find you—" "Not so black as I have been painted?" I interrupted his lordship with a smile. "Faith," says my lord, "if I tell Sir George Warrington that he seems to me a very harmless, quiet gentleman, and that 'tis a great relief to me to talk to him amidst these loud politicians, these lawyers with their perpetual noise about Greece and Rome, these Virginian squires, who are for ever professing their loyalty and respect, whilst they are shaking their fists in my face. I hope nobody overhears us, says my lord, with an arch smile, and nobody will carry my opinions home. His lordship's ill opinion having been removed by a better knowledge of me, our acquaintance daily grew more intimate, and, especially between the ladies of his family and my own, a close friendship arose, between them and my wife at least. Hal's wife, received kindly at the little provincial court, as all ladies were, made herself by no means popular there by the hot and eager political tone which she adopted. She assailed all the government measures with indiscriminating acrimony. Were they lenient? She said the perfidious British Government was only preparing a snare, and biding its time until it could forge heavier chains for unhappy America. Were they angry? Why did not every American citizen rise, assert his rights as a freeman, and serve every British governor, officer, soldier, as they had treated the East India Company's tea? My mother, on the other hand, was pleased to express her opinions with equal frankness, and, indeed, to press her advice upon his Excellency with a volubility which may have fatigued that representative of the sovereign. Call out the militia. Send for fresh troops from New York, from home, from anywhere. Lock up the capital. This advice was followed, it must be owned. And send every one of the ringleaders amongst those wicked Burgesses to prison, was Madam Esmond's daily counsel to the Governor by word and letter. And if not only the Burgesses, but the Burgesses' wives could have been led off to punishment and captivity, I think this Brutus of a woman would scarce have appealed against the sentence. End of chapter 86. Chapter 87 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 87. The last of God Save the King. What perverse law of fate is it that ever places me in the minority? Should a law be proposed to hand over this realm to the Pretender of Rome or the Grand Turk, and submit it to the new sovereign's religion, it might pass, as I should certainly be voting against it. At home in Virginia, I found myself disagreeing with everybody, as usual. By the patriots I was voted, as indeed I professed myself to be, a Tory. By the Tories I was presently declared to be a dangerous Republican. The time was utterly out of joint. O cursed spite! Ere I had been a year in Virginia, how I wished myself back by the banks of the Waveney! But the aspect of affairs was so troublous that I could not leave my mother, a lone lady, to face possible war and disaster, nor would she quit the country at such a juncture. Nor should a man of spirit leave it. At his Excellency's table, and over his Excellency's plentiful claret, that point was agreed on by numbers of the well-affected. That vow was vowed over countless brimming bumpers. No, it was statue signum signifer. We Cavaliers would all rally round it, and at these times our Governor talked like the bravest of the brave. Now, I will say, of all my Virginian acquaintance, Madam Esmond was the most consistent. Our gentlefolks had come in numbers to Williamsburg, and a great number of them proposed to treat her Excellency, the Governor's lady, to a ball, when the news reached us of the Boston Port Bill. Straightway the House of Burgesses adopts an indignant protest against this measure of the British Parliament, and decrees a solemn day of fast and humiliation throughout the country, and of solemn prayer to Heaven to avert the calamity of civil war. Meanwhile, the invitation to my Lady Dunmore having been already given and accepted,
The gentlemen agreed that their ball should take place on the appointed evening, and then sackcloth and ashes should be assumed some days afterwards. "A ball!" says Madam Esmond. "I go to a ball which is given by a set of rebels, who are going publicly to insult his Majesty a week afterwards! I will die sooner." And she wrote to the gentlemen who were stewards for the occasion, to say, that viewing the dangerous state of the country, she, for her part, could not think of attending a ball. What was her surprise, then, the next time she went abroad in her chair, to be cheered by 100 persons, white and black, and shouts of "Huzzah, madam!" "Heaven bless your ladyship!" They evidently thought her patriotism had caused her determination not to go to the ball. Madam, that there should be no mistake, puts her head out of the chair, and cries out, "God save the King!" as loud as she can. The people cried, "God save the King!" too. Everybody cried, "God save the King!" in those days. On the night of the entertainment, my poor Harry, as a burgess of the house, and one of the givers of the feast, donned his uniform red coat of Wolfe's, which he so soon was to exchange for another colour, and went off with Madam Fanny to the ball. My Lady Warrington and her humble servant, as being strangers in the country, and English people as it were permitted by Madam to attend the assembly from which she, of course, absented herself. I had the honour to dance a country dance with the lady of Mount Vernon, whom I found a most lively, pretty, and amiable partner; but am bound to say that my wife's praises of her were received with a very grim acceptance by my mother, when Lady Warrington came to recount the events of the evening. Could not Sir George Warrington have danced with my Lady Dunmore, or her daughters, or with anybody but Mrs. Washington? To be sure, the Colonel thought so well of himself and his wife, that no doubt he considered her the grandest lady in the room; and she who remembered him a road surveyor at a guinea a day. Well, indeed, there was no measuring the pride of these provincial upstarts; and as for this gentleman, my Lord Dunmore's partiality for him had evidently turned his head. I do not know about Mr. Washington's pride. I know that my good mother never could be got to love him or anything that was his. She was no better pleased with him for going to the ball than with his conduct 3 days afterwards, when the day of fast and humiliation was appointed, and when he attended the service which our new clergyman performed. She invited Mr. Belman to dinner that day, and sundry colonial authorities. The clergyman excused himself. Madam Esmond tossed up her head, and said he might do as he liked. She made a parade of a dinner. She lighted her house up at night, when all the rest of the city was in darkness and gloom. She begged Mr. Hardy, one of his Excellency's aides de camp, to sing "God Save the King," to which the people in the street outside listened, thinking that it might be a part of some religious service which Madam was celebrating; but then she called for "Britons, strike home," which the simple young gentleman just from Europe began to perform, when a great yell arose in the street, and a large stone, flung from some rebellious hand, plumped into the punch bowl before me, and scattered it and its contents about our dining room. My mother went to the window, nothing daunted. I can see her rigid little figure now, as she stands with a tossed-up head, outstretched frilled arms, and the twinkling stars for a background, and sings in chorus, "Britons, strike home, strike home." The crowd in front of the palings shout and roar, "Silence! For shame! Go back!" But she will not go back, not she. "Fling more stones, if you dare!" says the brave little lady. And more might have come, but some gentlemen issuing out of the Raleigh Tavern interposed with the crowd. "You mustn't insult a lady," says a voice I think I know. "Huzzah, Colonel! Hurrah, Captain! God bless your honour!" say the people in the street, and thus the enemies are pacified. My mother, protesting that the whole disturbance was over, would have had Mr. Hardy sing another song, but he gave a sickly grin, and said he really did not like to sing to such accompaniments.
and the concert for that evening was ended. Though I am bound to say that some scoundrels returned at night, frightened my poor wife almost out of wits, and broke every single window in front of our tenement. Britain's strike home was a little too much. Madam should have contented herself with God Save the King. Militia was drilled, bullets were cast, supplies of ammunition got ready, cunning plans for disappointing the royal ordinances devised, and carried out. But, to be sure, God save the King was the cry everywhere. And, in reply to my objections to the gentlemen patriots, why are you scheming for a separation? You are bringing down upon you the inevitable wrath of the greatest power in the world. The answer to me always was, we mean no separation at all. We yield to no men in loyalty. We glory in the name of Britons, and so forth and so forth. The powder barrels were heaped in the cellar, the train was laid, but Mr. Fawkes was persistent in his dutiful petitions to King and Parliament, and meant no harm, not he. 'Tis true, when I spoke to the power of our country, I imagined she would exert it, that she would not expect to overcome 3 millions of fellow Britons on their own soil with a few battalions, a half-dozen generals from Bond Street, and a few thousand bravos hired out of Germany. As if we wanted to insult the 13 colonies as well as to subdue them, we must set upon them these hordes of Hessians, and the murderers out of the Indian wigwams. Was our great quarrel not to be fought without tali auxilio and istis defensoribus? Ah, 'tis easy, now we are worsted, to look over the map of the great empire wrested from us, and show how we ought not to have lost it. Long Island ought to have exterminated Washington's army. He ought never to have come out of Valley Forge except as a prisoner. The South was ours after the Battle of Camden, but for the inconceivable meddling of the Commander-in-Chief at New York, who paralysed the exertions of the only capable British general who appeared during the war, and sent him into that miserable cul-de-sac at Yorktown, whence he could only issue defeated and a prisoner. Oh, for a week more, a day more, an hour more of darkness or light! In reading over our American campaigns from their unhappy commencement to their inglorious end, now that we are able to see the enemy's movements and conditions as well as our own, I fancy we can see how an advance, a march, might have put enemies into our power who had no means to withstand it, and changed the entire issue of the struggle. But it was ordained by Heaven, and for the good, as we can now have no doubt, of both empires, that the great Western Republic should separate from us. And the gallant soldiers who fought on her side, their indomitable and heroic chief above all, had the glory of facing and overcoming not only veteran soldiers amply provided and inured to war, but wretchedness, cold, hunger, dissensions, treason within their own camp, where all must have gone to wrack but for the pure unquenchable flame of patriotism that was forever burning in the bosom of the heroic leader. What a constancy! What a magnanimity! What a surprising persistence against fortune! Washington before the enemy was no better nor braver than hundreds that fought with him or against him. Who has not heard the repeated sneers against Fabius in which his factious captains were accustomed to indulge? But Washington, the chief of a nation in arms, doing battle with distracted parties, calm in the midst of conspiracy, serene against the open foe before him and the darker enemies at his back, Washington inspiring order and spirit into troops hungry and in rags, stung by ingratitude, but betraying no anger, and ever ready to forgive, in defeat invincible, magnanimous in conquest, and never so sublime as on that day when he laid down his victorious sword and sought his noble retirement. Here indeed is a character to admire and revere, a life without a stain, a fame without a flaw. Quando invenies parem,
In that more extensive work which I have planned and partly written on the subject of this great war, I hope I have done justice to the character of its greatest leader; and I trust that in the opinions I have recorded regarding him, I have shown that I also can be just and magnanimous towards those who view me personally with no favour. For my brother Hal being at Mount Vernon, and always eager to bring me and his beloved chief on good terms, showed his Excellency some of the early sheets of my history. General Washington, who read but few books, and had not the slightest pretensions to literary taste, remarked, "If you will have my opinion, my dear General, I think Sir George's projected work, from the specimen I have of it, is certain to offend both parties. G. E. W." And this from the sheer force of respect which his eminent virtues extorted. With the young Mr. Washington of my own early days, I had not the honour to enjoy much sympathy, though my brother, whose character is much more frank and affectionate than mine, was always his fast friend in early times, when they were equals, as in latter days, when the General, as I do own and think, was all mankind superior. I have mentioned that contrariety in my disposition, and perhaps in my brother's, which somehow placed us on wrong sides in the quarrel which ensued, and which from this time forth raged for 5 years, until the mother country was fain to acknowledge her defeat. Harry should have been the Tory, and I the Whig. Theoretically, my opinions were much more liberal than those of my brother, who, especially after his marriage, became what our Indian nabobs call a Bahadur, a person ceremonious, stately, and exacting respect. When my Lord Dunmore, for instance, talked about liberating the negroes so as to induce them to join the King's standard, Hal was for hanging the Governor and the blackguards, as he called them, whom his Excellency had crimped. "If you gentlemen are fighting for freedom," says I, "sure the negroes may fight too." On which Harry roars out, shaking his fist, "Infernal villains! If I meet any of 'em, they shall die by this hand!" And my mother agreed that this idea of a negro insurrection was the most abominable and parricidal notion which ever had sprung up in her unhappy country. She at least was more consistent than brother Hal. She would have black and white obedient to the powers that be, whereas Hal only could admit that freedom was the right of the latter colour. As a proof of her argument, Madam Esmond, and Harry too, would point to an instance in our own family, in the person of Mr. Gumbo. Having got his freedom from me, as a reward for his admirable love and fidelity to me when times were hard, Gumbo, on his return to Virginia, was scarce a welcome guest in his old quarters, amongst my mother's servants. He was free, and they were not. He was, as it were, a centre of insurrection. He gave himself no small airs of protection and consequence amongst them, bragging of his friends in Europe, at home, as he called it, and his doings there, and for a while bringing the household round about him to listen to him and admire him, like the monkey who had seen the world. Now Sady, Hal's boy, who went to America of his own desire, was not free; hence jealousies between him and Mr. Gum, and battles in which they both practised the noble art of boxing and butting, which they had learned at Marybone Gardens and hockey in the Hole. Nor was Sady the only jealous person. Almost all my mother's servants hated Signor Gumbo for the airs which he gave himself, and I am sorry to say that our faithful Molly, his wife, was as jealous as his old fellow servants. The blacks could not pardon her for having demeaned herself so far as to marry one of their kind. She met with no respect, could exercise no authority, came to her mistress with ceaseless complaints of the idleness, knavery, lies, stealing of the black people, and finally with a story of jealousy against a certain Dinah or Diana, who, I heartily trust, was as innocent as her namesake, the moonlight visitant of Endymion. Now, on the article of morality, Madam Esmond was a very Draconis, and a person accused was a person guilty. She made charges against Mr. Gumbo, to which he replied with asperity. Forgetting that he was a free gentleman, my mother now ordered Gumbo to be whipped, on which Molly flew at her ladyship, all her wrath at her husband's infidelity vanishing at the idea of the indignity put upon him. There was a rebellion at our house at Castlewood. A quarrel took place between me and my mother, as I took my man's side. Hal and Fanny sided with her on the contrary, and in so far the difference did good, as it brought about some little intimacy between Madam and her younger children. This little difference was speedily healed, but it was clear that the standard of insurrection must be removed out of our house, and we determined that Mr. Gumbo and his lady should return to Europe. My wife and I would willingly have gone with them, God wot, for our boy sickened and lost his strength, and caught the fever in our swampy country. But at this time she was expecting to lie in, of our son Henry, and she knew, too, that I had promised to stay in Virginia. It was agreed that we should send the two back; but when I offered Theo to go, she said her place was with her husband. Her father and Hetty at home would take care of our children; and she scarce would allow me to see a tear in her eyes whilst she was making her preparations for the departure of her little ones. Dost thou remember the time, madam, and the silence round the work tables, as the piles of little shirts are made ready for the voyage, and the stealthy visits to the children's chambers whilst they are asleep and yet with you, and the terrible time of parting, as our barge, with the servants and children, rows to the ship, and you stand on the shore? Had the Prince of Wales been going on that voyage, he could not have been better provided. Where, sirrah, is the Tompion watch your grandmother gave you? And how did you survive the boxes of cakes which the good lady stowed away in your cabin? The ship which took out my poor Theo's children returned with the Reverend Mr. Hagan and my Lady Maria on board, who meekly chose to resign her rank, and was known in the colony, which was not to be a colony very long, only as Mrs. Hagan. At the time when I was in favour with my Lord Dunmore, a living falling vacant in Westmoreland County, he gave it to our kinsman, who arrived in Virginia time enough to christen our boy Henry, and to preach some sermons on the then gloomy state of affairs, which Madam Esmond pronounced to be prodigious fine. I think my Lady Maria won Madam's heart by insisting on going out of the room after her. "My father, your brother, was an earl, 'tis true," says she, "but you know your ladyship is a marquis's daughter, and I never can think of taking precedence of you." So fond did Madam become of her niece, that she even allowed Hagan to read plays, my own humble compositions amongst others, and was fairly forced to own that there was merit in the tragedy of Pocahontas, which our parson delivered with uncommon energy and fire. Hal and his wife came but rarely to Castlewood and Richmond when the chaplain and his lady were with us. Fanny was very curt and rude with Maria, used to giggle and laugh strangely in her company, and repeatedly remind her of her age, to our mother's astonishment, who would often ask, was there any cause of quarrel between her niece and her daughter-in-law? I kept my own counsel on these occasions, and was often not a little touched by the meekness with which the elder lady bore her persecutions. Fanny loved to torture her in her husband's presence, who, poor fellow, was also in happy ignorance about his wife's early history, and the other bore her agony, wincing as little as might be. I sometimes would remonstrate with Madam Harry, and ask her was she a Red Indian, that she tortured her victims so? "Have not I had torture enough in my time?" says the young lady, and looked as though she was determined to pay back the injuries inflicted on her. "Nay," says I, "you were bred in our wigwam, and I don't remember anything but kindness." "Kindness!" cries she. "No slave was ever treated as I was. The blows which wound most often are those which never are aimed. The people who hate us are not those we have injured." I thought of little Fanny in our early days, silent, smiling, willing to run and do all our biddings for us, and I grieved for my poor brother, who had taken this sly creature into his bosom. Chapter 87. Chapter 88 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 88. Yankee Doodle comes to town. One of the uses to which we put America in the days of our British dominion was to make it a refuge for our sinners. Besides convicts and assigned servants, whom we transported to our colonies, we discharged on their shores scapegraces and younger sons, for whom dissipation, despair, and bailiffs made the old country uninhabitable. And as Mr. Cook, in his voyages, made his newly discovered islanders presents of English animals and other specimens of European civilization, we used to take care to send samples of our black sheep over to the colonies, there to browse as best they might, and propagate their precious breed. I myself was perhaps a little guilty in this matter, in busying myself to find a living in America for the worthy Hagan, husband of my kinswoman, at least was guilty in so far as this, that as we could get him no employment in England, we were glad to ship him to Virginia, and give him a colonial pulpit cushion to thump. He demeaned himself there as a brave, honest gentleman, to be sure. He did his duty thoroughly by his congregation, and his king too, and in so far did credit to my small patronage. Madam Theo used to urge this when I confided to her in my scruples of conscience on this subject, and show, as her custom was and is, that my conduct in this, as in all other matters, was dictated by the highest principle of morality and honour. But would I have given Hagan our living at home, and selected him and his wife to minister to our parish? I fear not. I never had a doubt of our cousin's sincere repentance, but I think I was secretly glad when she went to work it out in the wilderness. And I say this acknowledging my pride and my error. Twice, when I wanted them most, this kind Maria aided me with her sympathy and friendship. She bore her own distresses courageously, and soothed those of others with admirable affection and devotion. And yet I, and some of mine, not Theo, would look down upon her. Oh, for shame on our pride! My poor Lady Maria was not the only one of our family who was to be sent out of the way to American wildernesses. Having borrowed, stolen, cheated at home, until he could cheat, borrow, and steal no more, the Honourable William Esmond, Esquire, was accommodated with a place at New York, and his noble brother and royal master heartily desired that they might see him no more. When the troubles began, we heard of the fellow and his doings in his new habitation. Lies and mischief were his avant couriers wherever he travelled. My Lord Dunmore informed me that Mr. Will declared publicly that our estate of Castlewood was only ours during his brother's pleasure, that his father, out of consideration for Madam Esmond, his lordship's half-sister, had given her the place for life, and that he, William, was in negotiation with his brother, the present Lord Castlewood, for the purchase of the reversion of the estate. We had the deed of gift in our strong room at Castlewood, and it was furthermore registered in due form at Williamsburg, so that we were easy on that score. But the intention was everything, and Hal and I promised, as soon as ever we met Mr. William, to get from him a confirmation of this pretty story. What Madam Esmond's feelings and expressions were when she heard it, I need scarcely here particularize. "What! My father, the Marquis of Esmond, was a liar, and I am a cheat, am I?" cries my mother. "He will take my son's property at my death, will he?" And she was for writing not only to Lord Castlewood in England, but to his Majesty himself at St. James's, and was only prevented by my assurance that Mr. Will's lies were notorious amongst all his acquaintance, and that we could not expect in our own case that he should be so inconsistent as to tell the truth. We heard of him presently as one of the loudest amongst the Loyalists in New York, as captain and presently major of a corps of volunteers who were sending their addresses to the well-disposed in all the other colonies, and announcing their perfect readiness to die for their mother country. We could not lie in a house without a whole window, and closing the shutters of that unlucky mansion we had hired at Williamsburg, Madam Esmond left our little capital, and my family returned to Richmond, which also was deserted by the members of the dissolved Assembly. Captain Hal and his wife returned pretty early to their plantation, and I, not a little annoyed at the course which events were taking, divided my time pretty much between my own family and that of our Governor, who professed himself very eager to have my advice and company. There were the strongest political differences, but as yet no actual personal quarrel. Even after the dissolution of our House of Assembly, the members of which adjourned to a tavern, and there held that famous meeting, where, I believe, the idea of a Congress of all the colonies was first proposed, the gentlemen who were strongest in opposition remained good friends with his Excellency, partook of his hospitality, and joined him in excursions of pleasure. The session over, the gentry went home and had meetings in their respective counties, and the assemblies in most of the other provinces having been also abruptly dissolved, it was agreed everywhere that a General Congress should be held. Philadelphia, as the largest and most important city on our continent, was selected as the place of meeting, and those celebrated conferences began, which were but the angry preface of war. We were still at God Save the King. We were still presenting our humble petitions to the throne. But when I went to visit my brother Harry at Fanny's Mount, his new plantation lay not far from ours, but with Rappahannock between us, and towards Mattapony River. He rode out on business one morning, and I in the afternoon happened to ride too, and was told by one of the grooms that master was gone towards Willis's Ordinary, in which direction, thinking no harm, I followed. And upon a clear place, not far from Willis's, as I advance out of the wood, I come on Captain Hal on horseback, with 3 or 34 countrymen round about him, armed with every sort of weapon, pike, scythe, fowling piece, and musket; and the captain, with 2 or 3 likely young fellows as officers under him, putting the men through their exercise. As I rode up, a queer expression comes over Hal's face. "Present arms!" says he, and the army tries to perform the salute as well they could. "Captain Cade, this is my brother, Sir George Warrington." "As a relation of yours, Colonel," says the individual addressed as Captain, "the gentleman is welcome." And he holds out a hand accordingly. And a true friend to Virginia," says Hal, with a reddening face. "Yes, please God, gentlemen," say I, on which the regiment gives a hearty huzzay for the Colonel and his brother. The drill over, the officers, and the men too, were for adjourning to Willis's and taking some refreshment; but Colonel Hal said he could not drink with them that afternoon, and we trotted homewards together. "So, Hal, the cat's out of the bag," I said. He gave me a hard look. "I guess there's wilder cats in it. It must come to this, George. I say, you mustn't tell Madam," he adds. "Good God!" I cried. "Do you mean that with fellows such as those I saw yonder, you and your friends are going to make fight against the greatest nation and the best army in the world?" "I guess we shall get an awful whipping," says Hal, "and that's the fact. But then, George," he added, with his sweet kind smile, "we are young, and a whipping or two may do us good. Won't it do us good, Dolly, you old slut?" And he gives a playful touch with his whip to an old dog of all trades that was running by him. I did not try to urge upon him I had done so in vain many times previously our British side of the question, the side which appears to me to be the best. He was accustomed to put off my reasons by saying, "Almighty well, brother, you speak as an Englishman, and have cast in your lot with your country, as I have with mine." To this argument, I own, there is no answer, and all that remains for the disputants is to fight the matter out when the strongest is in the right. Which had the right in the wars of the last century, the King or the Parliament? The side that was uppermost was the right, and on the whole much more humane in their victory than the Cavaliers would have been had they won. Nay, suppose we Tories had won the day in America, how frightful and bloody that triumph would have been! What ropes and scaffolds one imagines! What noble heads laid low! A strange feeling this, I own. I was on the Loyalist side, and yet wanted the Whigs to win. My brother Hal, on the other hand, who distinguished himself greatly with his regiment, never allowed a word of disrespect against the enemy whom he opposed. "The officers of the British army," he used to say, "are gentlemen. At least, I have not heard that they are very much changed since my time. There may be scoundrels and ruffians amongst the enemy's troops. I dare say we could find some such amongst our own. Our business is to beat his Majesty's forces, not call them names. Any rascal can do that." And from a name which Mr. Lee gave my brother, and many of his rough horsemen did not understand, Harry was often called Chevalier Baird in the Continental army. He was a knight, indeed, without fear and without reproach. As for the argument, what could such people as those you were drilling do against the British army, Hal had as confident answer, "They can beat them," says he. "Mr. George, that's what they can do." "Great heavens!" I cry. "Do you mean with your company of wolves you would hesitate to attack 500 such?" With my company of the 67th I would go anywhere, and agreed with you that at this present moment I know more of a soldiering than they. But place me on that open ground where you found us, armed as you please, and half a dozen of my friends with rifles, in the woods round about me, which would get the better? You know best, Mr. Braddock's aide de camp. There was no arguing with such a determination as this. "Thou knowest my way of thinking, Hal," I said, "and having surprised you at your work, I must tell my lord what I have seen." "Tell him, of course. You have seen our county militia exercising. You will see as much in every colony, from here to the St. Lawrence or Georgia. As I am an old soldier, they have elected me colonel. What more natural? Come, brother, let us trot on. Dinner will be ready, and Mrs. Fan does not like me to keep it waiting." And so we made for his house, which was open like all the houses of our Virginian gentlemen, and where not only every friend and neighbour, but every stranger and traveller was sure to find a welcome. "So, Mrs. Fan," I said, "I have found out what game my brother has been playing." "I trust the Colonel will have plenty of sport ere long," says she, with a toss of her head. My wife thought Harry had been hunting, and I did not care to undeceive her, though what I had seen and he had told me made me naturally very anxious. Chapter 88. Chapter 89 of the Virginians. This recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 89. A Colonel without a Regiment. When my visit to my brother was concluded, and my wife and young child had returned to our maternal house at Richmond, I made it my business to go over to our Governor, then at his country house near Williamsburg, and confer with him regarding these open preparations for war, which were being made not only in our own province, but in every one of the colonies, as far as we could learn. Gentlemen with whose names history has since made all the world familiar were appointed from Virginia as delegates to the General Congress about to be held in Philadelphia. In Massachusetts, the people and the royal troops were facing each other almost in open hostility. In Maryland and Pennsylvania we flattered ourselves that a much more loyal spirit was prevalent. In the Carolinas and Georgia, the mother country could reckon upon staunch adherents and a great majority of the inhabitants, and it never was to be supposed that our own Virginia would forego its ancient loyalty. We had but few troops in the province, but its gentry were proud of their descent from the Cavaliers of the old times. And round about our Governor were swarms of loud and confident Loyalists, who were only eager for the moment when they might draw the sword and scatter the rascally rebels before them.
Of course, in these meetings I was forced to hear many a hard word against my poor Harry. His wife, all agreed, and not without good reason perhaps, had led him to adopt these extreme anti-British opinions which he had of late declared, and he was infatuated by his attachment to the gentlemen of Mount Vernon, it was farther said, whose opinions my brother always followed, and who, day by day, was committing himself farther into the dreadful and desperate course of resistance. "This is your friend," the people about his Excellency said. "This is the man you favoured, who has had your special confidence, and who has repeatedly shared your hospitality." It could not but be owned much of this was true, though what some of our eager loyalists called treachery was indeed rather a proof of the longing desire Mr. Washington and the other gentlemen had not to withdraw from their allegiance to the Crown, but to remain faithful, and exhaust the very last chance of reconciliation, before they risked the other terrible alternative of revolt and separation. Let traitors arm, and villains draw the parricidal sword. We, at least, should remain faithful. The unconquerable power of England would be exerted, and the misguided and ungrateful provinces punished and brought back to their obedience. With what cheers we drank his Majesty's health after our banquets! We would die in defence of his rights. We would have a prince of his royal house to come and govern his ancient dominions. In consideration of my own and my excellent mother's loyalty, my brother's benighted conduct should be forgiven. Was it yet too late to secure him by offering him a good command? Would I not intercede with him who, it was known, had a great influence over him? In our Williamsburg councils we were alternately in every state of exultation and triumph, of hope, of fury against the rebels, of anxious expectancy of home succour, of doubt, distrust, and gloom. I promised to intercede with my brother, and wrote to him, I own, with but little hope of success, repeating, and trying to strengthen, the arguments which I had many a time used in our conversations. My mother, too, used her authority, but from this, I own, I expected little advantage. She assailed him, as her habit was, with such texts of Scripture as she thought bore out her own opinion, and threatened punishment to him. She menaced him with the penalties which must fall upon those who were disobedient to the powers that be. She pointed to his elder brother's example, and hinted, I fear, at his subjection to his wife, the very worst argument she could use in such a controversy. She did not show me her own letter to him. Possibly she knew I might find fault with the energy of some of the expressions she thought proper to employ. But she showed me his answer, from which I gathered what the style and tenor of the argument had been. And if Madam Esmond brought Scripture to her aid, Mr. Hal, to my surprise, brought scores of texts to bear upon her in reply, and addressed her in a very neat, temperate, and even elegant composition, which I thought his wife herself was scarcely capable of penning. Indeed, I found he had enlisted the services of Mr. Bellman, the new Richmond clergyman, who had taken up strong opinions on the Whig side, and who preached and printed sermons against Hagan, who, as I have said, was of our faction, in which I fear Bellman had the best of the dispute. My exhortations to Hal had no more success than our mother's. He did not answer my letters. Being still farther pressed by the friends of the Government, I wrote over most imprudently to say I would visit him at the end of the week at Fanny's Mount, but on arriving I only found my sister, who received me with perfect cordiality, but informed me that Hal was gone into the country, ever so far towards the Blue Mountains, to look at some horses, and was to be away. She did not know how long he was to be away. I knew then there was no hope. My dear, I said, as far as I can judge from the signs of the times, the train that has been laid these years must have a match put to it before long. Harry is riding away, God knows to what end. The Lord prosper the righteous cause, Sir George, says she. Amen, with all my heart.
You and he speak as Americans, I as an Englishman. Tell him from me, that when anything in the course of nature shall happen to our mother, I have enough for me and mine in England, and shall resign all our land here in Virginia to him." "You don't mean that, George?" she cries, with brightening eyes. "Well, to be sure, it is but right and fair," she presently added. "Why should you, who are the eldest but by an hour, have everything? A palace and lands in England, the plantation here, the title, the children, and my poor Harry none. But 'tis generous of you all the same, leastways handsome and proper, and I didn't expect it of you. And you don't take after your mother in this, Sir George, that you don't, nohow. Give my love to Sister Theo." And she offers me a cheek to kiss, ere I ride away from her door. With such a woman as Fanny to guide him, how could I hope to make a convert of my brother? Having met with this poor success in my enterprise, I rode back to our Governor, with whom I agreed that it was time to arm in earnest, and prepare ourselves against the shock that certainly was at hand. He and his whole court of officials were not a little agitated and excited, needlessly savage, I thought, in their abuse of the wicked Whigs, and loud in their shouts of Old England for ever; but they were all eager for the day when the contending parties could meet hand to hand, and they could have an opportunity of riding those wicked Whigs down. And I left my lord, having received the thanks of his Excellency in council, and engaged to do my best endeavours to raise a body of men in defence of the Crown. Hence the corps, called afterwards the Westmoreland Defenders, had its rise, of which I had the honour to be appointed colonel, and which I was to command when it appeared in the field. And that fortunate event must straightway take place so soon as the county knew that a gentleman of my station and name would take the command of the force. The announcement was duly made in the Government Gazette, and we filled in our officers readily enough. But the recruits, it must be owned, were slow to come in, and quick to disappear. Nevertheless, friend Hagan eagerly came forward to offer himself as chaplain. Madam Esmond gave us our colours, and progressed about the country engaging volunteers. But the most eager recruiter of all was my good old tutor, little Mr. Dempster, who had been out as a boy on the Jacobite side in Scotland, and who went specially into the Carolinas among the children of his banished old comrades, who had worn the white cockade of Prince Charles, and who, most of all, showed themselves in this contest still loyal to the Crown. Hal's expedition in search of horses led him not only so far as the Blue Mountains in our colony, but thence on a long journey to Annapolis and Baltimore, and from Baltimore to Philadelphia, to be sure, where a second General Congress was now sitting, attended by our Virginian gentlemen of the last year. Meanwhile, all the almanacs tell what had happened. Lexington had happened, and the first shots were fired in the war which was to end in the independence of our native country. We still protested of our loyalty to his Majesty, but we stated our determination to die or be free, and some 20,000 of our loyal petitioners assembled round about Boston with arms in their hands, and cannon to which they had helped themselves out of the Government stores. Mr. Arnold had begun that career which was to end so brilliantly by the daring and burglarious capture of 2 forts, of which he forced the doors. 3 generals from Bond Street, with a large reinforcement, were on their way to help Mr. Gage out of his ugly position at Boston. Presently the armies were actually engaged, and our British generals commenced their career of conquest and pacification in the colonies by the glorious blunder of Breed's Hill. Here they fortified themselves, feeling themselves not strong enough for the moment to win any more glorious victories over the rebels; and the 2 armies lay watching each other, whilst Congress was deliberating at Philadelphia who should command the forces of the confederated colonies. We all know on whom the most fortunate choice of the nation fell. Of the Virginian regiment which marched to join the new General in Chief, one was commanded by Henry Esmond Warrington, Esquire, late a captain in his Majesty's service, and by his side rode his little wife, of whose bravery we often subsequently heard. I was glad, for one, that she had quitted Virginia, for had she remained after her husband's departure, our mother would infallibly have gone over to give her battle, and I was thankful, at least, that that incident of civil war was spared to our family in history. The rush of our farmers and country folk was almost all directed towards the new Northern army, and our people were not a little flattered at the selection of a Virginian gentleman for the principal command. With a thrill of wrath and fury, the provinces heard of the blood drawn at Lexington, and men yelled denunciations against the cruelty and wantonness of the bloody British invader. The invader was but doing his duty, and was met and resisted by men in arms who wished to prevent him from helping himself to his own. But people do not stay to weigh their words when they mean to be angry. The colonists had taken their side, and, with what I own to be a natural spirit and ardour, were determined to have a trial of strength with the braggart, domineering mother country. Breed's Hill became a mountain, as it were, which all men of the American continent might behold, with liberty, victory, glory, on its flaming summit. Those dreaded troops could be withstood, then, by farmers and ploughmen. These famous officers could be outgeneralled by doctors, lawyers, and civilians. Granted that Britons could conquer all the world. Here were their children who could match and conquer Britons. Indeed, I don't know which of the two deserves the palm, either the bravery or vainglory. We are in the habit of laughing at our French neighbours for boasting, gasconading, and so forth, but for a steady self-esteem and indomitable confidence in our own courage, greatness, magnanimity, who can compare with Britons, except their children across the Atlantic? The people round about us took the people's side for the most part in the struggle, and, truth to say, Sir George Warrington found his regiment of Westmoreland defenders but very thinly manned at the commencement, and woefully diminished in numbers presently, not only after the news of battle from the north, but in consequence of the behaviour of my lord our Governor, whose conduct enraged no one more than his own immediate partisans and the loyal adherents of the Crown throughout the colony. That he would plant the King's standard, and summon all loyal gentlemen to rally round it, had been a measure agreed in countless meetings, and applauded over thousands of bumpers. I have a pretty good memory, and could mention the name of many a gentleman, now a smug officer of the United States Government, whom I have heard hiccup out a prayer that he might be allowed to perish under the folds of his country's flag, or roar a challenge to the bloody traitors absent with the rebel army. But let bygones be bygones. This, however, is matter of public history, that his lordship our Governor, a peer of Scotland, the sovereign's representative in his old dominion, who so loudly invited all the lieges to join the King's standard, was the first to put it in his pocket and fly to his ships out of reach of danger. He would not leave them, save as a pirate at midnight to burn and destroy. Meanwhile, we loyal gentry remained on shore, committed to our cause, and only subject to greater danger in consequence of the weakness and cruelty of him who ought to have been our leader. It was the beginning of June. Our orchards and gardens were all blooming with plenty and summer. A week before I had been over at Williamsburg exchanging compliments with his Excellency, devising plans for future movements by which we should be able to make good head against rebellion, shaking hands heartily at parting, and vincere ut mori, the very last words upon all our lips. Our little family was gathered at Richmond, talking over, as we did daily, the prospect of affairs in the North, the quarrels between our own Assembly and his Excellency, by whom they had been afresh convened, when our ghostly Hagan rushes into the parlour and asks, "Have we heard the news of the Governor?" "Has he dissolved the Assembly again, and put that scoundrel Patrick Henry in irons?" asks Madam Esmond. "No such thing. His lordship, with his lady and family, have left their palace privately at night. They are on board a man of war off York, whence my lord has sent a dispatch to the Assembly, begging them to continue their sitting, and announcing that he himself had only quitted his Government House out of fear of the fury of the people. What was to become of the sheep now the shepherd had run away? No entreaties could be more pathetic than those of the gentlemen of the House of Assembly, who guaranteed their Governor's security if he would but land, and implored him to appear amongst them, if but to pass bills and transact the necessary business. No, the man of war was his seat of government, and my lord desired his House of Commons to wait upon him there. This was erecting the king's standard with a vengeance. Our Governor had left us. Our Assembly, perforce, ruled in his stead. A rabble of people followed the fugitive Viceroy on board his ships. A mob of negroes deserted out of the plantations to join this other deserter. He and his black allies landed here and there in darkness, and emulated the most lawless of our opponents in their alacrity at seizing and burning. He not only invited runaway negroes, but he sent an ambassador to Indians with entreaties to join his standard. When he came on shore, it was to burn and destroy. When the people resisted, as at Norfolk and Hampton, he retreated and betook himself to his ships again. Even my mother, after that miserable flight of our chief, was scared at the aspect of affairs, and doubted of the speedy putting down of the rebellion. The arming of the negroes was, in her opinion, the most cowardly blow of all. The loyal gentry were ruined and robbed, many of them of their only property. A score of our worst hands deserted from Richmond and Castlewood, and fled to our courageous Governor's fleet. Not all of them, though some of them were slain, and a couple hung by the enemy for plunder and robbery perpetrated whilst with his lordship's precious army. Because her property was wantonly injured, and his Majesty's chief officer an imbecile, would Madam Esmond desert the cause of royalty and honour? My good mother was never so prodigiously dignified, and loudly and enthusiastically loyal, as after she heard of our Governor's lamentable defection. The people round about her, though most of them of quite a different way of thinking, listened to her speeches without unkindness. Her oddities were known far and wide through our province, where, I am afraid, many of the wags amongst our young men were accustomed to smoke her, as the phrase then was, and draw out her stories about the Marquis her father, and the splendour of her family, and so forth. But, along with her oddities, her charities and kindness were remembered, and many a rebel, as she called them, had a sneaking regard for the pompous little Tory lady. As for the Colonel of the Westmoreland Defenders, though that gentleman's command dwindled utterly away after the outrageous conduct of his chief, yet I escaped some very serious danger which might have befallen me and mine, in consequence of some disputes which I was known to have had with my Lord Dunmore. Going on board his ship after he had burned the stores at Hampton, and issued the proclamation calling the negroes to his standard, I made so free as to remonstrate with him in regard to both measures. I implored him to return to Williamsburg, where hundreds of us, thousands, I hoped, would be ready to defend him to the last extremity, and in my remonstrance used terms so free, or rather, as I suspect, indicated my contempt for his conduct so clearly by my behaviour, that his lordship flew into a rage, said I was a rebel like all the rest of them, and ordered me under arrest there on board his own ship. In my quality of militia officer, since the breaking out of the troubles I commonly used a red coat, to show that I wore the king's colour, I begged for a court-martial immediately, and turning round to two officers who had been present during our altercation, desired them to remember all that had passed between his lordship and me. These gentlemen were no doubt of my way of thinking as to the chief's behaviour, and our interview ended in my going ashore unaccompanied by a guard. The story got wind amongst the Whig gentry, and was improved in the telling. I had spoken out my mind manfully to the Governor. No Whig could have uttered sentiments more liberal.
When riots took place in Richmond, and of the Loyalists remaining there many were in peril of life and betook themselves to the ships, my mother's property and house were never endangered, nor her family insulted. We were still at the stage when a reconciliation was fondly thought possible. "Ah, if all the Tories were like you," a distinguished Whig has said to me, "we and the people at home should soon come together again." This, of course, was before the famous 4th of July, and that declaration which rendered reconcilement impossible. Afterwards, when parties grew more rancorous, motives much less creditable were assigned for my conduct, and it was said I chose to be a Liberal Tory because I was a cunning fox, and wished to keep my estate whatever way things went. And this, I am bound to say, is the opinion regarding my humble self which has obtained in very high quarters at home, where a profound regard for my own interest has been supposed not uncommonly to have occasioned my conduct during the late unhappy troubles. There were 2 or 3 persons in the world, for I had not told my mother how I was resolved to cede to my brother all my life interest in our American property, who knew that I had no mercenary motives in regard to the conduct I pursued. It was not worth while to undeceive others. What were life worth, if a man were forced to feel himself à la piste of all the calumnies uttered against him? And I do not quite know to this present day how it happened that my mother, that notorious Loyalist, was left for several years quite undisturbed in her house at Castlewood, a stray troop or company of Continentals being occasionally quartered upon her. I do not know for certain, I say, how this piece of good fortune happened, though I can give a pretty shrewd guess as to the cause of it. Madam Fanny, after a campaign before Boston, came back to Fanny's Mount, leaving her colonel. My modest Hal, until the conclusion of the war, would accept no higher rank, believing that in command of a regiment he could be more useful than in charge of a division. Madam Fanny, I say, came back, and it was remarkable after her return how her old asperity towards my mother seemed to be removed, and what an affection she showed for her and all the property. She was great friends with the Governor and some of the most influential gentlemen of the new Assembly. Madam Esmond was harmless, and for her son's sake, who was bravely battling for his country, her heiress should be lightly visited. I know not how it was, but for years she remained unharmed, except in respect of heavy Government requisitions, which of course she had to pay, and it was not until the redcoats appeared about our house that much serious evil came to it. End of chapter 89. Chapter 90 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 90, in which we both fight and run away. What was the use of a colonel without a regiment? The Governor and Council, who had made such a parade of thanks in endowing me with mine, were away out of sight, skulking on board ships, with an occasional piracy and arson on shore. My Lord Dunmore's black allies frightened away those of his own blood. And besides these negroes whom he had summoned round him in arms, we heard that he had sent an envoy among the Indians of the South, and that they were to come down in numbers and tomahawk our people into good behaviour. "And these are to be our allies!" I said to my mother, exchanging ominous looks with her, and remembering with a ghastly distinctness that savage whose face glared over mine, and whose knife was at my throat when Florac struck him down on Braddock's Field. We put our house of Castlewood into as good a state of defence as we could devise. But, in truth, it was more of the red men and the blacks than of the rebels we were afraid. I never saw my mother lose courage but once, and then when she was recounting to us the particulars of our father's death in a foray of Indians more than 40 years ago. Seeing some figures one night moving in front of our house, nothing could persuade the good lady but that they were savages, and she sank on her knees, crying out, "The Lord have mercy upon us! The Indians! The Indians!"
My lord's negro allies vanished on board his ships, or where they could find pay and plunder; but the painted heroes from the South never made their appearance, though I own to have looked at my mother's grey head, my wife's brown hair, and our little one's golden ringlets, with a horrible pang of doubt lest these should fall the victims of ruffian war. And it was we who fought with such weapons, and enlisted these allies. But that I dare not, so to speak, be setting myself up as interpreter of Providence, and pointing out the special finger of Heaven, as many people are wont to do, I would say our employment of these Indians and of the German mercenaries brought their own retribution with them in this war. In the field, where the mercenaries were attacked by the provincials, they yielded, and it was triumphing over them that so raised the spirit of the Continental army. And the murder of one woman, Miss Macrae, by a half-dozen drunken Indians, did more harm to the royal cause than the loss of a battle or the destruction of regiments. Now, the Indian panic over, Madam Esmond's courage returned, and she began to be seriously and not unjustly uneasy at the danger which I ran myself, and which I brought upon others by remaining in Virginia. "What harm can they do to me?" says she, "a poor woman? If I have one son a colonel without a regiment, I have another with a couple of hundred Continentals behind him in Mr. Washington's camp. If the Royalists come, they will let me off for your sake. If the rebels appear, I shall have Harry's passport. I don't wish, sir, I don't like that your delicate wife and this dear little baby should be here, and only increase the risk of all of us. We must have them away to Boston or New York. Don't talk about defending me. Who will think of hurting a poor harmless old woman? If the rebels come, I shall shelter behind Mrs. Fanny's petticoats, and shall be much safer without you in the house than in it." This she said in part, perhaps, because 'twas reasonable; more so, because she would have me and my family out of the danger, and, danger or not, for her part, felt that she was determined to remain in the land where her father was buried and she was born. She was living backwards, so to speak. She had seen the new generation, and blessed them, and bade them farewell. She belonged to the past, and old days and memories. While we were debating about the Boston scheme, comes the news that the British have evacuated that luckless city altogether, never having ventured to attack Mr. Washington in his camp at Cambridge, though he lay there for many months without powder at our mercy, but waiting until he procured ammunition, and seized and fortified Dorchester Heights, which commanded the town, out of which the whole British army and colony was obliged to beat a retreat. That the King's troops won the battle at Bunker Hill there is no more doubt than that they beat the French at Blenheim. But through the war their chiefs seem constantly to have been afraid of assaulting entrenched Continentals afterwards. Else why, from July to March, hesitate to strike an almost defenceless enemy? Why the hesitation at Long Island, when the Continental army was in our hand? Why that astonishing timorousness of Howe before Valley Forge, where the relics of a force starving, sickening, and in rags, could scarcely man the lines, which they held before a great, victorious, and perfectly appointed army? As the hopes and fears of the contending parties rose and fell, it was curious to mark the altered tone of the partisans of either. When the news came to us in the country of the evacuation of Boston, every little Whig in the neighbourhood made his bow to Madam, and advised her to a speedy submission. She did not carry her loyalty quite so openly as heretofore, and flaunt her flag in the faces of the public, but she never swerved. Every night and morning in private poor Hagan prayed for the royal family in our own household, and on Sundays any neighbours were welcome to attend the service, where my mother acted as a very emphatic clerk, and the prayer for the High Court of Parliament under our most religious and gracious King was very stoutly delivered. The brave Hagan was a parson without a living, as I was a militia colonel without a regiment. Hagan had continued to pray stoutly for King George in Williamsburg long after his Excellency our Governor had run away. But on coming to church one Sunday to perform his duty, he found a corporal's guard at the church door, who told him that the Committee of Safety had put another divine in his place, and he was requested to keep a quiet tongue in his head. He told the men to lead 'em before their chiefs. Our honest friend always loved tall words and tragic attitudes, and accordingly was marched through the streets to the Capitol with a chorus of white and coloured blackguards at the skirts of his gown, and had an interview with Messrs. Henry and the new state officers, and confronted the robbers, as he said, in their den. Of course he was for making an heroic speech before these gentlemen, and was one of many men who perhaps would have no objection to be made martyrs, so that they might be roasted coram populo, or tortured in a full house. But Mr. Henry was determined to give him no such chance. After keeping Hagan 3 or 4 hours waiting in an anteroom in the company of negroes, when the worthy divine entered the new Chief Magistrate's room with an undaunted mien, and began a prepared speech with, "Sir, by what authority am I, a minister of the—" "Mr. Hagan," says the other, interrupting him, "I am too busy to listen to speeches. And as for King George, he has henceforth no more authority in this country than King Nebuchadnezzar. Mind you that, and hold your tongue, if you please. Stick to King John, sir, and King Macbeth. And if you will send round your benefit tickets, all the assembly shall come and hear you. Did you ever see Mr. Hagan on the boards when you was in London, General?" And so saying, Henry turns round upon Mr. Washington's second in command, General Lee, who was now come into Virginia upon state affairs, and our shamefaced good Hagan was bustled out of the room, reddening, and almost crying with shame. After this event, we thought that Hagan's ministrations were best confined to us in the country, and removed the worthy pastor from his rest of lambs in the city. The selection of Virginians to the very highest civil and military appointments of the new government bribed and flattered many of our leading people, who otherwise, and but for the outrageous conduct of our government, might have remained faithful to the crown, and made good head against the rising rebellion. But although we Loyalists were gagged and muzzled, though the capital was in the hands of the Whigs, and our vaunted levies of loyal recruits so many Falstaff's regiments, for the most part, the faithful still kept intelligences with one another in the colony and with our neighbours; and though we did not rise, and though we ran away, and though in examination before committees, justices, and so forth, some of our frightened people gave themselves republican airs, and vowed perdition to kings and nobles, yet we knew each other pretty well, and, according as the chances were more or less favourable to us, the master more or less hard, we concealed our colours, showed our colours, half showed our colours, or downright apostatized for the nonce, and cried, "Down with King George!" Our negroes bore about, from house to house, all sorts of messages and tokens. Endless underhand plots and schemes were engaged in by those who could not afford the light. The battle over, the neutrals come and join the winning side, and shout as loudly as the patriots. The runaways are not counted. Will any man tell me that the signers and ardent well-wishers of the Declaration of Independence were not in a minority of the nation, and that the minority did not win? We knew that a part of the defeated army of Massachusetts was about to make an important expedition southward, upon the success of which the very greatest hopes were founded; and I, for one, being anxious to make a movement as soon as there was any chance of activity, had put myself in communication with the ex-Governor Martin of North Carolina, whom I proposed to join with 3 or 4 of our Virginian gentlemen, officers of that notable corps of which we only wanted privates. We made no particular mystery about our departure from Castlewood. The affairs of Congress were not going so well yet that the new government could afford to lay any particular stress or tyranny upon persons of a doubtful way of thinking. Gentlemen's houses were still open, and in our southern fashion we would visit our friends for months at a time. My wife and I, with our infant and a fitting suite of servants, took leave of Madam Esmond on a visit to a neighbouring plantation. We went thence to another friend's house, and then to another, till finally we reached Wilmington, in North Carolina, which was the point at which we expected to stretch a hand to the succours which were coming to meet us. Ere our arrival, our brother Carolinian Royalists had shown themselves in some force. Their encounters with the Whigs had been unlucky. The poor Highlanders had been no more fortunate in their present contest in favour of King George than when they had drawn their swords against him in their own country. We did not reach Wilmington until the end of May, by which time we found Admiral Parker's squadron there, with General Clinton and 5 British regiments on board, whose object was a descent upon Charleston. The General, to whom I immediately made myself known, seeing that my regiment consisted of Lady Warrington, our infant whom she was nursing, and 3 negro servants, received us at first with a very grim welcome; but Captain Horner, of the Sphinx frigate, who had been on the Jamaica station, and received, like all the rest of the world, many kindnesses from our dear Governor there, when he heard that my wife was General Lambert's daughter, eagerly received her on board, and gave up his best cabin to our service. And so we were refugees too, like my Lord Dunmore, having waved our flag, to be sure, and pocketed it, and slipped out at the back door. From Wilmington we bore away quickly to Charleston, and in the course of the voyage and our delay in the river, previous to our assault on the place, I made some acquaintance with Mr. Clinton, which increased to a further intimacy. It was the King's birthday when we appeared in the river. We determined it was a glorious day for the commencement of the expedition. It did not take place for some days after, and I leave out purposely all descriptions of my Penelope parting from her Hector, going forth on this expedition. In the first place, Hector is perfectly well, though a little gouty, nor has any rascal of a Pyrrhus made a prize of his widow; and in times of war and commotion, are not such scenes of woe and terror and parting occurring every hour? I can see the gentle face yet over the bulwark, as we descend the ship's side into the boats, and the smile of the infant on her arm. What old stories, to be sure! Captain Miles, having no natural taste for poetry, you have forgot the verses, no doubt, in Mr. Pope's Homer, in which you are described as parting with your heroic father. But your mother often read them to you as a boy, and keeps the gorget I wore on that day somewhere amongst her dressing boxes now. My second venture at fighting was no more lucky than my first. We came back to our ships that evening thoroughly beaten. The madcap Lee, whom Clinton had faced at Boston, now met him at Charleston. Lee and the gallant garrison there made a brilliant and most successful resistance. The fort on Sullivan's Island, which we attacked, was a nut we could not crack. The fire of all our frigates was not strong enough to pound its shell. The passage by which we moved up to the assault of the place was not fordable, as those officers found, Sir Henry at the head of them, who was always the first to charge, who attempted to wade it. Death by shot, by drowning, by catching my death of cold, I had braved before I returned to my wife; and our frigate, being aground for a time, and got off with difficulty, was agreeably cannonaded by the enemy until she got off her bank. A small incident in the midst of this unlucky struggle was the occasion of a subsequent intimacy which arose between me and Sir Harry Clinton, and bound me to that most gallant officer during the period in which it was my fortune to follow the war. Of his qualifications as leader there may be many opinions. I fear to say, regarding a man I heartily respect and admire, there ought to be only one. Of his personal bearing and his courage there can be no doubt. He was always eager to show it, and whether at the final charge on Breed's Hill, when at the head of the rallied troops he carried the Continental lines, or here before Sullivan's Fort, or a year later at Fort Washington, when, standard in hand, he swept up the height and entered the fort at the head of the storming column, Clinton was always foremost in the race to battle, and the King's service knew no more admirable soldier. We were taking to the water from our boats with the intention of forcing a column to the fort through a way which our own guns had rendered practicable, when a shot struck a boat alongside of us, so well aimed as actually to put three-fourths of the boat's crew hors de combat, and knocked down the officer steering, and the flag behind him. I could not help crying out, "Bravo! Well aimed!" for no ninepins ever went down more helplessly than these poor fellows before the round shot. Then the General, turning round to me, says rather grimly, "Sir, the behaviour of the enemy seems to please you." "I am pleased, sir," says I, "that my countrymen yonder should fight as becomes our nation." We floundered on towards the fort, in the midst of the same amiable attentions from small arms and great, until we found the water was up to our breasts and deepening at every step, when we were fain to take to our boats again and pull out of harm's way. Sir Henry waited upon my Lady Warrington on board the Sphinx after this, and was very gracious to her, and mighty facetious regarding the character of the humble writer of the present memoir, whom his Excellency always described as a rebel at heart. I pray my children may live to see or engage in no great revolutions, such as that, for instance, raging in the country of our miserable French neighbours. Save a very, very few indeed, the actors in those great tragedies do not bear to be scanned too closely. The chiefs are often no better than ranting quacks, the heroes ignoble puppets, the heroines anything but pure. The prize is not always to the brave. In our Revolution it certainly did fall, for once and for a wonder, to the most deserving, but who knows his enemies now? His great and surprising triumphs were not in those rare engagements with the enemy where he obtained a trifling mastery, but over Congress, over hunger and disease, over lukewarm friends or smiling foes in his own camp, whom his great spirit had to meet and master. When the struggle was over, and our important chiefs who had conducted it began to squabble and accuse each other in their own defence before the nation, what charges and countercharges were brought, what pretexts of delay were urged, what piteous excuses were put forward, that this fleet arrived too late, that that regiment mistook its orders, that these cannon balls would not fit those guns, and so to the end of the chapter. Here was a general who beat us with no shot at times, and no powder, and no money, and he never thought of a convention. His courage never capitulated. Through all the doubt and darkness, the danger and long tempests of the war, I think it was only the American leader's indomitable soul that remained entirely steady. Of course, our Charleston expedition was made the most of, and pronounced a prodigious victory by the enemy, who had learnt, from their parents perhaps, to cry victory if a corporal's guard were surprised, as loud as if we had won a pitched battle. Mr. Lee rushed back to New York, the conqueror of conquerors, trumpeting his glory, and by no man received with more eager delight than by the Commander-in-Chief of the American army. It was my dear Lee and my dear General between them then, and it hath always touched me in the history of our early Revolution to note that simple confidence and admiration with which the General-in-Chief was wont to regard officers under him who had happened previously to serve with the King's army. So the Mexicans of old looked and wondered when they first saw an armed Spanish horseman; and this mad, flashy braggart, and another Continental general whose name and whose luck afterwards were sufficiently notorious, you may be sure, took advantage of the modesty of the Commander-in-Chief, and advised, and blustered, and sneered, and disobeyed orders, daily presenting fresh obstacles, as if he had not enough otherwise, in the path over which only Mr. Washington's astonishing endurance could have enabled him to march. Whilst we were away on our South Carolina expedition, the famous 4th of July had taken place,
and we and the 13 United States were parted forever. My own native state of Virginia had also distinguished itself by announcing that all men are equally free, that all power is vested in the people, who have an inalienable right to alter, reform, or abolish their form of government at pleasure, and that the idea of an hereditary first magistrate is unnatural and absurd. Our General presented me with this document fresh from Williamsburg, as we were sailing northward by the Virginia Capes, and amidst not a little amusement and laughter, pointed out to me the faith to which, from the fourth instruction inclusive, I was bound. There was no help for it. I was a Virginian. My godfathers had promised and vowed in my name that all men were equally free, including, of course, the race of poor Gumbo, that the idea of a monarchy is absurd, and that I had the right to alter my form of government at pleasure. I thought of Madam Esmond at home, and how she would look when these articles of faith were brought her to subscribe. How would Hagan receive them? He demolished them in a sermon, in which all the logic was on his side. But the U.S. Government has not somehow been affected by the discourse; and when he came to touch upon the point that all men being free, therefore Gumbo and Sady and Nathan had assuredly a right to go to Congress. "Tut, tut, my good Mr. Hagan," says my mother, "let us hear no more of this nonsense, but leave such wickedness and folly to the rebels." By the middle of August we were before New York, whither Mr. Howe had brought his army that had betaken itself to Halifax after its inglorious expulsion from Boston. The American commander-in-chief was at New York, and a great battle inevitable, and I looked forward to it with an inexpressible feeling of doubt and anxiety, knowing that my dearest brother and his regiment formed part of the troops whom we must attack, and could not but overpower. Almost the whole of the American army came over to fight on the small island, where every officer on both sides knew that they were to be beaten, and whence they had not a chance of escape. 2 frigates, out of 100 we had placed so as to command the enemy's entrenched camp and point of retreat across East River to New York, would have destroyed every bark in which he sought to fly, and compelled him to lay down his arms on shore. He fought. His hasty levies were utterly overthrown, some of his generals, his best troops, his artillery taken. The remnant huddled into their entrenched camp after their rout, the pursuers entering it with them. The victors were called back. The enemy was then pent up in a corner of the island, and could not escape. "They are at our mercy, and are ours to-morrow," says the gentle General. Not a ship was set to watch the American force, not a sentinel of ours could see a movement in their camp. A whole army crossed under our eyes in one single night to the mainland, without the loss of a single man; and General Howe was suffered to remain in command after this feat, and to complete his glories of Long Island and Breed's Hill at Philadelphia. A friend, to be sure, crossed in the night to say the enemy's army was being ferried over, but he fell upon a picket of Germans. They could not understand him. Their commander was boozing or asleep. In the morning, when the spy was brought to some one who could comprehend the American language, the whole Continental force had crossed the East River, and the empire over 13 colonies had slipped away. The opinions I had about our chief were by no means uncommon in the army, though perhaps wisely kept secret by gentlemen under Mr. Howe's immediate command. Am I more unlucky than other folks, I wonder? Or why are my imprudent sayings carried about more than my neighbours'? My rage that such a use was made of such a victory was no greater than that of scores of gentlemen with the army. Why must my name, forsooth, be given up to the Commander-in-Chief as that of the most guilty of the grumblers? Personally, General Howe was perfectly brave, amiable, and good-humoured. "So, Sir George," says he, "you find fault with me as a military man, because there was a fog after the battle on Long Island, and your friends, the Continentals, gave me the slip. Surely we took and killed enough of them. But there is no satisfying you gentlemen amateurs. and he turned his back on me, and shrugged his shoulders, and talked to some one else. Amateur I might be, and he the most amiable of men, but if King George had said to him, "Never more be officer of mine," yonder agreeable and pleasant Cassio would most certainly have had his desert. I soon found how our chief had come in possession of his information regarding myself. My admirable cousin, Mr. William Esmond, who of course had forsaken New York and his post, when all the royal authorities fled out of the place and Washington occupied it, returned along with our troops and fleets, and, being a gentleman of good birth and name, and well acquainted with the city, made himself agreeable to the newcomers of the royal army, the young bloods, merry fellows, and macaronis, by introducing them to play-tables, taverns, and yet worse places, with which the worthy gentleman continued to be familiar in the New World as in the Old. Coelum non animum. However Will had changed his air, or whithersoever he transported his carcass, he carried a rascal in his skin. I had heard a dozen stories of his sayings regarding my family, and was determined neither to avoid him nor seek him, but to call him to account whenever we met. And chancing one day to be at a coffee-house in a friend's company, my worthy kinsman swaggered in with a couple of young lads of the army, whom he found it was his pleasure and profit now to lead into every kind of dissipation. I happened to know one of Mr. Will's young companions, an aide-de-camp of General Clinton's, who had been in my close company both at Charleston, before Sullivan's Island, and in the action of Brooklyn, where our General gloriously led the right wing of the English army. They took a box without noticing us at first, though I heard my name 3 or 4 times mentioned by my brawling kinsman, who ended some drunken speech he was making by slapping his fist on the table and swearing, "By God, I will do for him, and the bloody rebel, his brother." "Ah, Mr. Esmond!" says I, coming forward with my hat on. He looked a little pale behind his punch bowl. "I have long waited to see you, to set some little matters right, about which there has been a difference between us." "And what may those be, sir?" says he, with a volley of oaths. "You have chosen to cast a doubt upon my courage, and say that I shirked a meeting with you when we were young men. Our relationship and our age ought to prevent us from having recourse to such murderous follies." Mr. Will started up, looking fierce and relieved. "But I give you notice that though I can afford to overlook lies against myself, if I hear from you a word in disparagement of my brother, Colonel Warrington, of the Continental Army, I will hold you accountable." "Indeed, gentlemen! Mighty fine, indeed! You take notice of Sir George Warrington's words!" cries Mr. Will over his punch bowl. "You have been pleased to say," I continue, growing angry as I spoke, and being a fool therefore for my pains, "that the very estates we hold in this country are not ours, but of right revert to your family." "So they are ours! By George, they're ours! I've heard my brother Castlewood say so a score of times," swears Mr. Will. "In that case, sir," says I, hotly, "your brother, my Lord Castlewood, tells no more truth than yourself. We have the titles at home in Virginia. They are registered in the courts there, and if ever I hear one word more of this impertinence, I shall call you to account where no constables will be at hand to interfere." "I wonder," cries Will in a choking voice, "that I don't cut him into 20,000 pieces as he stands there before me, with his confounded yellow face. It was my brother Castlewood won his money. No, it was his brother. Damn you, which are you, the rebel or the other? I hate the ugly faces of both of you, and if you were for the king, show you were for the king, and drink his health." And he sank down into his box with a hiccup and a wild laugh, which he repeated a dozen times, with 100 more oaths and vociferous outcries that I should drink the king's health. To reason with a creature in this condition, or ask explanations or apologies from him, was absurd. I left Mr. Will to reel to his lodgings under the care of his young friends, who were surprised to find an old toper so suddenly affected, and so utterly prostrated by liquor, and limped home to my wife, whom I found happy in possession of a brief letter from Hal, which a countryman had brought in, and who said not a word about the affairs of the Continentals with whom he was engaged, but wrote a couple of pages of rapturous eulogiums upon his brother's behaviour in the field, which my dear Hal was pleased to admire, as he admired everything I said and did. I rather looked for a messenger from my amiable kinsman, in consequence of the speeches which had passed between us the night before, and did not know but that I might be called by Will to make my words good. And when accordingly Mr. Lacy, our companion of the previous evening, made his appearance at an early hour of the forenoon, I was beckoning my Lady Warrington to leave us, when, with a laugh and a cry of "Oh, no, dear, no!" Mr. Lacy begged her ladyship not to disturb herself. "I have seen," says he, "a gentleman who begs to send you his apologies if he uttered a word last night which could offend you." "What apologies? What words?" asks the anxious wife. I explained that roaring Will Esmond had met me in a coffee house on the previous evening, and quarrelled with me, as he had done with hundreds before. It appears the fellow is constantly abusive, and invariably pleads drunkenness, and apologises the next morning, unless he is caned overnight, remarked Captain Lacy. And my lady, I dare say, makes a little sermon, and asks why we gentlemen will go to idle coffee houses, and run the risk of meeting roaring, roystering Will Esmonds. Our sojourn in New York was enlivened by a project for burning the city which some ardent patriots entertained and partially executed. Several such schemes were laid in the course of the war, and each one of the principal cities was doomed to fire, though, in the interests of peace and goodwill, I hope it will be remembered that these plans never originated with the cruel government of a tyrant king, but were always proposed by gentlemen on the Continental side, who vowed that, rather than remain under the ignominious despotism of the ruffian of Brunswick, the fairest towns of America should burn. I presume that the sages who were for burning down Boston were not actual proprietors in that place, and the New York burners might come from other parts of the country, from Philadelphia or what not. Howbeit, the British spared you, gentlemen, and we pray you give us credit for this act of moderation. I had not the fortune to be present in the action on the White Plains, being detained by the hurt which I had received at Long Island, and which broke out again and again, and took some time in the healing. The tenderest of nurses watched me through my tedious malady, and was eager for the day when I should doff my militia coat and return to the quiet English home, where Hetty and our good General were tending our children. Indeed, I don't know that I have yet forgiven myself for the pains and terrors that I must have caused my poor wife by keeping her separate from her young ones and away from her home, because, forsooth, I wished to see a little more of the war then going on. Our grand tour in Europe had been all very well. We had beheld St. Peter's at Rome, and the Bishop thereof, the Dauphiness of France. Alas! to think that glorious head should ever have been brought so low, at Paris, and the rightful King of England at Florence. I had dipped my gout in a half-dozen baths and spas, and played cards in 100 courts, as my travels in Europe, which I propose to publish after my completion of the history of the American War, will testify. Neither of these two projected works of Sir George Warrington were brought, as it appears, to completion. And during our peregrinations my hypochondria diminished, which plagued me woefully at home, and my health and spirits visibly improved. Perhaps it was because she saw the evident benefit I had from excitement and change that my wife was reconciled to my continuing to enjoy them. And though secretly suffering pangs at being away from her nursery and her eldest boy, for whom she ever has had an absurd infatuation, the dear hypocrite scarce allowed a look of anxiety to appear on her face, encouraged me with smiles, professed herself eager to follow me,
asked why it should be a sin in me to covet honour, and, in a word, was ready to stay, to go, to smile, to be sad, to scale mountains, or to go down to the sea in ships, to say that cold was pleasant, heat tolerable, hunger good sport, dirty lodgings delightful, though she is wretched sailor, very delicate about the little she eats, and an extreme sufferer both of cold and heat. Hence, as I willed to stay on yet a while on my native continent, she was certain nothing was so good for me; and when I was minded to return home, oh, how she brightened, and kissed her infant, and told him how he should see the beautiful gardens at home, and Aunt Theo, and grandpapa, and his sister, and Miles. "Miles!" cries the little parrot, mocking its mother, and crowing, as if there was any mighty privilege in seeing Mr. Miles, forsooth, who was under Dr. Sumner's care at Harrow-on-the-Hill, where, to do the gentleman justice, he showed that he could eat more tarts than any boy in the school, and took most creditable prizes at football and hare and hounds. Chapter 90. Chapter 91 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 91. Satis Pugnae. It has always seemed to me, I speak under the correction of military gentlemen, that the entrenchments of Breed's Hill served the Continental Army throughout the whole of our American war. The slaughter inflicted upon us from behind those lines was so severe, and the behaviour of the enemy so resolute, that the British chiefs respected the barricades of the Americans hereafter; and were they firing from behind a row of blankets, certain of our generals rather hesitated to force them. In the affair of the White Plains, when, for a second time, Mr. Washington's army was quite at the mercy of the victors, we subsequently heard that our conquering troops were held back before a barricade actually composed of cornstalks and straw. Another opportunity was given us, and lasted during a whole winter, during which the dwindling and dismayed troops of Congress lay starving and unarmed under our grasp, and the magnanimous Mr. Howe left the famous camp of Valley Forge untouched, whilst his great, brave, and perfectly appointed army fiddled and gambled and feasted in Philadelphia. And by Byng's countrymen triumphal arches were erected, tournaments were held in pleasant mockery of the Middle Ages, and wreaths and garlands offered by beautiful ladies to this clement chief, with fantastical mottoes and posies announcing that his laurels should be immortal. Why have my ungrateful countrymen in America never erected statues to this general? They had not in all their army an officer who fought their battles better, who enabled them to retrieve their errors with such adroitness, who took care that their defeats should be so little hurtful to themselves; and when, in the course of events, the stronger force naturally got the uppermost, who showed such an untiring tenderness, patience, and complacency in helping the poor disabled opponent on to his legs again. Ah! think of 18 years before, and the firing young warrior whom England had sent out to fight her adversary on the American continent. Fancy him for ever pacing round the defences behind which the foe lies sheltered; by night and by day alike sleepless and eager, consuming away in his fierce wrath and longing, and never closing his eye, so intent is it in watching; winding the track with untiring scent that pants and hungers for blood and battle; prowling through midnight forests, or climbing silent over precipices before dawn, and watching till his great heart is almost worn out, until the foe shows himself at last, when he springs on him and grapples with him, and dying, slays him. Think of Wolfe at Quebec, and hearken to Howe's fiddles as he sits smiling amongst the dancers at Philadelphia. A favourite scheme with our ministers at home, and some of our generals in America, was to establish a communication between Canada and New York, by which means it was hoped New England might be cut off from the neighbouring colonies, overpowered in detail, and forced into submission. Burgoyne was entrusted with the conduct of the plan, and he set forth from Quebec, confidently promising to bring it to a successful issue. His march began in military state. The trumpets of his proclamations blew before him. He bade the colonists to remember the immense power of England, and summoned the misguided rebels to lay down their arms. He brought with him a formidable English force, an army of German veterans not less powerful, a dreadful band of Indian warriors, and a brilliant train of artillery. It was supposed that the people round his march would rally to the royal cause and standards. The Continental force in front of him was small at first, and Washington's army was weakened by the withdrawal of troops who were hurried forward to meet this Canadian invasion. A British detachment from New York was to force its way up the Hudson, sweeping away the enemy on the route, and make a junction with Burgoyne at Albany. This was the time when Washington's weakened army should have been struck too, but a greater power willed otherwise. Nor am I, for one, even going to regret the termination of the war. As we look over the game now, how clear seem the blunders which were made by the losing side. From the beginning to the end, we were forever arriving too late. Our supplies and reinforcements from home were too late. Our troops were in difficulty, and our succours reached them too late. Our fleet appeared off Yorktown just too late, after Cornwallis had surrendered. A way of escape was open to Burgoyne, but he resolved upon retreat too late. I have heard discomfited officers in after days prove infallibly how a different wind would have saved America to us, how we must have destroyed the French fleet but for a tempest or two, how once, twice, thrice, but for nightfall, Mr. Washington and his army were in our power. Who has not speculated, in the course of his reading of history, upon the has been and the might have been in the world? I take my tattered old map book from the shelf, and see the board on which the great contest was played. I wonder at the curious chances which lost it, and, putting aside any idle talk about the respective bravery of the two nations, can't but see that we had the best cards, and that we lost the game. I own the sport had a considerable fascination for me, and stirred up my languid blood. My brother Hal, when settled on his plantation in Virginia, was perfectly satisfied with the sports and occupations he found there. The company of the country neighbours sufficed him. He never tired of looking after his crops and people, taking his fish, shooting his ducks, hunting in the woods, or enjoying his rubber and his supper. Happy Hal in his great barn of a house, under his roomy porches, his dogs lying round his feet, his friends, the Virginian Will Wimbles, at free quarters in his mansion, his negroes fat, lazy, and ragged, his shrewd little wife ruling over them and her husband, who always obeyed her implicitly when living, and who was pretty speedily consoled when she died. I say happy, though his lot would have been intolerable to me. Wife, and friends, and plantation, and town life at Richmond (Richmond succeeded to the honour of being the capital when our province became a state), how happy he whose foot fits the shoe which fortune gives him! My income was 5 times as great, my house in England as large, and built of bricks and faced with freestone. My wife, would I have changed her for any other wife in the world? My children, well, I am contented with my Lady Warrington's opinion about them. But with all these plums, and peaches, and rich fruits out of plenty's horn poured into my lap, I fear I have been but an ingrate. And Hodge, my gatekeeper, who shares his bread and scrap of bacon with a family as large as his master's, seems to me to enjoy his meal as much as I do, though Mrs. Molly prepares her best dishes and sweetmeats, and Mr. Gumbo uncorks the choicest bottle from the cellar. Ah me! Sweetmeats have lost their savour for me, however they may rejoice my young ones from the nursery, and the perfume of claret palls upon old noses. Our parson has poured out his sermons many and many a time to me, and perhaps I did not care for them much when he first broached them. Dost thou remember, honest friend? Sure he does, for he has repeated the story over the bottle as many times as his sermons almost, and my Lady Warrington pretends as if she had never heard it. I say, Joe Blake, thou rememberest full well, and with advantages, that October evening when we scrambled up an embrasure at Fort Clinton, and a clubbed musket would have dashed those valuable brains out, had not Joe's sword whipped my rebellious countryman through the gizzard. Joe wore a red coat in those days, the uniform of the brave 63rd, whose leader, the bold Sill, fell pierced with many wounds beside him. He exchanged his red for black and my pulpit. His doctrines are sound, and his sermons short. We read the papers together over our wine. Not 2 months ago we read our old friend Howe's glorious deed of the 1st of June. We were told how the noble Rawdon, who fought with us at Fort Clinton, had joined the Duke of York, and to-day his Royal Highness is in full retreat before Pichegru, and he and my son Miles have taken Valenciennes for nothing. Ah, parson, would you not like to put on your old 63rd coat? Though I doubt Mrs. Blake could never make the buttons and buttonholes meet again over your big body. The boys were acting a play with my militia sword. Oh, that I were young again, Mr. Blake! That I had not the gout in my toe, and I would saddle Rosinante and ride back into the world, and feel the pulses beat again, and play a little of life's glorious game. The last hit which I saw played was gallantly won by our side, though 'tis true that even in this party the Americans won the rubber, our people gaining only the ground they stood on, and the guns, stores, and ships which they captured and destroyed, whilst our efforts at rescue were too late to prevent the catastrophe impending over Burgoyne's unfortunate army. After one of those delays which always were happening to retard our plans and weaken the blows which our chiefs intended to deliver, an expedition was got under way from New York at the close of the month of September, '77, that, could it have but advanced a fortnight earlier, might have saved the doomed force of Burgoyne. Sed dies aliter visum. The delay here was not Sir Henry Clinton's fault, who could not leave his city unprotected, but the winds and weather which delayed the arrival of reinforcements which we had long awaited from England. The fleet which brought them brought us long and fond letters from home, with the very last news of the children under the care of their good Aunt Hetty and their grandfather. The mother's heart yearned towards the absent young ones. She made me no reproaches, but I could read her importunities in her anxious eyes, her terrors for me, and her longing for her children. "Why stay longer?" she seemed to say. "You who have no calling to this war, or to draw the sword against your countrymen, why continue to imperil your life and my happiness?" I understood her appeal. We were to enter upon no immediate service of danger. I told her Sir Henry was only going to accompany the expedition for a part of the way. I would return with him, the reconnaissance over, and Christmas, please Heaven, should see our family once more united in England. A force of 3,000 men, including a couple of slender regiments of American Loyalists and New York militia, with which latter my distinguished relative, Mr. Will Esmond, went as captain, was embarked at New York, and our armament sailed up the noble Hudson River, that presents finer aspects than the Rhine in Europe, to my mind. Nor was any fire opened upon us from those beetling cliffs and precipitous palisades, as they are called, by which we sailed; the enemy, strange to say, being for once unaware of the movement we contemplated. Our first landing was on the eastern bank, at a place called Verplank's Point, whence the Congress troops withdrew after a slight resistance, their leader, the tough old Putnam, so famous during the war, supposing that our march was to be directed towards the eastern Highlands, by which we intended to penetrate to Burgoyne. Putnam fell back to occupy these passes, a small detachment of ours being sent forward as if in pursuit, which he imagined was to be followed by the rest of our force. Meanwhile, before daylight, 2,000 men without artillery were carried over to Stony Point on the western shore, opposite Verplank's, and under a great hill called the Dunderberg by the old Dutch lords of the stream, and which hangs precipitously over it. A little stream at the northern base of this mountain intersects it from the opposite height on which Fort Clinton stood, named not after our general, but after one of the two gentlemen of the same name, who were amongst the oldest and most respected of the provincial gentry of New York, and who were at this moment actually in command against Sir Henry. On the next height to Clinton is Fort Montgomery, and behind them rises a hill called Bear Hill, whilst at the opposite side of the magnificent stream stands St. Anthony's Nose, a prodigious peak indeed, which the Dutch had quaintly christened. The attacks on the two forts were almost simultaneous. Half our men were detached for the assault on Fort Montgomery, under the brave Campbell, who fell before the rampart. Sir Henry, who would never be out of danger where he could find it, personally led the remainder, and hoped, he said, that we should have better luck than before the Sullivan Island. A path led up to the Dunderberg, so narrow as scarcely to admit 3 men abreast, and in utter silence our whole force scaled it, wondering at every rugged step to meet with no opposition. The enemy had not even kept a watch on it, nor were we descried until we were descending the height, at the base of which we easily dispersed a small force sent hurriedly to oppose us. The firing which here took place rendered all idea of a surprise impossible. The fort was before us. With such arms as the troops had in their hands, they had to assault; and silently and swiftly, in the face of the artillery playing upon them, the troops ascended the hill. The men had orders on no account to fire. Taking the colours of the 63rd, and bearing them aloft, Sir Henry mounted with the stormers. The place was so steep that the men pushed each other over the wall and through the embrasures, and it was there that Lieutenant Joseph Blake, the father of a certain Joseph Clinton Blake, who looks with the eyes of affections on a certain young lady, presented himself to the living of Warrington by saving the life of the unworthy patron thereof. About a fourth part of the garrison, as we were told, escaped out of the fort, the rest being killed or wounded, or remaining our prisoners within the works. Fort Montgomery was, in like manner, stormed and taken by our people; and at night, as we looked down from the heights where the King's standard had been just planted, we were treated to a splendid illumination in the river below. Under Fort Montgomery, and stretching over to that lofty prominence called St. Anthony's Nose, a boom and chain had been laid with a vast cost and labour, behind which several American frigates and galleys were anchored. The fort being taken, these ships attempted to get up the river in the darkness, out of the reach of guns which they knew must destroy them in the morning. But the wind was unfavourable, and escape was found to be impossible. The crews therefore took to the boats, and so landed, having previously set the ships on fire with all their sails set; and we beheld these magnificent pyramids of flame burning up to the heavens and reflected in the waters below, until, in the midst of prodigious explosions, they sank and disappeared. On the next day, A parlementaire came in from the enemy to inquire as to the state of his troops left wounded or prisoners in our hands, and the Continental officer brought me a note which gave me a strange shock, for it showed that in the struggle of the previous evening my brother had been engaged. It was dated October 7th, from Major General George Clinton's divisional headquarters, and it stated briefly that Colonel H. Warrington, of the Virginia line, hopes that Sir George Warrington escaped unhurt in the assault of last evening, from which the Colonel himself was so fortunate as to retire without the least injury. Never did I say my prayers more heartily and gratefully than on that night, devoutly thanking Heaven that my dearest brother was spared, and making a vow at the same time to withdraw out of the fratricidal contest into which I only had entered because honour and duty seemed imperatively to call me. I own I felt an inexpressible relief when I had come to the resolution to retire, and betake myself to the peaceful shade of my own vines and fig trees at home. I longed, however, to see my brother ere I returned, and asked, and easily obtained, an errand to the camp of the American General Clinton from our own chief. The headquarters of his division were now some miles up the river, and a boat and a flag of truce quickly brought me to the point where his outpickets received me on the shore. My brother was very soon with me. He had only lately joined General Clinton's division with letters from headquarters at Philadelphia, and he chanced to hear, after the attack on Fort Clinton, that I had been present during the affair. We passed a brief, delightful night together. Mr. Sadie, who always followed Hal to the war, cooking a feast in honour of both his masters. There was but one bed of straw in the hut where we had quarters, and Hal and I slept on it side by side, as we had done when we were boys. We had 100 things to say regarding past times and present. His kind heart gladdened when I told him of my resolve to retire to my acres, and to take off the red coat which I wore. He flung his arms round it. "Praise be God!" says he. "Oh, heavens, George, think what might have happened had we met in the affair 2 nights ago!" And he turned quite pale at the thought. He eased my mind with respect to our mother. She was a bitter Tory, to be sure, but the chief had given special injunctions regarding her safety. "And Fanny," Hal's wife, "watches over her, and she is as good as a company," cried the enthusiastic husband. "Isn't she clever? Isn't she handsome? Isn't she good?" cries Hal, never fortunately waiting for a reply to those ardent queries. "And to think that I was nearly marrying Maria once! Oh, mercy, what an escape I had!" he added. "Hagan prays for the king every morning and night at Castlewood, but they bolt the doors, and nobody hears. Gracious powers! His wife is 60 if she is a day, and, oh, George, the quantity she drinks is... But why tell the failings of our good cousin? I am pleased to think she lived to drink the health of King George after his old dominion had passed for ever from his sceptre. The morning came when my brief mission to the camp was ended, and the truest of friends and fondest of brothers accompanied me to my boat, which lay waiting at the riverside. We exchanged an embrace at parting, and his hand held mine yet for a moment ere I stepped into the barge which bore me rapidly down the stream. "Shall I see thee once more, dearest and best companion of my youth?" I thought. "Amongst our cold Englishmen, can I ever hope to meet with a friend like thee?" When hadst thou ever a thought that was not kindly and generous? When a wish or a possession, but for me you would sacrifice it? How brave are you, and how modest, how gentle, and how strong! How simple, unselfish, and humble! How eager to see others' merit, how diffident of your own! He stood on the shore till his figure grew dim before me. There was that in my eyes which prevented me from seeing him longer. Brilliant as Sir Henry's success had been, it was achieved, as usual, too late, and served but as a small set-off against the disaster of Burgoyne, which ensued immediately, and which our advance was utterly inadequate to relieve. More than one secret messenger was despatched to him who never reached him, and of whom we never learned the fate. Of one wretch who offered to carry intelligence to him, and whom Sir Henry despatched with a letter of his own, we heard the miserable doom. Falling in with some of the troops of General George Clinton, who happened to be in red uniform, part of the prize of a British ship's cargo, doubtless, which had been taken by American privateers, the spy thought he was in the English army, and advanced towards the sentries. He found his mistake too late. His letter was discovered upon him, and he had to die for bearing it. In 10 days after the success at the forts occurred the great disaster at Saratoga, of which we carried the dismal particulars in the fleet which bore us home. I am afraid my wife was unable to mourn for it. She had her children, her father, her sister to revisit, and daily and nightly thanks to pay to Heaven that had brought her husband safe out of danger. End of chapter 91. Chapter 92 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 92. Under Vine and Fig Tree. Need I describe, young folks, the delights of the meeting at home, and the mother's happiness with all her brood once more under her fond wings? It was wrote in her face, and acknowledged on her knees. Our house was large enough for all, but Aunt Hetty would not stay in it. She said fairly that to resign her motherhood over the elder children, who had been hers for nearly 3 years, caused her too great a pang, and she could not bear for yet a while to be with them, and to submit to take only the second place. So she and her father went away to a house at Bury St. Edmunds, not far from us, where they lived, and where she spoiled her eldest nephew and niece in private. It was the year that we came home that Mr. B., the Jamaica planter, died, who left her the half of his fortune, and then I heard, for the first time, how the worthy gentleman had been greatly enamoured of her in Jamaica, and, though she had refused him, had thus shown his constancy to her. Heaven knows how much property of Aunt Hetty's Monsieur Miles hath already devoured. The price of his commission and outfit, his gorgeous uniforms, his play debts and little transactions in the Minories. Do you think, sirrah, I do not know what human nature is? What is the cost of Pall Mall taverns, petits soupers, play even in moderation at the Cocoa Tree? And that a gentleman cannot purchase all these enjoyments with 500 a year, which I allow him? Aunt Hetty declares she has made up her mind to be an old maid. I made a vow never to marry until I could find a man as good as my dear father, she said, and I never did, Sir George. No, my dearest Theo, not half as good, and Sir George may put that in his pipe and smoke it. And yet, when the good General died, calm and full of years, and glad to depart, I think it was my wife who shed the most tears. I weep because I think I did not love him enough, said the tender creature, whereas Hetty, scarce departed from her calm, at least outwardly and before any of us, talks of him constantly still, as though he were alive, recalls his merry sayings, his gentle, kind ways with his children, when she brightens up and looks herself quite a girl again, and sits cheerfully looking up to the slab in church, which records his name and some of his virtues, and for once tells no lies. I had fancied sometimes that my brother Hal, for whom Hetty had a juvenile passion, always retained a hold of her heart, and when he came to see us 10 years ago, I told him of this childish romance of Het's, with the hope, I own, that he would ask her to replace Mrs. Fanny, who had been gathered to her fathers, and regarding whom my wife, with her usual propensity to consider herself a miserable sinner, always reproached herself, because, forsooth, she did not regret Fanny enough. Hal, when he came to us, was plunged in grief about her loss, and vowed that the world did not contain such another woman. Our dear old General, who was still in life then,
took him in and housed him as he had done in the happy early days. The women played him the very same tunes which he had heard when a boy at Oakhurst. Everybody's heart was very soft with old recollections, and Harry never tired of pouring out his griefs and his recitals of his wife's virtues to Het, and anon of talking fondly about his dear Aunt Lambert, whom he loved with all his heart, and whose praises, you may be sure, were welcome to the faithful old husband, out of whose thoughts his wife's memory was never, I believe, absent for any 3 waking minutes of the day. General Hal went to Paris as an American general officer in his blue and yellow, which Mr. Fox and other gentlemen had brought into fashion here likewise, and was made much of at Versailles, although he was presented by Monsieur le Marquis de Lafayette to the most Christian King and Queen, who did not love Monsieur le Marquis. And I believe a Marquise took a fancy to the Virginian general, and would have married him out of hand, had he not resisted, and fled back to England and Warrington and Bury again, especially to the latter place, where the folks would listen to him as he talked about his late wife, with an endless patience and sympathy. As for us who had known the poor paragon, we were civil, but not quite so enthusiastic regarding her, and rather puzzled sometimes to answer our children's questions about Uncle Hal's angel wife. The 2 generals and myself, and Captain Miles, and Parson Blake, who was knocked over at Monmouth the year after I left America, and came home to change his coat and take my living, used to fight the battles of the Revolution over our bottle, and the parson used to cry, "By Jupiter, General!" He compounded for Jupiter when he laid down his military habit. "You are the Tory, and Sir George is the Whig. He is always finding fault with our leaders, and you are for ever standing up for them. And when I prayed for the King last Sunday, I heard you following me quite loud." "And so I do, Blake, with all my heart. I can't forget I wore his coat," says Hal. "Ah, if Wolfe had been alive for 20 years more!" says Lambert. "Ah, sir," cries Hal, "you should hear the General talk about him." "What General?" says I, to vex him. "My General," says Hal, standing up and filling a bumper. "His Excellency General George Washington." "With all my heart," cry I, but the parson looks as if he did not like the toast or the claret. Hal never tired in speaking of his General, and it was on some such evening of friendly converse that he told us how he had actually been in disgrace with this General whom he loved so fondly. Their difference seems to have been about Monsieur le Marquis de Lafayette, before mentioned, who played such a fine part in history of late, and who hath so suddenly disappeared out of it. His previous rank in our own service, and his acknowledged gallantry during the war, ought to have secured Colonel Warrington's promotion in the Continental army, where a whipper-snapper like Monsieur de Lafayette had but to arrive, and straightway to be complimented by Congress with the rank of Major General. Hal, with the freedom of an old soldier, had expressed himself somewhat contemptuously regarding some of the appointments made by Congress, with whom all sorts of miserable intrigues and cabals were set to work by unscrupulous officers who were greedy of promotion. Mr. Warrington, imitating perhaps in this the example of his now illustrious friend of Mount Vernon, affected to make the war un gentilhomme, took his pay, to be sure, but spent it upon comforts and clothing for his men, and as for rank, declared it was a matter of no earthly concern to him, and that he would as soon serve as colonel as in any higher grade. No doubt he added contemptuous remarks regarding certain general officers of Congress army, their origin, and the causes of their advancement. Notably, he was very angry about the sudden promotion of the young French lad just named, the Marquis, as they loved to call him, in the Republican army, and who, by the way, was a prodigious favourite of the chief himself. There were not 3 officers in the whole Continental force, after poor Madcap Lee was taken prisoner and disgraced, who could speak the Marquis's language, so that Hal could judge the young Major General more closely and familiarly than other gentlemen, including the Commander in Chief himself. Mr. Washington good naturedly rated friend Hal for being jealous of the beardless commander of Auvergne, was himself not a little pleased by the filial regard and profound veneration which the enthusiastic young gentleman always showed for him, and had, moreover, the very best politic reasons for treating the Marquis with friendship and favour. Meanwhile, as it afterwards turned out, the Commander-in-Chief was most urgently pressing Colonel Warrington's promotion upon Congress; and, as if his difficulties before the enemy were not enough, he being at this hard time of winter entrenched at Valley Forge, commanding 5,000 or 6,000 men at the most, almost without fire, blankets, food, or ammunition, in the face of Sir William Howe's army, which was perfectly appointed, and 3 times as numerous as his own, as if, I say, this difficulty was not enough to try him, he had further to encounter the cowardly distrust of Congress, and insubordination and conspiracy amongst the officers in his own camp. During the awful winter of '77, when one blow struck by the sluggard at the head of the British forces might have ended the war, and all was doubt, confusion, despair in the opposite camp, save in one indomitable breast alone, my brother had an interview with the chief, which he has subsequently described to me, and of which Hal could never speak without giving way to the deepest emotion. Mr. Washington had won no such triumph as that which the daredevil courage of Arnold and the elegant imbecility of Burgoyne had procured for Gates and the Northern army. Save in 1 or 2 minor encounters, which proved how daring his bravery was, and how unceasing his watchfulness, General Washington had met with defeat after defeat from an enemy in all points his superior. The Congress mistrusted him. Many an officer in his own camp hated him. Those who had been disappointed in ambition, those who had been detected in peculation, those whose selfishness or incapacity his honest eyes had spied out, were all more or less in league against him. Gates was the chief towards whom the malcontents turned. Mr. Gates was the only genius fit to conduct the war, and with a vaingloriousness which he afterwards generally owned, he did not refuse the homage which was paid him. To show how dreadful were the troubles and anxieties with which General Washington had to contend, I may mention what at this time was called the Conway Cabal. A certain Irishman, a Chevalier of St. Louis, and an officer in the French service, arrived in America early in the year '77 in quest of military employment. He was speedily appointed to the rank of brigadier, and could not be contented, forsooth, without an immediate promotion to be major general. Mr. C. had friends at Congress, who, as the General-in-Chief was informed, had promised him his speedy promotion. General Washington remonstrated, representing the injustice of promoting to the highest rank the youngest brigadier in the service, and whilst the matter was pending, was put in possession of a letter from Conway to General Gates, whom he complimented, saying that Heaven had been determined to save America, or a weak general and bad councillors would have ruined it. The General enclosed the note to Mr. Conway without a word of comment, and Conway offered his resignation, which was refused by Congress, who appointed him Inspector General of the army with the rank of Major General. And it was at this time, says Harry, with many passionate exclamations indicating his rage with himself and his admiration of his leader, when, by heavens, the glorious chief was oppressed by troubles enough to drive 10,000 men mad, that I must interfere with my jealousies about the Frenchman. I had not said much, only some nonsense to Green and Cadwalader about getting some frogs against the Frenchman came to dine with us, and having a bagful of marquises over from Paris, as we were not able to command ourselves. But I should have known the chief's troubles, and that he had a better head than mine, and might have had the grace to hold my tongue. For a while the General said nothing, but I could remark by the coldness of his demeanour that something had occurred to create a schism between him and me. Mrs. Washington, who had come to camp, also saw that something was wrong. Women have artful ways of soothing men and finding their secrets out. I am not sure that I should have ever tried to learn the cause of the General's displeasure, for I am as proud as he is, and besides, says Hal, when the chief is angry, it was not pleasant coming near him, I can promise you. My brother was indeed subjugated by his old friend, and obeyed him and bowed before him as a boy before a schoolmaster. At last, Hal resumed, Mrs. Washington found out the mystery. "Speak to me after dinner, Colonel Hal," says she. "Come out to the parade ground, before the dining house, and I will tell you all." I left a half score of general officers and brigadiers drinking round the General's table, and found Mrs. Washington waiting for me. She then told me it was the speech I had made about the box of marquises with which the General was offended. I should not have heeded it in another, he had said, but I never thought Harry Warrington would have joined against me. I had to wait on him for the word that night, and found him alone at his table. "Can your Excellency give me 5 minutes' time?" I said, with my heart in my mouth. "Yes, surely," says he, pointing to the other chair. "Will you please to be seated?" "It used not always to be Sir and Colonel Warrington between me and your Excellency," I said. He said calmly, "The times are altered." "Et nos mutamur in illis," says I. "Times and people are both changed." "You had some business with me?" he asked. "Am I speaking to the Commander-in-Chief, or to my old friend?" I asked. He looked at me gravely. "Well, to both, sir," he said. "Pray sit, Harry." "If to General Washington, I tell his Excellency that I, and many officers of this army, are not well pleased to see a boy of 20 made a Major General over us, because he is a Marquis, and because he can't speak the English language. If I speak to an old friend, I have to say that he has shown me very little of trust or friendship for the last few weeks, and that I have no desire to sit at your table and have impertinent remarks made by others there, of the way in which his Excellency turns his back on me. Which charge shall I take first, Harry?" he asked, turning his chair away from the table, and crossing his legs as if ready for a talk. "You are jealous, as I gather, about the Marquis?" "Jealous, sir!" says I. "An aide de camp of Mr. Wolfe is not jealous of a jack-a-dandy who 5 years ago was being whipped at school." "You yourself declined higher rank than that which you hold," says the Chief, turning a little red. "But I never bargained to have a macaroni Marquis to command me," I cried. "I will not for one carry the young gentleman's orders. And since Congress and your Excellency chooses to take your generals out of the nursery, I shall humbly ask leave to resign, and retire to my plantation." "Do, Harry. That is true friendship," says the Chief, with a gentleness that surprised me. "Now that your old friend is in a difficulty, 'tis surely the best time to leave him." "Sir!" says I. "Do as so many of the rest are doing, Mr. Warrington. Et tu, Brute, as the play says. Well, well, Harry, I did not think it of you, but, at least, you are in the fashion." "You asked which charge you should take first," I said. "Oh, the promotion of the Marquis? I recommended the appointment to Congress, no doubt. And you and other gentlemen disapprove it." "I have spoken for myself, sir," says I. "If you take me in that tone, Colonel Warrington, I have nothing to answer," says the Chief, rising up very fiercely, "and presume that I can recommend officers for promotion without asking your previous sanction." "Being on that tone, sir," says I, "let me respectfully offer my resignation to your Excellency, founding my desire to resign upon the fact that Congress, at your Excellency's recommendation, offers its highest commands to boys of 20, who are scarcely even acquainted with our language. And I rise up and make his Excellency a bow. "Great heavens, Harry!" he cries. About this Marquis's appointment he was beaten, that was the fact, and he could not reply to me. "Can't you believe that in this critical time of our affairs there are reasons why special favours should be shown to the first Frenchman of distinction who comes amongst us?" "No doubt, sir, if your Excellency acknowledges that Monsieur de Lafayette's merits have nothing to do with the question." "I acknowledge or deny nothing, sir," says the General, with a stamp of his foot, and looking as though he could be terribly angry if he would. "Am I here to be catechised by you? Stay. Hark, Harry, I speak to you as a man of the world, nay, as an old friend. This appointment humiliates you and others, you say? Be it so. Must we not bear humiliation along with the other burdens and griefs for the sake of our country? It is no more just, perhaps, that the Marquis should be set over you gentlemen, than that your Prince Ferdinand or your Prince of Wales at home should have a command over veterans. But if in appointing this young nobleman we please a whole nation, and bring ourselves 20 millions of allies, will you and other gentlemen sulk because we do him honour? 'Tis easy to sneer at him, though, believe me, the Marquis has many more merits than you allow him. To my mind, it were more generous, as well as more polite, of Harry Warrington, to welcome this stranger for the sake of the prodigious benefit our country may draw from him. Not to laugh at his peculiarities, but to aid him and help his ignorance by your experience as an old soldier. That is what I would do. That is the part I expected of thee, for it is the generous and manly one, Harry. But you choose to join my enemies, and when I am in trouble you say you will leave me. That is why I have been hurt. That is why I have been cold. I thought I might count on your friendship, and you can tell whether I was right or no. I relied on you as a brother, and you come and tell me you will resign. Be it so. Being embarked in this contest, by God's will I will see it to an end. You are not the first, Mr. Warrington, has left me on the way." He spoke with so much tenderness, and as he spoke his face wore such a look of unhappiness, that an extreme remorse and pity seized me, and I called out I know not what incoherent expressions regarding old times, and vowed that if he would say the word, I never would leave him. "You never loved him, George," says my brother, turning to me, "but I did, beyond all mortal men; and though I am not clever like you, I think my instinct was in the right. He has a greatness not approached by other men." "I don't say no, brother," said I, "now." "Greatness, pooh!" says the parson, growling over his wine. "We walked into Mrs. Washington's tea room arm in arm," Hal resumed. "She looked up quite kind, and saw we were friends. 'Is it all over, Colonel Harry?' she whispered. 'I know he has applied ever so often about your promotion.' 'I never will take it,' says I, and that is how I came to do penance," says Harry, telling me the story, "with Lafayette the next winter." Hal could imitate the Frenchman very well. "I will go with him," says I. "I know the way to Quebec, and when we are not in action with Sir Guy, I can hear his Excellency the Major General say his lesson." There was no fight. You know we could get no army to act in Canada, and returned to headquarters. And what do you think disturbed the Frenchman most? The idea that people would laugh at him because his command had come to nothing. And so they did laugh at him, and almost to his face, too. And who could help it? If our chief had any weak point, it was this Marquis. After our little difference, we became as great friends as before, if a man may be said to be friends with a sovereign prince, for as such I somehow could not help regarding the General. And one night, when we had sat the company out, we talked of old times, and the jolly days of sport we had together, both before and after Braddock's. And that pretty duel you were near having when we were boys. He laughed about it, and said he never saw a man look more wicked and more bent on killing than you did. And to do Sir George justice, I think he has hated me ever since," says the Chief. "Ah!" he added, An open enemy I can face readily enough. 'Tis the secret foe who causes the doubt and anguish. We have sate with more than one at my table to day, to whom I am obliged to show a face of civility, whose hands I must take when they are offered, though I know they are stabbing my reputation, and are eager to pull me down from my place. You spoke but lately of being humiliated because a junior was set over you in command. What humiliation is yours compared to mine, who have to play the farce of welcome to these traitors, who have to bear the neglect of Congress, and see men who have insulted me promoted in my own army? If I consulted my own feelings as a man, would I continue in this command? You know whether my temper is naturally warm or not, and whether as a private gentleman I should be likely to suffer such slights and outrages as are put upon me daily. But in the advancement of the sacred cause in which we are engaged, we have to endure not only hardship and danger, but calumny and wrong, and may God give us strength to do our duty. And then the General showed me the papers regarding the affair of that fellow Conway, whom Congress promoted in spite of the intrigue, and down whose black throat John Cadwallader sent the best ball he ever fired in his life. And it was here, said Hal, concluding his story, as I looked at the chief talking at night in the silence of the camp, and remembered how lonely he was, and what an awful responsibility he carried, how spies and traitors were eating out of his dish, and an enemy lay in front of him who might at any time overpower him, that I thought, sure this is the greatest man now in the world. And what a wretch I am, to think of my jealousies and annoyances, whilst he is walking serenely under his immense cares. We talked but now of Wolfe, said I. Here indeed is a greater than Wolfe. To endure is greater than to dare. To tire out hostile fortune. To be daunted by no difficulty. To keep heart when all have lost it. To go through intrigue spotless, and to forgo even ambition when the end is gained. Who can say this is not greatness, or show the other Englishman who has achieved so much? I wonder, Sir George, you did not take Mr. Washington's side and wear the blue and buff yourself, grumbles Parson Blake. You and I thought scarlet most becoming to our complexion, Joe Blake, says Sir George, and my wife thinks there would not have been room for two such great men on one side. Well, at any rate, you were better than that odious, swearing, crazy General Lee, who was second in command, cries Lady Warrington. What did the General say about George's tragedies, Harry? Harry burst into a roar of laughter, in which, of course, Mr. Miles must join his uncle. Well, says he, it is a fact that Hagan read one at my house to the General and Mrs. Washington, and several more, and they all fell sound asleep. He never liked my husband, that is the truth, says Theo, tossing up her head, and 'tis all the more magnanimous of Sir George to speak so well of him. And then Hal told how, his battles over, his country freed, his great work of liberation complete, the General laid down his victorious sword, and met his comrades of the army in a last adieu. The last British soldier had quitted the shore of the Republic, and the Commander-in-Chief proposed to leave New York for Annapolis, where Congress was sitting, and there resign his commission. About noon on the 4th December, a barge was in waiting at Whitehall Ferry to convey him across the Hudson. The chiefs of the army assembled at a tavern near the ferry, and there the General joined them. Seldom as he showed his emotion outwardly on this day he could not disguise it. He filled a glass of wine, and said, I bid you farewell with a heart full of love and gratitude, and wish your latter days may be as prosperous and happy as those past have been glorious and honourable. Then he drank to them. I cannot come to each of you to take my leave, he said, but shall be obliged if you will each come and shake me by the hand. General Knox, who was nearest, came forward, and the chief, with tears in his eyes, embraced him. The others came, one by one, to him, and took their leave without a word. A line of infantry was formed from the tavern to the ferry, and the General, with his officers following him, walked silently to the water. He stood up in the barge, taking off his hat, and waving a farewell; and his comrades remained bareheaded on the shore till their leader's boat was out of view. As Harry speaks very low in the grey of evening, with sometimes a break in his voice, we all sit touched and silent. Hetty goes up and kisses her father. "You tell us of others, General Harry," she says, passing a handkerchief across her eyes, "of Marion and Sumter, of Greene and Wayne, of Rawdon and Cornwallis, too; but you never mention Colonel Warrington." "My dear, he will tell you his story in private," whispers my wife, clinging to her sister, "and you can write it for him." But it was not to be. My Lady Theo, and her husband too, I own, catching the infection from her, never would let Harry rest until we had coaxed, wheedled, and ordered him to ask Hetty in marriage. He obeyed, and it was she who now declined. She had always, she said, the truest regard for him from the dear old times when they had met as almost children together, but she would never leave her father. When it pleased God to take him, she hoped she would be too old to think of bearing any other name but her own. Harry should have her love always as the best of brothers, and as George and Theo have such a nursery full of children, adds Hester, we must show our love to them by saving for the young ones. She sent him her answer in writing, leaving home on a visit to friends at a distance, as though she would have him to understand that her decision was final. As such, Hal received it. He did not break his heart. Cupid's arrows, ladies, don't bite very deep into the tough skins of gentlemen of our age; though, to be sure, at the time of which I write, my brother was still a young man, being little more than 50. Aunt Het is now a staid little lady with a voice of which years have touched the sweet chords, and a head which time has powdered over with silver. There are days when she looks surprisingly young and blooming. Ah me, my dear, it seems but a little while since the hair was golden brown, and the cheeks as fresh as roses. And then came the bitter blast of love unrequited, which withered them, and that long loneliness of heart which they say follows. Why would Theo and I have been so happy, and thou so lonely? Why should my meal be garnished with love, and spread with plenty, while yon solitary outcast shivers at my gate? I bow my head humbly before the dispenser of pain and poverty, wealth and health. I feel sometimes as if, for the prizes which have fallen to the lot of me, unworthy, I did not dare to be grateful. But I hear the voices of my children in their garden, or look up at their mother from my book, or perhaps my sick bed, and my heart fills with instinctive gratitude towards the bountiful heaven that has so blessed me. Since my accession to my uncle's title and estate, my intercourse with my good cousin Lord Castlewood had been very rare. I had always supposed him to be a follower of the winning side in politics, and was not a little astonished to hear of his sudden appearance in opposition. A disappointment in respect to a place at court, of which he pretended to have had some promise, was partly the occasion of his rupture with the Ministry. It is said that the most august person in the realm had flatly refused to receive into the royal household a nobleman whose character was so notoriously bad, and whose example, so the august objector was pleased to say, would ruin and corrupt any respectable family. I heard of the Castlewoods during our travels in Europe, and that the mania for play had again seized upon his lordship. His impaired fortunes having been retrieved by the prudence of his wife and father-in-law, he had again begun to dissipate his income at ombre and lansquenet. There were tales of malpractices in which he had been discovered, and even of chastisement inflicted upon him by the victims of his unscrupulous arts. His wife's beauty and freshness faded early. We met but once, at Aix-la-Chapelle, where Lady Castlewood besought my wife to go and see her, and afflicted Lady Warrington's kind heart by stories of the neglect and outrage of which her unfortunate husband was guilty. We were willing to receive these as some excuse and palliation for the unhappy lady's own conduct. a notorious adventure gambler and spadassin, calling himself the Chevalier de Barry, and said to be a relative of the mistress of the French king, but afterwards turning out to be an Irishman of low extraction, was in constant attendance upon the Earl and Countess at this time, and conspicuous for the audacity of his lies, the extravagance of his play, and somewhat mercenary gallantry towards the other sex, and the ferocious bravo courage which, however, failed him on one or two awkward occasions, if common report said true. He subsequently married, and rendered miserable a lady of title and fortune in England. The poor little American lady's interested union with Lord Castlewood was scarcely more happy. I remember our little Miles's infantile envy being excited by learning that Lord Castlewood's second son, a child a few months younger than himself, was already an ensign on the Irish establishment, whose pay the fond parents regularly drew. This piece of preferment my lord must have got for his cadet whilst he was on good terms with the minister, during which period of favour Will Esmond was also shifted off to New York. Whilst I was in America myself, we read in an English journal that Captain Charles Esmond had resigned his commission in his Majesty's service, as not wishing to take up arms against the countrymen of his mother, the Countess of Castlewood. "It is the doing of the old fox Van den Bosch," Madam Esmond said. "He wishes to keep his Virginian property safe, whatever side should win." I may mention, with respect to this old worthy, that he continued to reside in England for a while after the Declaration of Independence, not at all denying his sympathy with the American cause, but keeping a pretty quiet tongue, and alleging that such a very old man as himself was past the age of action or mischief, in which opinion the Government concurred, no doubt, as he was left quite unmolested. But of a sudden a warrant was out after him, when it was surprising with what agility he stirred himself and skipped off to France, whence he presently embarked upon his return to Virginia. The old man bore the worst reputation amongst the Loyalists of our colony, and was nicknamed Jack the Painter amongst them, much to his indignation, after a certain miscreant who was hung in England for burning naval stores in our ports there. He professed to have lost prodigious sums at home by the persecution of the Government, distinguished himself by the loudest patriotism and the most violent religious outcries in Virginia, where, nevertheless, he was not much more liked by the Whigs than by the party who still remained faithful to the Crown. He wondered that such an old Tory as Madam Esmond of Castlewood was suffered to go at large, and was for ever crying out against her amongst the gentlemen of the new Assembly, the Governor, and officers of the State. He and Fanny had high words in Richmond one day, when she told him he was an old swindler and traitor, and that the mother of Colonel Henry Warrington, the bosom friend of his Excellency the Commander-in-Chief, was not to be insulted by such a little smuggling slave-driver as him. I think it was in the year 1780 an accident happened, when the old register office at Williamsburg was burned down, in which there was a copy of the formal assignment of the Virginia property from Francis Lord Castlewood to my grandfather, Henry Esmond, Esquire. "Oh," says Fanny, "of course this is the work of Jack the Painter." And Mr. Van den Bosch was for prosecuting her for libel, but that Fanny took to her bed at this juncture and died. Van den Bosch made contracts with the new Government, and sold them bargains, as the phrase is. He supplied horses, meat, forage, all of bad quality. But when Arnold came into Virginia, in the King's service, and burned right and left, Van den Bosch's stores and tobacco houses somehow were spared. Some secret Whigs now took their revenge on the old rascal. A couple of his ships in James River, his stores, and a quantity of his cattle in their stalls were roasted amidst a hideous bellowing, and he got a note, as he was in Arnold's company, saying that friends had served him as he served others, and containing Tom the Glazier's compliments to brother Jack the Painter. Nobody pitied the old man, though he went well nigh mad at his loss. In Arnold's suite came the Honourable Captain William Esmond, of the New York Loyalists, as aide de camp to the General. When Howe occupied Philadelphia, Will was said to have made some money keeping a gambling house with an officer of the Dragoons of Anspach. I know not how he lost it. He could not have had much when he consented to become an aide de camp of Arnold. Now, the King's officers having reappeared in the province, Madam Esmond thought fit to open her house at Castlewood and invite them thither, and actually received Mr. Arnold and his suite. "It is not for me," she said, "to refuse my welcome to a man whom my sovereign has admitted to grace." And she threw her house open to him, and treated him with great, though frigid, respect whilst he remained in the district. The General gone, and his precious aide de camp with him, some of the rascals who followed in their suite remained behind in the house where they had received so much hospitality, insulted the old lady in her hall, insulted her people, and finally set fire to the old mansion in a frolic of drunken fury. Our house at Richmond was not burned, luckily, though Mr. Arnold had fired the town, and thither the undaunted old lady proceeded, surrounded by her people, and never swerving in her loyalty, in spite of her ill usage. The Esmonds, she said, were accustomed to royal ingratitude. And now Mr. Van den Bosch, in the name of his grandson and my Lord Castlewood, in England, set up a claim to our property in Virginia. He said it was not my lord's intention to disturb Madam Esmond in her enjoyment of the estate during her life, but that his father, it had always been understood, had given his kinsman a life interest in the place, and only continued it to his daughter out of generosity. Now my lord proposed that his second son should inhabit Virginia, for which the young gentleman had always shown the warmest sympathy. The outcry against Van den Bosch was so great that he would have been tarred and feathered had he remained in Virginia. He betook himself to Congress, represented himself as a martyr ruined in the cause of liberty, and prayed for compensation for himself and justice for his grandson. My mother lived long in dreadful apprehension, having in truth a secret which she did not like to disclose to any one. Her titles were burned. The deed of assignment in her own house, the copy in the registry at Richmond, had alike been destroyed. By chance? By villainy? Who could say? She did not like to confide this trouble in writing to me. She opened herself to Hal after the surrender of Yorktown, and he acquainted me with the fact in a letter by a British officer returning home on his parole. Then I remembered the unlucky words I had let slip before Will Esmond at the coffee house at New York, and a part of this iniquitous scheme broke upon me. As for Mr. Will, there is a tablet in Castlewood Church, in Hampshire, inscribed, Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori, and announcing that this marble is placed by a mourning brother to the memory of the Honourable William Esmond, Esquire, who died in North America in the service of the King. But how? When, towards the end of 1781, a revolt took place in the Philadelphia line of the Congress army, and Sir Henry Clinton sent out agents to the mutineers, what became of them? The men took the spies prisoners, and proceeded to judge them, and my brother, whom they knew and loved, and had often followed under fire, who had been sent from camp to make terms with the troops, recognised one of the spies just as execution was about to be done upon him, and the wretch, with horrid outcries, grovelling and kneeling at Colonel Warrington's feet, besought him for mercy, and promised to confess all to him. To confess what? Harry turned away sick at heart. Will's mother and sister never knew the truth. They always fancied it was in action he was killed. As for my Lord Earl, whose noble son has been the intendant of an illustrious prince, and who has enriched himself at play with his royal master, I went to see his lordship when I heard of this astounding design against our property, and remonstrated with him on the matter. For myself, as I showed him, I was not concerned, as I had determined to cede my right to my brother. He received me with perfect courtesy, smiled when I spoke of my disinterestedness, said he was sure of my affectionate feelings towards my brother, but what must be his towards his son? He had always heard from his father, he would take his Bible oath of that at my mother's death the property would return to the head of the family. At the story of the title which Colonel Esmond had ceded, he shrugged his shoulders and treated it as a fable. "On ne fait pas de ces folies-là," says he, offering me snuff. "And your grandfather was a man of esprit. My little grandmother was éprise of him, and my father, the most good-natured soul alive, lent them the Virginian property to get them out of the way. C'est un scandale, mon cher, un joli petit scandale. Oh, if my mother had but heard him, I might have been disposed to take a high tone, but he said, with the utmost good nature, 'My dear knight, you are going to fight about the character of our grandmother? Allons donc! Come, I will be fair with you. We will compromise, if you like, about this Virginian property.' And his lordship named a sum greater than the actual value of the estate. Amazed at the coolness of this worthy, I walked away to my coffee house, where, as it happened, an old friend was to dine with me, for whom I have a sincere regard. I had felt a pang at not being able to give this gentleman my living of Warrington on Waveney, but I could not, as he himself confessed honestly. His life had been too loose, and his example in my village could never have been edifying. Besides, he would have died of ennui there, after being accustomed to a town life, and he had a prospect, finally, he told me, of setting himself most comfortably in London and the Church. He was the second incumbent of Lady Whittlesey's chapel, Mayfair, and married Elizabeth, relict of Herman Volker, Esquire, the eminent brewer. My guest, I need not say, was my old friend Sampson, who never failed to dine with me when I came to town, and I told him of my interview with his old patron. I could not have lighted upon a better confidant. "Gracious powers!" says Sampson, "the man's roguery beats all belief. When I was secretary and factotum at Castlewood, I can take my oath I saw more than one copy of the deed of assignment by the late lord to your grandfather. In consideration of the love I bear to my kinsman, Henry Esmond, Esquire, husband of my dear mother Rachel, Lady Viscountess Dowager of Castlewood, I, etc." So it ran. "I know the place where 'tis kept. Let us go thither as fast as horses will carry us to-morrow. There is somebody there, never mind whom, Sir George, who has an old regard for me. The papers may be there to this very day, and oh, Lord, but I shall be thankful if I can in any way show my gratitude to you and your glorious brother." His eyes filled with tears. He was an altered man. At a certain period of the port wine, Sampson always alluded with compunction to his past life, and the change which had taken place in his conduct since the awful death of his friend Dr. Dodd. Quick as we were, we did not arrive at Castlewood too soon. I was looking at the fountain in the court, and listening to that sweet sad music of its splashing which my grandfather tells of in his memories, and peopling the place with bygone figures, with Beatrix in her beauty, with my Lord Francis in scarlet, calling to his dogs and mounting his grey horse, with the young page of old who won the castle and the heiress, when Sampson comes running down to me, with an old volume in rough calf bound in his hand, containing drafts of letters, copies of agreements, and various writings, some by a secretary of my Lord Francis, some in the slim handwriting of his wife, my grandmother, some bearing the signature of the last lord. And here was a copy of the assignment, sure enough, as it had been sent to my grandfather in Virginia. "Victoria, Victoria!" cries Sampson, shaking my hand, embracing everybody. "Here is a guinea for thee, Betty. We'll have a bowl of punch at the Three Castles to-night." As we were talking, the wheels of post-chaises were heard, and a couple of carriages drove into the court containing my lord and a friend,
and their servants in the next vehicle. His lordship looked only a little paler than usual at seeing me. "What procures me the honour of Sir George Warrington's visit? And pray, Mr. Sampson, what do you do here?" says my lord. I think he had forgotten the existence of this book, or had never seen it, and when he offered to take his Bible oath of what he had heard from his father, had simply volunteered a perjury. I was shaking hands with his companion, a nobleman with whom I had had the honour to serve in America. "I came," I said, "to convince myself of a fact about which you were mistaken yesterday, and I find the proof in your lordship's own house. Your lordship was pleased to take your lordship's Bible oath that there was no agreement between your father and his mother relative to some property which I hold. When Mr. Sampson was your lordship's secretary, he perfectly remembered having seen a copy of such an assignment, and here it is." "And do you mean, Sir George Warrington, that unknown to me you have been visiting my papers?" cries my lord. "I doubted the correctness of your statement, though backed by your lordship's Bible oath," I said with a bow. "This, sir, is robbery. Give the papers back!" bawled my lord. "Robbery is a rough word, my lord. Shall I tell the whole story to Lord Rawdon?" "What? Is it about the Marquisate? Connu, connu, my dear Sir George. We always called you the Marquis in New York. I don't know who brought the story from Virginia." I never had heard this absurd nickname before, and did not care to notice it. "My Lord Castlewood," I said, "not only doubted, but yesterday laid a claim to my property, taking his Bible oath that—" Castlewood gave a kind of gasp, and then said, "Great Heaven! Do you mean, Sir George, that there actually is an agreement extant? Yes, here it is. My father's handwriting, sure enough. Then the question is clear. Upon my upon my honour as a gentleman. I never knew of such an agreement, and must have been mistaken in what my father said. This paper clearly shows the property is yours, and not being mine, why, I wish you joy of it." And he held out his hand with the blandest smile. "And how thankful you will be to me, my lord, for having enabled him to establish the right," says Sampson, with a leer on his face. "Thankful? No, confound you, not in the least," says my lord. "I am a plain man. I don't disguise from my cousin that I would rather have had the property than he. Sir George, you will stay and dine with us. A large party is coming down here shooting. We ought to have you one of us." "My lord," said I, buttoning the book under my coat, "I will go and get this document copied, and then return it to your lordship. As my mother in Virginia has had her papers burned, she will be put out of much anxiety by having this assignment safely lodged." "What? Have Madam Esmond's papers been burned? When the deuce was that?" asks my lord. "My lord, I wish you a very good afternoon. Come, Sampson, you and I will go and dine at the Three Castles." And I turned on my heel, making a bow to Lord R., and from that day to this I have never set my foot within the halls of my ancestors. Shall I ever see the old mother again, I wonder? She lives in Richmond, never having rebuilt her house in the country. When Hal was in England, we sent her pictures of both her sons, painted by the admirable Sir Joshua Reynolds. We sat to him the last year Mr. Johnson was alive, I remember. And the Doctor, peering about the studio, and seeing the image of Hal in his uniform (the appearance of it caused no little excitement in those days), asked who was this, and was informed that it was the famous American General, General Warrington, Sir George's brother. "General who?" cries the Doctor. "General where? Pooh! I don't know such a service," and he turned his back and walked out of the premises. My worship is painted in scarlet, and we have replicas of both performances at home; but the picture which Captain Miles and the girls declare to be the most like is a family sketch by my ingenious neighbour, Mr. Bunbury, who has drawn me and my lady with Monsieur Gumbo following us, and written under the piece, Sir George, my lady, and their master. Here my master comes. He has poked out all the house fires, has looked to all the bolts, has ordered the whole male and female crew to their chambers, and begins to blow my candles out, and says, "Time, Sir George, to go to bed. 12 o'clock." Bless me, so indeed it is; and I close my book and go to my rest, with a blessing on those now around me asleep. Chapter 92. Recording by Nick Bulke. End of the Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray.